Enough to cover the pungent odor of dead fish that filled the air. Flies buzzed past us as I looked at the spirit. He looked at me and smiled. "What is this place?" I asked. "Do not worry," the spirit said. "Nobody here can see you. You're but shadows. Shadows of what's been." "Yeah, I get that, but I have no idea where we are." "Does this not look familiar to you?" the spirit said. His inflection made it seem like this was a rhetorical question, but the look in his eyes told me he was desperately hoping I would make the connection soon. "Sorry," I said, "I'm lost." The Rick Astley spirit retrieved his notepad, thumbed through the pages, then stared at something written there. He poked out his bottom lip and furrowed his brow. "Is something wrong?" I asked. His face shot up. "What? Oh, no, nothing's wrong. It's just... Are you sure you don't know this place?" "Why would I?" "So you're positive this isn't your foster home from when you were in the 6th grade? I laughed. "Look around. Does this look like a foster home? I think this is some kind of business." I walked up to the wall and inspected the work orders that adorned it. Tiny yellow sheets of paper with information typed onto cryptic shorthand. Nothing any average person would understand except for the stamps on each that said either closed or open. Bus house, 3 job, 2 out, closed. VIP den, 5 job, 5 out, closed. Underground VB, 5 job, all dead, open. "I'm sorry," the spirit said. "This is actually quite embarrassing. In all the years I've been doing this, I've never taken someone to the wrong path before. Here, let's return start over." The phone on the desk rang. We watched as the heavyset man answered it in a gruff voice. He said, "Yeah? What the hell does he want?" "Okay, send him in." The spirit reached for me, but I pulled back. "Wait," I said. "I want to see where this is going." "It's not a television show, Jack. This is someone's worst memory. It's way better than TV." Right then, the door opened. I instantly recognized the young man who entered. He was in the 6th grade, but there was absolutely no denying that this was a younger me. "What the fuck?" I said. The look on the spirit's face, or I guess Rick Astley's face, told me that he was genuinely confused by this turn of events. The younger me appeared to be in his late teens, perhaps early 20s. He had short hair, camo pants, and a black long-sleeve shirt. He must have been sweating his ass off in the weather, but he kept a professional look on his face and approached the man in the corner. "Mr. Leachman, my name is..." "I know who you are." The heavy man leaned back in his chair and managed to look down his nose at the younger me while looking up at him. "You're Tommy's kid, brother." "Yes, sir." "Look, it's a damn shame what happened to him. They ever find the guy who hit his car?" "No, sir." "Damn shame, I tell you. You know what? They ought to make it to where a hit and run is an instant death penalty. But you know those pussies in the government would never do something like that. No, that would make too much sense." "I suppose so." The spirit and I closed in on these shadows from the past. "Listen," the heavy guy continued. I could see new sweat forming on his face. "I sent Tommy's last paycheck to his address." "That's not why I'm here." "But what is it then?" "Before the accident, Tommy... He told me he might be able to get me a job, and... Well, with the funeral and everything, and money's getting tight, I was wondering, I know I can't take on his role right away, but I'm a quick learner. I'm not afraid to work hard, get dirty," and the heavy man scooted his seat back, scraping it loudly against the floor. "Hold on," he said. "What exactly did Tommy tell you about this job?"
What?
"I know all about exterminating. Tommy showed me how to use poisons. I helped him fumigate our aunt's condo when she got fleas. I know how to..." "Listen, kid.
The wind is rising.
I ain't gonna bullshit. This job requires a certain..."
You know nothing of the way to survive or be destroyed.
Tommy said Tommy's dead. No matter what he said. The younger me screamed. "It mattered to me!" Silence filled the room. A long, unnatural silence. The two men stood in place, unmoving, unblinking, unspeaking. It felt like the most intense stare-down in history, but then I noticed the black fly, swollen and fat, stuck in place in midair right in front of my face. It wasn't just the scream that brought the moment to a screeching halt. Nope. time itself had literally stopped. Enough! The spirit screamed the word like it was poison. He wanted out of his mouth. Cut the crap, Jack. How are you doing this? Well, what is this place? I poked the suspended fly, but it remained frozen. Something told me that a Mack truck wouldn't have been able to pull it out of place. The force of time was not something mortals could ever hope to overcome. I said the only thing that I could think of. I have no idea what's going on here, but I can tell you one thing. This never happened. Do you think I'm playing around here? Asked the spirit, dressed like 80s musicians or ghastly. I'll have you know, I take this job very seriously. I'm sure you do. He ran his hand through his voluminous red hair and took a deep breath. Then he circled the room twice, stopped, and smiled. I get it. This isn't your past at all. Well, yeah, Hobbs. No, in a sense it is. But this isn't your past. I don't follow. There's a terminus point in the finite curve of the gas station. He must have accidentally fallen through a gap. There is a remainder in a galactic equation that should have been rounded off. I've heard of this happening before, but the look on my face must have told him he needed to dumb it down just a bit further. Okay, this isn't the correct universe. We're in a version of your past that could have happened, but never did occur. You see, it might sound complicated to you, but no, I get it. Multiverses are all the rage in movies and television right now. I've already had it explained to me 1,000 times. Yes, but have you ever had it explained in terms of updog? What's updog? Not much. What's up with you? The spirit laughed joyously, then snapped his fingers, bringing the whole scene back to life. The fly buzzed past my face. I watched as it landed in a web in the corner of the ceiling, where it promptly tangled itself up before being set upon by a shiny black spider. So we should probably go back home, right? I mean, considering this isn't even a real memory. The spirit held up a finger and said, Hold on. I want to see where this is going. The door opened without a knock, and a tough-looking guy took a step into the room. As the younger me turned to face him, I registered the monumental realization on his face. He knew he messed up. He pushed too hard, and now he was about to get bounced. The guy looked like he was no stranger to busting heads. Scars on his hands and face, ears misshapen with a history of amateur boxing. Hands on his sides and clenched in fists. And a deep set scowl that looked like it was the only face he was capable of making. It's okay. The heavy spirit said calmly. Our guest here was just about to leave. We got a problem, boss. Bruno's voice sounded like a bag of rocks. A bag of rocks somewhere. Bruno's voice, of course, but I don't know how else to put it. He had to be there, okay? It was
The
unsettling.
wind is rising.
Bruno took a step inside. The younger man stood without a pose. Time for
You know
him
nothing of the way they survive or be destroyed.
to leave.
There is no other choice.
He did so without another word. I went ahead, started to follow, but the spirit caught my arm. Hold up, he said. What are you doing? I asked. I sat through enough boring childhood memories that I know when something juicy is about to happen. And that's most certainly not going to be with the young man walking away. He's a B story at best. But look at these two. They're like cartoons. So well realized. What's their deal? Who's Bruno? What do they do here? The younger me was already out the door. Bruno closed it behind him. Shouldn't we follow, me? Don't be so selfish, the spirit said. After all these countless eons, I deserve to go off the rails just a little, don't I? As a treat. I didn't have time to answer before the heavy man began speaking. What's the problem? Bruno answered.
I like the bag.
Already? Plane must have landed early. He wants to start the
Enemy
job now.
ahead.
Shit.
No harm in
How
trying.
many does he need? He's calling this a 7 job. Guzman and Florida are call. They can get here in 10 minutes. What does that bring us to? 5. 6 if I go 2. He's not going to be happy
Bring the wind.
if we can't provide him with the team he paid for.
Leave it to me.
You think I don't know that? Shit. I got some mercs on the way out of this shit. They won't be here before day's end.
Blaze.
No, he isn't a patient man. What about him? Bruno pointed at the door with his thumb. Tom's kid brother.
Spirit never
Me
dies.
and Guzman on the team, all we need are warm bodies to guide the engine. Well, I'd give the kid a shot. He doesn't know what he's doing. Really? You mean Tommy never? You mean he thinks Tommy died in a car accident? Drops of sweat were dripping from the boss's face onto his desk. He closed his eyes and made a pained expression.
Oh shit, man.
Someone was crushing him from the inside. All right. That word,
What are you
he
doing?
fell into his chair. Get the kid back in here. I'll call Guzman in Florida. What do you want me to tell him? Tell him only what he needs to know. The two of them froze in place. Once again, time had stopped. The spirit let out a laugh that morphed into the words, "Ooh, this is exciting, isn't it? What do you think's happening? What are mercs?" You think he meant mercenaries?
Oh,
I
okay.
genuinely don't know where this is going. Uncertainty is such a beautiful thing, isn't it? Well, I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself, but I don't share your sense of curiosity or adventure, and I genuinely don't see why I have to be here for any of this. I mean, how about you stay, keep doing this, I'll go back to the gas station.
Victory needs
That's not how this works,
preparation.
Jack. Your mind is powering this entire expedition.
Speed, not haste.
Let's see what happens next. I didn't mean to grunt as audibly as I did, but the spirit didn't get defense. He just had it continued.
You know nothing of
We
the
can deal
way
with
we
it.
survive.
The other
or we
option is we
destroy.
untangle this time knot that builds a foster home that your brother stole your pants and then locked you outside for.
Stay
Remember?
calm.
The police got called. Why would you? I'll just write up a report saying read the correct memory. These visits to the past are mostly just a formality. The only spirit journey that ever matters is the spirit of April Fool's. I'm only here to familiarize you with the concept. So, what do you say? Take you off the page for a little longer? Do with my hands. I mean, you're the supernatural entity here, so just
The wind is rough.
Let's begin.
Pun intended. He raised his hand, and with a snap of his fingers, we were gone from that place. The air was suddenly hotter, the lights dimmer. I shook my head until my bearings returned, slowly, lazily, and then I saw them. Bruno stood near a set of lockers. The younger me sat on a bench next to him. It was a small room, stuffy like we were underground. I know there's a lot to process, Bruno said. The younger me didn't seem fazed. No, I always knew Tommy was into something. He had too much money for an exterminator. I just thought, maybe it was drugs. Bruno opened a locker and began pulling out gear, tactical boots, Kevlar vest, ammo pouch. These were his. He said they should fit close enough for one job. Impress the big guy, we'll bring you back for the next one. Who is he? Listen, kid. You gotta get those questions out of your system before you see him. This guy is the real deal. If he catches a whiff that you're an amateur, he might call the job on the spot. What you do here tonight is simple. Keep quiet, follow my lead. I tell you to jump, jump. I tell you to shoot, shoot. I tell you to run. He pulled an automatic rifle from the locker next. The younger me took it without hesitation. Anything else I should know? Someone might try to test you. If anybody tells you that you remind them of someone they knew in the army, that's code to make sure you're on the same team. They tell you that, you respond, I need a drink. You got that? The younger me nodded. Ready? The voice almost made me jump. I forgot the spirit was still here with me. Ready for what?
We need a strategy.
Well, this part feels like filler. Let's get to the action already, okay? He pointed at the door behind me. It's your show. He reached for the handle, and despite his early proclamation that these were mere shadows of things that once were, he succeeded in interacting. It turned. The door swung open.
Breathe the wind.
He stepped through. And I followed.
You know nothing of the way we survive.
Now on the other side, we were transported to a
There is
different
no
time and
choice.
place. Neither very far from the previous time or place. We were outside now. Mosquitoes buzzed in the humid air as the sunset behind a cloudy horizon. There were 6 men lined up, standing at attention near a black SUV. Bruno took one end, the younger me on the other. They were all armed and teeth. The 4 in the middle stood tall, battle-worn, confident.
Nice team.
Everything about them exaggerated the contrast for me. The runt man pretending he knew what he was in for. They weren't alone, though. There was another man with them. The big guy himself. He had dark
Nothing of the
skin
way
and a
we
thick black
survive
beard.
or be destroyed.
A mountain of a man,
There is
full
no
of
other
muscle,
choice.
exuding an air of sheer power. If it came down to a fair fight between him and the 6 men at attention, I sure wouldn't bet against him. When he spoke, the hairs on my neck bristled. All right, ladies. I see some new faces here, so I'm gonna keep this quick. My name's Benjamin, and I'm not gonna carry any of you. Tonight, we have a single target. weaknesses are standard, which means bullets will do the trick. Stay off the comms unless there's a surprise. But there won't be any surprises. Any questions? Bruno was the only one who dared speak. What's the target look like? Unclear. We ought to know it when we see it. The last report, it took the appearance of a human. Park ranger named Preston Creekbaum. 6'2", brown hair, medium build. But that was over 12 hours ago. So the target will not look like that anymore. Any more questions? There were none. At least, none spoken. Good. Load up. The screen froze in time.
No,
What the fuck is happening? This one asked. There was far less excitement in his voice this time around. This thread continues for a while. How is that possible? A pocket reality like this should have fallen apart after a few minutes, but the story goes on and on. I can see a long road out in front of us, but it shouldn't be possible. For an interdimensional cosmic spirit, he sure sounded rattled by the unknown. Kind of ironic, really, if you think about it. So, what now? I asked. The spirit checked its watch. We're actually running out of time. How could we possibly be running out of time? I only got an hour with you. I need to finish this up before the spirit April Fool's present. It's his turn. And that guy gets pissed when he has to wait. That only raises further questions. Do you mind if we step on the gas a little bit in the story? I shrugged. He smiled. Good. Fast forward mode activated then. Do me a favor. Keep your eyes open for a hammer for. What's a hammer for? I asked. Driving nails. He laughed obnoxiously. With a snap of his fingers, we were transported to a clearing in the middle of a tangled forest. The mercs were gathered in a circle around a bloated corpse in a ranger uniform.
As easy as that.
And that's the guy, right? One of the men said. Stop! Screamed Benjamin as he ran towards the group. Get away from it before... One of the eyes of the corpse exploded to the sound of a wet pop. And a long, pink, serpentine creature about the size of a garden snake leapt out of the body. It latched onto Bruno's face. He screamed and tried to grab the creature, but it was too fast. Bruno fell to his knees as the pink snake burrowed through his skull. Benjamin shoved one of the mercs out of the way, screaming, "Stay back!" Then unloaded a magazine of high-caliber rifle bullets into Bruno's dead body, tearing it to shreds. When the gun was empty and the shooting had stopped, the men looked at one another. One of them ignored the big guy's previous command and stepped over to the wet, meaty puddle of bones and viscera that had once been Bruno and said, "Holy shit. What was this?" The snake erupted from the gore with the sound of a loud screech. It hit the man, who stood too close, square in the neck, then disappeared under his skin. His face went ghost white as blood spurted from the hole, but he didn't fall down. His eyes glazed over and he turned to face the others in short, stiff steps. Benjamin screamed as he loaded a new magazine into his gun. "Shoot it! It's controlling him! It's..." The man with the snake in his neck lifted his rifle and pointed it at the other men. Shadows of the past or not, I instinctively hit the ground before the next round of bullets began to fly. The sudden silence wasn't the most unnerving thing that had happened, but it was up there. When I opened my eyes, I could see bullets trapped in place in midair. "Holy flippin' shit!" said the spirit. "This is not what I expected." He checked his watch again. "We're almost done, but I gotta see where this ends." He snapped his fingers. We were gone. The muddy earth below me turned hard and cold. The air turned stale. It took me a second longer to realize that we were indoors. I rolled over and got to my feet. This is a small cabin, hardly more than a shed. Benjamin sat near the fireplace, a roaring blaze making the cramped room much too hot. He held a blade over the flames, the tip glowing red hot. There was only one other person from the time zone in the room, the younger me. He was covered in blood, but he was breathing. It didn't take a detective to figure out the rest of the crew wasn't as lucky. His shoulder wept a steady stream of blood onto the cabin floor, so Benjamin pressed the heated blade into place, cauterizing the wound to the sound of a blood-curdling scream. "Good work today, kid," Benjamin said, handing over a flask. The younger me took and drank freely. "Sorry about your crew." Eventually, the younger me managed to get out the words, "It's okay." The big guy pulled 2 cigars from his jacket, leaned over and lit them in the fire. He put the first between his teeth, then handed the other to the wounded kid on the floor. The younger me didn't hesitate to take the celebratory smoke. "The thing is," Benjamin said, pausing to take a puff, "this didn't turn out the way any of us expected.
Holy shit.
And I didn't need to. It wasn't anyone's fault, really. The creature's fault." The younger me dropped his cigar and flask, then began to violently cough. His face turned bright red, his coughing became shallower and tower.
Never let your guard down in front of your enemy.
He struggled in silence, desperate for air for one more breath. It was Creature's fault. I told your boss. I told him what I needed.
Lance
I
ablaze!
needed a 6-man crew. I needed 6 pro. I saw Bruno watching you.
You know nothing of the weight behind this. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other
I'm
choice.
saying that's the reason they're all dead. I want you to understand that's why I can't let you walk out of this.
In the name of preservation!
His words just not. The younger man on the floor couldn't hear him anymore. Benjamin picked up the flask and made sure the top was on, and stuffed it into his pocket. Sorry, kid. It is what it is. Wait a second.
Spirit
He
never
said
dies.
loudly. So, you died? What the hell? Benjamin pulled a cellular phone out of his pocket. I
The
took a step
wind
closer.
is rising.
From the boat! Save contact number. HQ.
We stand together.
Benjamin.
This ends here.
Password Echo Alpha.
You know nothing of the weight behind. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Well, this has been interesting. I was getting so tired of this.
On my command. Time to
But it's time for us to get back to your shitty real life. Boring gas station cast, shall we?
Just a
He snapped his fingers. This time nothing happened. The world didn't vanish. We stayed put. Exactly what they wanted. What's wrong?
Lance at the ready.
I asked in my most innocent voice. Nothing, he lied. Sometimes it takes a couple snaps for it to work. He lied again. He snapped. As it was. He could snap again and again, but as long as I had my wave disruptor on, nothing would change. I removed the device from my pocket.
Lance
The spirit
ablaze!
looked at it and laughed.
Lance!
Nice camera phone, he said. But I'm afraid you can't take any pictures.
Nothing of the weight
Memories are
behind.
only in your
Survive
mind.
or be
They
destroyed.
don't show up on film and
There is no
can't be
other
recorded.
choice.
I adjusted the settings on the disruptor to only cancel out estimates. My spirit probably looked like I was texting. He continued to smile nervously until I executed the new routine, causing the memory to resume from right where we left off. Tango 9792 Victor. The spirit jumped as Benjamin resumed talking. The big guy stood and started for the door. Status report. Target's been neutralized. Local team is compromised. Witnesses terminated. Request immediate evac. He stepped into the cold night air and slammed the door shut behind him so hard, dust fell from the ceiling. This is unnatural, but not unheard of, the spirit assured me. I have everything under control. No, I said. I don't think you do. Right then, I woke up gasping for air. Not me, standing talking to the spirit. To me on the ground. I gagged, fought, strained against the poison constricting my muscles. I fought hard against whatever the hell that asshole Benjamin put in that flask. A morsel of air broke through the floodgates. That was when I knew I wasn't about to die. I tried to scream, but it wasn't time for that. My heart pounded and my lungs begged. Every part of me wanted nothing more than to stay alive. It was nothing but luck and sheer force of will that saved me that day. As I struggled against death long enough to take another breath. And then another. The spirit said aloud, "Holy fuck, you survived!" Of course I survived, I said. How else would I have been alive for us to meet? The spirit shook his head. He thought I wasn't getting it. But this didn't happen. This is an alternate timeline. One where you never worked at the gas station, but instead became a monster hunter or something. It's not like...
What was that?
The words
not
froze. It wasn't from any kind of magic, parasite. It was because I rolled
You
up
know
my
nothing
sleeve
of
to
the
show the
weight.
spirit how
Survive
wrong
or
it
be
was.
destroyed. There is
The
no
gears
other
turned
choice.
quickly once I saw the old scar on my shoulder. The burn from when Benjamin cauterized my wound all those years ago. The spirit couldn't have known exactly what was happening, but he was smart enough to try and run. He went for the cabin door. I stayed close behind him. We passed through together and into another scene of my memory. It was only 4 years later, but I had gone
Will of
from a younger
preservation.
man to a world-weary soldier. I was sitting in the recruitment office of the initiative. The commander stood behind the egghead scientist. They listened to my entire story without judgment, the reasons for my medical discharge. And they told me something I never heard before. They believed me. And they wanted to help me. The spirit was right. They went to the closest door. If this was really the incident, It would have led to a balcony overseeing the compound's 100-acre grounds, but it wasn't. Instead, it took us to another memory. Classroom. Only 2 people in this memory. My commander pointed a picture on the projection that took up the entire wall. There's a photo of a young man safe behind a cash register.
You know nothing of the way to survive or be destroyed. There is no
You
other
find his
choice.
dossier to be an interesting read. You need to study it, imitate it, do what he does. Live how he lives. Think how he thinks. The spirits must believe that you are him. The spirit spun on his heels. There were no other exits in this room. I had him cornered. It was time to go on the offensive. Finally, I wrapped my fingers into the silver-plated knuckles and delivered a clean haymaker across the temple. If the spirit had been human, we would have put him in a coma at least. Thank God the nerds were right. Silver was enough to put him down. He moaned up at me from the floor, telling me that he wouldn't be a problem anymore. Good, I thought to myself. I have a lot more work left to do tonight. I reset the disruptor and the program settings. Next up, April Fool's Day. 1 year ago, I grabbed the spirit by his leg and dragged him back through the doorway. We were transported to the Special Species Containment Unit in the sub-basement of the Liskov Institute. There were 2 other people in this negatively charged Faraday cage made by non-magnetic titanium and silver. They couldn't see us, but they knew we were here. My commander looked at me from 1 year ago, then nodded. The old me programmed the disruptor with our exact coordinates. I'd been studying the tech for the greater part of the last decade, and was immediately familiarized with the settings. Now, the commander said, explain this to me again.
We need
Holy
a
shit, that
strategy.
bug.
In 1 year's time, the old me elaborated, I'll return to this point in the timeline and drop off the anomaly.
Speak, not
It will remain trapped inside these walls for exactly 1 year. After the temporal energy is worn off,
breathe the wind.
Time for a shot. Nap time.
at least we have a inlet, ego. What's a head? I asked. He laughed and I answered. 3 pounds?
Spirit never dies.
And transferred back to the time.
The wind is
Anyway,
rising.
sorry. I ended up with a slog of speed. Part of my job.
From above!
Actually, just like Jack. For some reason, Jack writes down every single thing that happens to him in his stupid laptop. I had to keep up appearances, didn't I? Oh, I just heard that weird chime again.
Leave it to me.
Twice this time. Already.
You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Nuts.
Naughty child.
Watching tonight's video or listening to tonight's podcast. Quick reminder, I am also a narrator on this show. If you guys like the stories that you're listening to here, then I'm sure you like the stories that you're listening to over Twitter. Well, I'm still narrating, but you can select your own background music or background sound, and you can select any method of other narrators, such as Ivy, Swamp,
Just a little something. Think nothing of it. Nice teamwork.
Let's stand down.
and also to those around in places. Hello, good words. And as always, you guys are
I'm fine.
especially well, things not
Spirit never dies.
couple of months.
Gale force.
It's getting crazier and crazier.
The wind is
as time
rising.
goes on. You guys are the ones that do this.
From above!
You guys have helped me with this.
To the clouds!
So, in my personal life and my professional life, I want to give a very big thank you to
Lance at the ready. Lance ablaze! Lance forward! I'm on guard!
Leave it to me.
Everyone on this list, everyone in the description.
Stay the course.
$1. Thank you so much for making my life.
Lance at the ready.
If you guys would like to join the names you see here or down there or anything at all, head over to
You
patreon.com.
know nothing of the way to survive or be
That
destroyed.
wish you
There
all
is no
a
other
very,
choice.
very pleasant night. Hey kids, it's me, Mr. Pasta, and before we get started
Let's
with that story,
begin.
I want you to know about tonight's author, which you all know. I'm almost certain you all know tonight's author. Jack Townsend is the author
Spirit
of
never
Tales from the Gas
dies.
Station and Tales from the Gas Station Volume 1 and 4, as well as Bedside Manor. They're available now on Amazon. And before anyone asks in the comments, I have gone back to work on the audiobook for Volume 4 after my incredibly long time of health issues, life issues. But I'm getting up. I'm catching up. I'm doing all that stuff, and it will be out soon. Now, on to tonight's story.
Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
Nice teamwork. Lance the blaze. Lance forward.
You may have already heard about the shitty gas station at the edge of town. It's garnered quite a bit of interest over the years. But if you haven't
You know
yet
nothing
been
of the weight
introduced,
behind
allow me
this
to
power.
summarize.
Survive or be
Weird
destroyed.
things tend to happen.
There is no
as
other
they do.
choice.
Some of it can be explained away. Natural weather phenomenon, fumes from the local chemical plant, playing tricks with lime, bored county, burdened with too much time, alcohol,
Leave it to me.
drugs. Some other things, though, simply
Spirit
defy
never dies.
explanation. Perhaps the frequency of incidents has something to do with the fact that the business is always
Naughty
open.
child.
Barring a few incidents, close its doors for foundation. This is otherwise
A lot of
operational.
days.
Every day of the year. That includes holidays.
Let's begin.
Yes, the minor ones. But even though, as one employee continuously argues, it sure would be nice to take a day off every April 1st. There's enough shenanigans to worry about without a
The
whole
wind
day
is
dedicated
rising.
to manufacturing
Boom.
units. Not
From above.
but there is a sign on the wall behind the cash register that very clearly states no pranks allowed. It goes up every March 31st and stays up usually until someone removes it and steals it, or in one case, sets it on fire. If you couldn't already guess, April Fool's Day is my least favorite holiday. If I didn't have a job to do, I'd
I'm
be
glad
far
we're all out safely.
stress with something strong for at least another year. But sitting behind the cash register at the gas station, waiting to see what nonsense today has in store. At least I've got this journal to keep me occupied. April 1st, 12:20 a.m. Well, that didn't take long. Here it is, barely scratching the surface of our annual day of mischief, and things have already gone stupid. It started just before midnight with a customer wandering the store, wearing an outfit made entirely of cardboard boxes and packing tape. To be honest, it was a decently impressive example of Ritalin abuse ingenuity. Ritalin? The arms and legs were made from the long, skinny packages used to mail posters. The chest and feet were a bit more square, giving him a poor Voltron vibe. His helmet was pulled up on his head like a hat. Not sure if it was just a courtesy to show his face, or if the eye holes weren't big enough for him to see what he was shopping for. Maybe he just really wanted to share his COVID with me. He was open-mouthed wet coughing all over the aisles, after all. Eventually, he found what he was looking for, a bottle of bleach, and brought it up to the counter. While I waited for his card to run, the man calmly opened the bottle and took a sip right in front of me. As I handed him his receipt, he squinted at my name tag and said, "Thank you, Jack. Can I ask you a question?" "I'd simply love it if you didn't," I responded. "Would you, off the top of your head, know how much postage it would take to mail a package to the White House, like, say, 200 pounds, give or take?" That'd be a question for somebody else. I was feeling less than inclined to be helpful, especially because, according to my watch, it was only 11:59 p.m., which meant this guy was not pulling an early April Fool's prank. He was just the normal, everyday kind of crazy. That's when the clock struck 12, and everything changed. The lights flickered off. The sound of dull chimes filled the room one after the other. The front door slammed open, and a deep fog rolled in. The crazy boxman sipped his bleach and stared out at the darkness until the chiming came to a stop. A dozen chimes in total. And then he walked into the store, dragging long chains behind him, arms stretched out as he moaned like a zombie that had just stubbed its toe. "Damn it, Jerry!" I yelled. "We had a truce. No more April Fool's Day pranks." "Who's this clown?" asked Boxman. "That's Jerry," I explained, "my roommate." It really says a lot when you're able to make the bleach-drinking madman raise an eyebrow and call you a clown. But if anyone can make such an impression, it's Jerry. Oh, he moaned as he shuffled towards us, stopping momentarily to pick up his chains and rattle them in the air. You're really committing to the bit this year, aren't you? At this point, Boxman excused himself and scooted out the door into the soupy cloud of fog. I am not the one they call Jerry. More chain rattling for emphasis. All right. Fine, I'll bite, I said. Who are you then? I am the great Hakshu, god of mischief. Hakshu? Gesundheit. Jerry, I said as I rubbed my eyes. You told me you couldn't work today because you tested positive for COVID, which means you either lied in order to put together this elaborate ruse after I specifically asked you not to, or you were telling the truth and you just exposed me to your cooties. Either way, I'm pissed. No, Jerry. Hakshu. Well, great, Hakshu, he corrected, suddenly losing his spooky accent. Please don't forget my title. Go home, I said, before I kick your ass. A frown crept across his face. Who are you? He asked.
I think so.
I came for the one they call Jack. You are not him. I lost the thread here. What's the joke even supposed to be? Are you like a ghost or something? Where did that fog come from? Is that stuff safe to breathe? Where's Jack? He asked, dropping his chains and crossing his arms stubbornly. Are you serious right now? I asked. I mean, I honestly can't tell if you're joking. We've known each other for how many years? He shook his head. We've never met. Because you're not Jack, right? You're the ghost Hakshu, god of mischief. That's correct. I decided it was time to play along. Okay, your majesty. If you are the god of mischief, then why do you look like my roommate? I am only allowed to speak to Jack. I am Jack, I shouted, maybe a bit too loudly. Oh, really? He took a pair of glasses out of his front pants pocket and put them on his face. With a judgmental look, he let it along, then added after a pregnant pause. You don't look anything like I was expecting. Thought you'd be taller. Well, I am sitting down. Do you have any identification? That depends. Do you have a god of mischief warrant? I suddenly realized how silly it was to even try and defend myself. Now hang on a second. If you are the god of mischief, a god of mischief, not the god of mischief, little g. Oh, mischievous
This will strengthen our position.
not a common combination. Okay. So if you are a god of mischief, then why do you look like my roommate? I come to you in a form that you can more comfortably comprehend. This visage of a ghost is meant to remind you of your own
Truth of life and
pending
death.
mortality. Jerry's dead. I mean, he had to be resuscitated.
Do you know who I am?
But I don't know if that counts. I'll be perfectly honest with you, Jack. There weren't that many good options. We looked at all the possible dead people from your past, and apparently almost all of them tried to, kill you at some point. We spirits try not to take the form of someone that would send you running for the hills. So were you a spirit or a god? Don't overthink it. Okay. Let's say I believe you. Why are you visiting me? It's come to our attention that you do not understand the true importance of the season. You've lost your way. They need to be reminded why this holiday matters. How did it come to your attention? We saw it on your blog. He gestured the laptop over to my counter. Believe it or not, most of the deities in the cosmic finite singularity are followers of your blog. Really? Yeah. I think that shit's hilarious. What? He raised his hands dramatically. A bolt of lightning cracked loudly outside the building. Thunder reverberated around the room as he screamed in an inhuman voice. There were chains around him hovering like tentacles behind his body, and his eyes turned pale white. Jack, hear my words. Okay. Tonight, you shall be visited by 3 spirits. 3 spirits including you? What? No! 3 additional spirits. Come on, think about it. I said shall be. If I were included, I would have said shall have been. There's no way that's correct. Shut up. Okay, sorry. When the clock strikes 1, another. When the clock strikes 2, and a third at the stroke of 3, I ventured. No, 4. Of course, 3. Electricity crackled from the tip of his fingers as he extended his left hand and pointed at my face. You have been warned. Now look to me no longer. I must wander. He glided through the air towards the open door, but then his hovering chains got caught on the sides of the frame. I waited as he finagled the ghostly appendages through the doorway one at a time, carefully but awkwardly. And when he finally got all the way through, he let out a victorious laugh and strode away into the foggy night.
Show your
The
courage.
door slammed shut.
Upgrade
That's when I began this journaling thing. It's not about the range of possibilities that journey to orchestrate such an elaborate plan, but I get a good feeling I'm in for some stranger things to come before the night is over. To be continued, I guess. Hey there kids, it's me and Mr. Green Pasta, and I'll tell you thanks so much for watching tonight's video or listening to tonight's episode of the podcast.
Do you know who I
If you
am?
happen to be listening to this as a podcast, or as a YouTube, or however else you want to have found this story.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your
As
strength.
always, I would love to give a big
Fighting
thank you
is
to
meaningless.
everyone who's supporting me over on Patreon. You guys are the real MVPs. You guys keep things going. Especially, well, things have been nuts for me over the past couple of months. Things have been getting crazier and crazier as time goes on. You guys are the ones who are keeping me safe. And I'm doing that with all sincerity. That you guys have helped me immensely. So, in my personal life and my professional life, I want to give a very big thank you.
No interest in conflict.
Potato, Gonzalez, Mr. Green Foster, Pettis, Wilson, Travis, Joseph Colorudo, Would It Be, Dante Kincaid, Foxhound 803, Mephistopheles, First Fox Prior, Bastion Beefcake, Jeff Victorious Cultist, Love You M&M, Insanity Gamer X, Jesus Corneo, Yargul, Amber Court, Jay Kearns, Hingo Jerry, Sam High, Crusader Chocobo, Adamarius, Captain Sturdy, Espadine, Raiden Morris, Nate Cole, Our Insect Time, Angelus, Seclude, That Creepy Chick, Red Shadow Cat, Xavier and Cheyenne, 6-Day Rapid Middleman, Fairlady, Lord Life's Best, Goring Star Magazine, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Michael Imshaw, Kelly Joe, Pacamel, William your account, Melton Lake, Ollie Shea, William King, Sasha Sasaki, Stricken, Pretty Kruger, Happy Birthday, Jason Wilson, Mr. Trout, Caspian, Katie Nephew, Peter Chip, Acid System, Mog, Curious Law, Esther Lampshade, Eagle Kyle, Ginger Bros, and Storm Pro, Taylor Paulson, and Corey Kitchen. To everyone on this list, everyone in the description, and of course anyone who could support even just $1, thank you all so much for making my life significantly easier with this. And if you guys would like to be able to join any of the names that you see here or down there or anything at all, head over to patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. And with that, I wish you all a very, very pleasant night and sweet dreams. Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and before we get started on tonight's story, I'm going to let you know about tonight's sponsor, Freedom's Twilight. Freedom's Twilight is a game that's just launched on Steam. I'm going to be playing the trailer for you right now. Summoned to a strange, dark fantasy world with a mist, you will encounter both natural and supernatural obstacles as you explore, collect, craft, learn, build, and survive the fog that's blanketed the realm. Fight back the abhorring creatures of darkness to build yourself a place that you can call home. I've been talking to the developer for this game for a little bit. It looks incredibly fun. What he's told me is there's almost 400 hours just in the initial launch of gameplay. So if you guys like pretty dark fantasy stories, incredible settings, and some pretty good action gameplay, then I strongly suggest you check out the game. You can find it in the link in the description down below. And now, let's join the story.
No interest in conflict.
Johnny Masterson stalked up the stairs of the facility. He had arrived back at Ostia Antica only yesterday. The priests there had flapped about him, demanding he rest and try to bind his many wounds. He had thrust them away, heading straight for the road of sorrow. He had walked through the long night, not stopping to rest, eat, or drink, his mind buzzing with fury. He was at the door of the Sistine Chapel, his entire body thrumming with energy. He kicked open the door into his sword, which immediately burst into flames as if reacting to its master's fury. The Archangel Raphael stood by the candle-lit altar. At the sound of Johnny's approach, he turned his face impassive. Huh, Johnny, he said.
Oh, Johnny boy.
You're finally returned. At the sound of the angel's voice, Johnny howled and charged. Raphael, taken completely off guard, stumbled backwards, losing his balance, but only for a second. As Johnny's sword came whistling down, he moved in a blur of motion. Still, Johnny's wild swing caught his side, and his golden blood began to flow as he howled in pain. Johnny, sensing blood, swung about. I'm about to cut your fucking head off, he growled. Go ahead, then, Raphael said. standing straight up, clutching his bleeding side.
Your wounds.
Make sure you are doing it for the right reasons. Oh, I know what you did, Johnny. The seed of doubt had already been sown in his mind, so he stayed his hands for now. You made a deal with the other side. You betrayed God and all of mankind. You made a deal with the devil. Actually, I didn't, Raphael replied, keeping a wary eye on Johnny's sword hand. Nothing so grand. Not the devil, but a demon. A crown prince of hell. Actually, you admit it then, Johnny
No
growled.
interest in conflict.
His rage bubbled back to the surface. I do. But you have to ask yourself why I did it. Have you ever stopped to think that? Or are you too consumed with your own petulant rage? Be careful, Raphael. Be very careful how you speak to me right now. Explain this to me and make it quick. Suddenly, the angel's eyes burned with rage. And quick as lightning, he grabbed the blade of Johnny's sword, which shattered into 100 pieces before backhanding him savagely across the face, sending him flying across the room in an explosion of splintered pews and hot wax candles. Instantly, the angel was upon him, grabbing him up by the throat, his legs kicking as he choked and gagged. I should kill you now, Raphael hissed, rubbing his own blood across Johnny's face. But even in heaven,
Johnny
you
boy.
are protected. God himself has put you under his protection.
You know
I've asked for your
boy.
death many times, Johnny. You're arrogant,
This is
petulant,
strength in our
and worst of all, disobedient. But he tells me to be patient with you. He demands that you live.
Move carefully.
So, he said, dumping Johnny unceremoniously onto the hard stone floor.
The truth of life is
Your life is yours. For now. I've never disobeyed my God, Johnny, not in an eternity of lifetime. I shall rip you apart. Consequence
Johnny
beyond God. Now get up and listen to what I have to tell you. For I keep your presence to hold my feet from every evil way. In order to keep thy word, I do not turn aside from thy orders. Johnny finished, and he stood straight, massaging his bruised and battered throat. Very good, Johnny. Now take a seat, the angel said, straightening a nearby pew. Johnny did as he was bid, turned to face the waiting angel, who sighed, knowing he still had much explaining to do. You're losing this war. The whole world belongs to Elvie. Oh yes, we are taking it back one scrap of land at a time. It's a mere drop in a vast ocean.
no interest. The truth
What
of
we
life
need is
is
an ace in the hole on the card. You're playing a game, Johnny. A huge hand of poker for the entire world.
Shit, man.
Perhaps even realms of the bottom. You need power. And I know where to get it. I know someone who claims to know. Cut the crap, Raphael, and get to the point. Very well, Raphael replied. You're going on a quest.
You'll pay for
Quest
this.
far from here, just like Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table.
I've no interest
Quest
in
for
conflict.
what, Diana? The Spear of Destiny. The angel smiled, bathing Johnny in a warm glow. The very spear pierced Christ's side. But first, you're going to Demon Land near the Crown
The
of Fish.
truth of life and death.
That night, Johnny stood outside the castle Sant'Angelo, staring moodily across the night-shrouded river. He walked down the Via della Conciliazione, what was left of it, anyway. The place had once been a thriving, bustling street, a tourist hotbed built between 1936 and 1950. He connected St. Peter's Square to the Castel Sant'Angelo. Now it lay in ruin. Its fine shops and elegant cafes nothing more than burnt-out, empty shells, haunted by the night winds and the souls of the lost. If Johnny closed his eyes, he could almost hear the screams of the
Oh,
dying,
shit.
the choking smell of fire, and the terrible roar of demons as they slaughtered everything in their path, wading through rivers of blood as they charged the last stronghold of humanity, the Vatican itself. Johnny had forgotten many things, certainly even purposely blanked from his mind. Yet he remembered every moment of that day. So he stood in St. Peter's Square, a mere man amongst angels with flaming swords, watching in terror as the hordes of hell scrambled and scuttled towards them, yet holding fast, shallowing his fear, determined to do his duty. The first wave, it hit the narrow entryway to St. Peter's in a mass of whirling claws and chomping teeth, only to be sent reeling back as their vile bodies burst into flames, consumed by holy fire. Screaming, they had turned back, fleeing into their massed ranks, spreading the fire that jumped from demon to demon with terrifying speed. The angels, sensing the turning tide, charged the word of God upon their lips. They cut into the howling ranks, cutting them down with their flaming swords, Johnny amongst them, his silver sword flashing. He was imbued with the power of God, his arm tireless, his joy of the slaughter almost overwhelming as he screamed his hatred, bathing in the loathsome blood of his enemies until they had fled howling back into the darkness from whence they came.
Yeah, shoot.
You were smiling, Johnny, thinking of better days. Johnny gave a small start, quickly opened his eyes, cursing himself for being caught off guard so easily. There was a woman standing before him. She was a small, petite brunette, with short cropped hair and piercing green eyes. She was naked and unashamed, the moonlight turning her facious flesh silver. Terror, Johnny Scott. You vanished just after we escaped the island. You're the envoy I was supposed to meet, he said, trying to keep his voice neutral. I was told we'd meet on the other side of the bridge. I was waiting for you. When you did not cross, I came to collect you. For the hour was getting late, and my master does not like to be kept waiting. Besides, he's most eager to meet you, Johnny. You have quite the reputation in the realm. Mothers tell their children that you'll come for them. They do not get like to speak. Johnny ignored this. Your master's so eager to see me, and why didn't he come himself? The girl scowled. You know my master did not cross the river. How very clever of your priests to bless the water. So he sent you instead. One of their pet humans.
No, not the way.
The girl was offended by this. She gave no sign, but slinked closer, placing a hand on Johnny's chest. Tell me, Johnny, she whispered into his face. Before we go any further, are you carrying any weapons? Or holy objects? Any tiny silver trinkets we should know about? How about bones, Johnny? She said, her hand sinking lower. Do you have the bone of a seal hidden in your hand? Angrily, Johnny shoved her away. Keep your hands to yourself, whore. Agreements have been made by both parties. I carry no weapons or holy objects. So you said, but your words mean nothing to me, Ken. If I let you in the presence of my master, he will kill me in ways you cannot even begin to imagine. You'd be surprised what I can imagine. Johnny smiled. But he had one thing clear. I care nothing about your life, and even less about how and when you die. You're a traitor to humanity, and even worse, to God. To all those others that choose to live amongst the unclean. Now, you'd better lead the way. Like you said, your master doesn't like to be kept waiting, and my patience is wearing thin. For a moment, the girl stood there, her tiny fists clenched by her side. Then her shoulders slumped. Very well, she said, turning away. Follow that way. Let's hope you don't do anything stupid enough to get us both killed.
Oh, shit.
Johnny said nothing, but followed on behind her, trying not to watch the hypnotic swaying of her hips, and wishing he had learned to walk with his eyes closed. They had just stepped off the end of the bridge when the girl suddenly collapsed like a marionette puppet with its strings cut, wrapping her head smartly on the concrete. Johnny rushed over and knelt by her, fumbling for a pulse. wasn't he? Cursing, he began CPR, starting to pressure on her chest. He listened for a heartbeat. Pinching her nose, he brought his mouth down upon hers, forming a seal, and he tried to breathe life back into her body. Just then, her legs wrapped around his body, and her tongue plunged into his mouth as she kissed him deeply. With a cry, Johnny veered back and looked into her face straight
The
from hell.
truth of life
The
and
girl's
death.
eyes had turned a glowing crimson in her tongue, where she had ran it over her bow-shaped lips. His long, full Johnny staggered to his feet, the girl's legs still wrapped around him, and grabbed her hips, meaning to
The
slam
truth
her
of
hard
life
to the
and
ground.
death.
He leapt free, landing some distance away as nimbly as a cat. Now, the thing said,
Go
as
down,
Johnny,
man.
who stood there, head down, breathing hard like a bull ready to charge. Let's not get carried away over one little kiss, it giggled. Besides, you will only be hurting the girl. Tara likes it rough, but I think what you have in mind may be a little too much for even her tastes. We both know I can tear you apart if I wished. I may be clothed in flesh, but I can drive it far beyond the limits of normal human endurance. Wanna see? It said, its eyes glowing dangerously as it approached. Johnny took 2 careful steps backwards onto the bridge, and the creature stopped. The creature hissed. The great Johnny Masters, running away. I pick my battles my own time, Johnny said, back in control now. I take it you're the real envoy I was supposed to meet. Of course. My master protected me human to be such a
Troublesome.
suspicious guest.
The truth of
Tara
life and
agreed to
death.
be my lead suit. I sent her to come get you and didn't cross the bridge. And now her dawdling has cost us much time. I'm afraid she'll have to be punished, it said, burning a hand suggestively over the girl's naked breast. You can watch. My master has learned your ways. I'm sure. Let's go meet this master of yours then.
Unavoidable.
I grew tired of these games.
Lend me your strength.
Just one thing before we go, Johnny said, stepping off the bridge. You know my name. But what's your name?
The
I
truth
don't
of life and death.
Words have powers. I'll tell you nothing. But if you must give me, you can call me Jesus. Fuck you. We'll see
The
who
truth
fucks
of
who.
life and death.
The creature snarled. But if you insist, you can call me by the girl's name, Tara. One name is as good as the next. But for now, best be on our way. The Rim, once known as Via de Coronari, was a long, narrow cobblestone street with high stone buildings, hidden courtyards, and leaning arches. Once a thriving hub for tourists, the place had sunk into deprivation. Long gone were the antique shops with their fine ornaments and plate glass windows. No longer did people sip fine aromatic coffees from awning-covered cafes or walk arm in arm on a balmy summer night. The happy sound of milling people all about them, the rich smell of Italian cuisine, and the sharp tang of wine, assaulting the senses. Now the street was a shadow of its former self. The buildings burned, crumbling. The fine cafes turned into bawdy houses where the dregs of humanity frolicked with the denizens of hell. The streets were lined with flame-eyed prostitutes willing to show you all the pleasures of hell for a sip of your blood, a lick of your sweat, or a taste of your soul.
This is why
Cutthroats lurked in the shadows, for there was no law in the rim. Only the hell on earth it had become. Screams of pain and pleasure cut through the air. All about him was the smell of decaying flesh, fire, sex, and the obnoxious stink of burning fuel from the many generators that powered the flashing lights and ear-shattering music. Yet Johnny felt in little danger wherever Tara was turning her gaze. Eyes immediately turned to the ground and words died on lips. Johnny was just about to ask how much further when Tara came to a halt outside a heavy rusted metal gate that led to what looked like a small courtyard. A large, bald man stood guarding the entrance. His silver eyes did not turn away as Tara's approach glared at her naked flesh brutally. Johnny took in the man's pale skin and bulging mouth. "You're one of the first wave," Johnny said, drawing closer. A vampire. A demon masquerading as one of man's worst fears. In those early days that terrified so deeply. To make way for your master, Lucifer. The big man smiled, revealing the teeth of wolves would be proud of. "And what do you know of us, little man?" He laughed, drawing closer, a strange hunger in his eyes. "I know you're trapped by the form you chose," Johnny said, pulling his ground.
Danny boy.
"You may have all the strength of the creature you've chosen, and now you have all of its weaknesses too. I know," Johnny said, looking the big man up and down. "We're in Italy. Let's order a garlic pizza, you son of a bitch." The big man growled, reaching for Johnny with sharp talon-like hands. But Tara was already there, striking the big man across the cheek, setting him crashing to the ground. Instantly he was on his feet, backing away and rubbing the red thread forming across his face. "Protect humans now? This is my master's property, and he's under his protection until he says otherwise." Johnny wanted to argue that, but decided that now was not the best time. Of course, he could always disagree. Tara continued. "I'm sure you'll be very interested."
Don't pay for this.
The big man turned even paler, if that was at all possible, and mumbled something to himself.
Do you know who I am?
"Well," Tara said, turning with a grin. "Wasn't that fun? Sentinos, always
Oh.
Why do vampires always give themselves such fruity-sounding names? I mean, Santino. Yeah, right. They're nothing but Ponsa. They're a little better than those poor wretches that possesses the flesh to keep themselves from the king." "As you're doing now?"
Oh.
Johnny said. "Only because I want to." Tara frowned. "Not because I have to. Remember that, Johnny.
No.
You're not dealing with second-class
The truths
citizens
of life
now.
and death.
You've reached
revealed
the
in
big
an
time
instant.
now, boy. My master is more powerful than you could ever imagine. Bullshit. No demon of any significance could dwell so close to that. Not even here on
The
the
truth
rim.
of life and death.
Only flesh huggers and their side effects to all this. We shall see. We shall see.
Do you know who I am?
Pushing through the doorway. That's this next. The building they entered had once been a prestigious hotel.
I'm gonna die.
Wide marble floor, a large open foyer, all dark woods, brass, and leather sofas. A large, dusty-looking fireplace glowing against the back wall,
No.
This battle is unavoidable.
and a dusty skull grinning up at them. Together they moved down the corridor past closed doors, their tarnished brass numbers glowing sadly in the flickering lights. Johnny began to hear noises. The noises grew as they came to a set of large double doors with a bronze plaque saying "Starrail or function room" in English. Smiling, Tara threw open the function room doors with a grand sweeping gesture, revealing the chaos within. The room was large, a perfect square with a high raised dais running through the middle. On either side of the dais, hundreds of bodies contorted and entwined, a mass orgy of pain and pleasure. Johnny watched on in horror as a man bit into a woman's throat.
Don't pay for this.
Blood sprayed everywhere. The surrounding participants groaning in pleasure as the blood covered their naked flesh. The air reeked of sex, blood, and
Don't
sweat.
worry about me.
The smell turned Johnny's stomach as they entered the room more fully. Tara, sensing Johnny's discomfort, smiled and caressed thrusting bodies as they passed. At her touch, the squirming bodies moved to one side, and Johnny realized in horror that they were not dealing with a group of lust-crazed individuals, but with one writhing mass of fused flesh and bone. Good God, he groaned.
Do you know who I am?
Tara said, climbing onto the dais. The victims of their own sin. And what sin would that be? Johnny said, following on behind him. Trusting demons? No!
It's meaningless.
A voice exclaimed from the back of the room.
The truth of life and
Their
death.
sin. Johnny. Tara quickly moved to one side, revealing the back of the room. A man sat upon a large chair that can only be described as a throne. He was decked out with a tuxedo,
Why my hair?
black red lamps.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Feeling the waves of power emanating from the creature before him. Johnny had already felt such power once before. He had fled in terror before it, but the sky had rained brimstone and sulfur. Now he stood before it again,
Impossible now.
and marched over his body,
Time to show what they do.
making the bladder feel hot and heavy. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed his fear. He slowly approached. The creature on the throne raised one razor-thin eyebrow and nodded knowingly as Johnny stopped before him. By his side, immediately dropped to her knees, a look of praise and adoration on her face.
Oh no.
I delivered the messenger unto you safe and sound rest.
This is impossible. This
The thing on the
deer,
throne
man.
ignored
Fuck.
the girl and leaned forward, its face
No,
almost
I'm not
touching
truth with
Johnny's
deer.
chest as
I'm
it
not truth with
breathed
deer.
in.
I'm not just a damn deer, man.
You stink of food, it said, its eyes running about his face. And yet, you do not run. That is good. A man can only truly be brave when he is afraid. You, it said, turning to the kneeling girl. Take Tara back to her room
Let
and
me
then
try it
find
again.
yourself another
The
flesh.
deer is so fucked, man. The deer.
Tell the
What's
girl
the
to
deal?
stay there until I call
What's
for
the
her. Yes, Vest, it replied, and quickly moved away.
Only destruction.
Alone at last, eh? Better that way, we have much to discuss. Johnny said nothing, but looked about him at the withering figures below. Them?
I'm not creepy.
The creature laughed. I suppose you are right, they do make quite the noise, don't they? That said, the creature clicked his fingers, and the whole writhing mass was suddenly enveloped in searing flame. They had one instant to let out a scream of anguish, if they are nothing more than smoking ash.
This will strengthen our
Johnny
position.
was silent, his face impassive. If he showed remorse or anger, the demons only taunted him with it. They were creatures of pure evil, the abominations in the eyes of God, and fed upon man's misery and
Of life
disgust.
is
Gave the creature nothing. He'd been ordered here by Raphael to find out what this creature knew of his spear and its whereabouts. He intended to do just that, then hurry back to the safety of the Vatican. He felt helpless, almost naked, without his weapons, and completely at the mercy of the creature before him. Only Raphael's
Do you know
absolute
who I am?
reassurance that he would not be harmed anyway. His own morbid curiosity convinced him to come and
Fighting is meaningless. I've no interest in
back to his
conflict.
throne. I want to know who
The
you are.
truth of life in
Our creature obviously found it resides so close to the Sea of God. The Sea of God. Is that what you call that Boy Scout club of yours? If the Vatican was a seat, God would be shitting on it.
The deer, man.
Tell me how long.
No, I'm not choosing the deer. Alright, I don't care. I don't give a shit. Alright, I don't
Disease
know how to
doesn't
choose
get
the
you.
bitch.
Damn it. You've managed this long. Not sure. But you did not answer my question. What question is that?
That's a fucked up opponent there.
Your name. Tell me your name. You can't exercise me like the rest, John. The flesh you see before you is my own. Even the scars on my neck where my wings were torn from me by my own brothers just before they cast me into the pit. You're waiting, Johnny gasped. Who are you?
I'm not choosing the deer because deer is so
My
fast.
name is Asmodeus, mortal. I was once an angel. Raphael and I were brothers before I was cast down. Now I am one of the 7 crowned princes of hell. Lust, Johnny gasped. It all falling into place. The naked girl, withering mass of naked
This will
biting
strengthen
flesh.
our position.
You're the master of lust. Very good, Johnny. Get a chorus. Go to the front of the clap.
We've entered the storm.
That's how
To
you're.
guard and defend.
That's how you can stay so close to the Vatican. These followers shielding you from with their power. life essence?
The truth of life and death.
But not to worry. Once our business is concluded here, I'll be on my way. I am needed elsewhere and still have much to do. And what is our business? Johnny asked, his head reeling. Have a seat, Johnny, Asmodeus said. Once again, he clicked his fingers and a small wooden chair appeared directly behind Johnny. Johnny took the offered seat and said nothing, waiting for the demon to begin. So tell me, Johnny. Tell me what my brother has told you. Not much, he said with a shrug. Why don't you tell me what you know first, then we can go from here. Asmodeus shook his head sadly. So untrusting. Don't you know we are to be allies in this venture? Sure. You go first, ally. The demon laughed uproariously and clapped his knee. I see why my brother likes you. You have spirit. I have made saints and angels piss their pants. And there you sit asking questions, barking commands. All right, I'll humor you then. My brother's told me he wishes to acquire the Spear of Destiny to strengthen his power and to protect your people. The only thing he does not know is where it is. I, however, do. And so, he sent you to retrieve the information for him. Sent a mortal to travel where he dare not. Why would you give him this information? Why would a demon, a crown prince of hell no less, a sworn enemy of heaven help him? I'm not helping. I'm helping you. Me. Why would you help me?
The truth of life and death.
Just humankind. Humanity. And why would you do that? I have my reasons. Asmodeus waved the question away. My reasons are my own. Agreements have been made and a bargain struck. The spear you seek is in England. Well, what's left of it anyway? Where? Johnny asked, leaning eagerly forward despite himself. Where is the spear that struck the side of Christ? At the name Christ, the demon winced and shifted nervously. Be careful how you use such words of power, Johnny. Such names should not be uttered with such casual ease. But in answer to your question, Cornwall, the spear is in Cornwall, in Navigacet, says. At the name of the village, Johnny's face was pale, and his eyes glazed as images of fire and death flitted through his mind.
The truth of life and death.
I believe you met my brother Mama right at the beginning before the food fun began. You wiped out the entire village just to get your attention. Died
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Again, images rocketed into Johnny's mind. Quayside, the roaring sea, Harry's body,
No interest in
the
conflict.
village, hundreds of piled up at the rotting mountain.
Don't worry about me.
Sat atop a small room. The girl grew into a raging inferno with black wings. Its breath was a sulfur stink and screamed its message. Vile threats after fleeing.
You'll pay for this.
Threats that
Lend
all
me your
came
strength.
true as humanity fell under
We've
John's
entered the
fire.
storm. To guard and defend.
Right there, Johnny asked, pulling himself in the path.
The truth of life and
Why
death.
that It has always been there, Asmodeus replied. It was taken there by two little-known Irish saints, Saint Neva, Saint Izzy, for which the village is named, placed upon a high shelf.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Still less than
No interest in conflict.
millions have walked the night, never knowing the true relic.
The truth of life and death.
Is but a vision. So where's the cave? Johnny asked. answer now. But as no reason, shook his head,
know who I
mocking.
am?
Oh, you'll only get the last part of the puzzle. Navigate. Now, you have enough to get started. Wait, Johnny was just about to question the demon further.
Lend me your strength.
Fighting is meaningless.
Turning his back. Tell my brother all that I've told you. Make the rest of you suffer because he'll give you the answers in the future.
The truth of life is sanctuary. It's but a vision.
He vanished into the shadows. For a moment, only his glowing eyes remained. And then,
Oh, toothpaste.
he was gone.
Category.
The long walk back was uneventful. The sky was starting to lighten now, and most of the denizens of the Rim had withdrawn to their hovels, or whatever nefarious place they called home. A few stragglers remained, but they gave Johnny no trouble. He passed through, not really seeing them, as he walked on, his mind reeling with all he had learned until he walked over the flowing waters of the Tiber and back into the land of God. The next day, Johnny was standing in the doorway of the Pope's study, deep inside the apostolic palace. At first, he had returned to the Sistine Chapel, but Raphael was no longer there. Funny how dismal the place looked now that the angels had
No,
departed.
F50.
Johnny looked up at the faces of the angels looking down upon him. Compared to the real thing, they were the scribblings of a child. It held no fascination for him anymore. Quickly, he hurried on, wondering where to look next. He was just about to question a passing cardinal, all dressed in red, puffed up with his own importance, when a small white feather drifted down from the ceiling and hovered before Johnny's eyes. Johnny reached out to touch it, but the feather drifted away to his right. When he did not follow, it floated back and brushed his face. Instantly, the smell of vanilla and cinnamon filled his nostrils, followed by a flash of Raphael's smiling
your
face in his
courage.
mind. He blinked, and the image was gone. Yet the message was understood. He turned and followed the feather toward the apostolic palace.
I've no interest in conflict.
Now he was here, and so was the angel. Sat behind the Pope's large,
The
ornate
truth of
carved
life and
desk,
death is
looking at him with questioning eyes. Do come in, Johnny. Have a seat, he said, gesturing to a simple wooden chair on the opposite side of the desk. I am eager to hear all you have learned.
There's always a
Johnny
weakness.
hit his
Lend me
head
your
but said
strength.
nothing, his eyes
Fighting is
searching Raphael's face. As for the angel, he leaned back in his chair, a small smile on his lips, and Johnny understood that he had infinite patience. Would happily sit there with that shade-eating grin on his face until hell froze over if that was the way Johnny wanted to play it. All right, Johnny said, losing patience. I want to know what's going on here. Why are we consorting with demons now? And not just any demon, but the Crown Prince of Hell knows. Right here on our own doorstep. I want some answers, Raphael, and I want them now. Told you who he was, did he? And after I gave him strict instructions not to. Well, that's demons for you. Always playing their silly games. Hey, what games are you playing? Johnny asked, leaning closer. I want some answers before this goes any further. First, tell me, Raphael said, standing and starting to pace about the room. What did the demon tell you? He told me that the spear was in Cornwall, in a cave beneath the village of Mavagizm. What cave? Where is its exact location? He wouldn't say. He told me that was enough information to be going on with. We'd learn more when we get to the village. Learn more, Raphael said, stopping his pacing and drawing closer to Johnny. And how are we supposed to do that? I have no idea. That's all that he would say on the matter. Now, I have some questions of my own. I have no time for your bothersome questions, the angel said, seating himself back behind the desk. I have preparations to make for your immediate departure to Ostia Antica, and from there, by sea to Cornwall. Go get some rest, a good meal, gather your equipment. You'll be on the road of sorrow by first light tomorrow morning. Goodbye, Johnny. No! I'm going nowhere until you answer my questions. Immediately, the angel was on his feet, his wings spread, hands slamming on the table, his blue eyes blazing as he leaned above Johnny. Johnny also jumped his feet, leaning aggressively forward until their noses were almost touching. I told you I'm not going to kill you, son of a bitch. You can kill me, banish me, do whatever the hell you please. God gave us something you don't have. Free will. And I'm telling you, unless you tell me what the fuck is going on with you and the godforsaken black-hearted bastard, I'm not stepping 1 foot outside the walls of Vatican. For a moment, the angel seemed to grow bigger, the muscles in his arms bunching, and Johnny was sure his time had come. But then Raphael let out a shuddering sigh and suddenly dropped back down into his chair, rubbing the sides of his head like he was in the grip of some terrible migraine. You vex me, Johnny. You vex me a lot. If your mentor, Father Matthew, was still alive, I would banish you to the rim and send him in your place. And he probably would have done a better job. He's gone. And I... Yes, Raphael said. Unfortunately, you are. So tell me, Johnny said, what's going on between you and this demon, and why are we making deals with devils? Devils indeed. Or, in this case, just one. Lucifer. I'm not talking about Lucifer. I'm talking about Asmodeus. But Raphael held up a restraining hand. If you wanted answers, then you'll close your mouth and listen. For he who has the wisdom to keep silent will inherit the wisdom of ages. Lucifer. Did you ever wonder where he is? When Johnny did not answer, the angel went on. Where he is in all this, in all the battles you fought. Did you ever see him leading the hordes of hell? No, you didn't. Do you know why? You did not see him because he was not there. Everything was going according to plan. The gates of hell had opened. As it is written by Revelations, the hordes of hell invaded the earth. Gabriel blew his trumpet, and the dead rose. All was going according to plan, except the Lord of Hell never showed up. Lucifer himself, missing from the final confrontation. MIA, John. He fucked up the entire prophecy, and so he was left to his lieutenants to take over. 7.
The truth of life and
The
death
7 crowned
revealed in an
princes of hell
instant.
to lead the charge. And Lucifer missed it. The prophecy could not be fulfilled. We fought ourselves to a bloody stalemate, and now we wait here in this purgatory for someone to come. That's what I'm trying to do. I want to end this conflict once and for all. With a spear, I can do it. The princes are impervious to any kind of weapon. Even I cannot destroy them alone.
This battle is unavoidable.
I have the spear
Lend me your
of the
strength.
blood of Christ.
The
Blood
truth
of
of
God
life and
made
death.
flesh. Then I can destroy them once and for all, not just us. You, John, for all of mankind, you will be able to take back your world and rebuild it. Learn from the past mistakes. Make a new Eden for yourselves. But only if you help me. Will you? Will you help me? Okay. John said convinced. But I have 2 questions first. Okay. Ask your questions then. The demon. Why is it helping us? What's in it for him? He sure as shit ain't doing it out of the goodness of his heart. That's right. He's doing it to survive. Johnny was just about to interrupt, but Raphael waved his next question away with an impatient hand before going on. Asmodeus' sphere of influence is lust. If humanity is wiped out, he will wither and die.
The enemy situation
Severely
is
weakened
changed.
by the loss of so many human lives.
Show your courage.
Is in his best
This
interest to see
would strengthen
humanity
our
flourish once again, so he can reign much of his former power. I'm sorry, Johnny interrupted, but I don't understand. Why does he need humanity? Why not feed off his fellow demons, hordes of hell? They sure as shit are a lot more of a lustful bunch.
The
Yes,
truth
they are.
of life and death.
Raphael sighed, seemingly tired now. But it's the wrong kind of lust. Demon lusts after power, blood, pain, not sex. Oh yes, they'll use it to degrade and manipulate. In the end, it's a fallacy. All they truly desire is power and blood.
Do you know who
Only
I am?
humans can give not. It's deeds of life. Without your kind, he's starved.
Lend me your strength.
And that's why he's
Fighting
hungry.
is meaningless.
And you trust him? No, never. But I trust his motivation and keen sense of self-preservation. Besides, we need all the allies we must. The end game is upon us. The wretched stalemate cannot last. Like all good games, there must be a winner and a loser. Is this all this is to you?
You'll
Some
pay
kind
for
of
this.
fucking game? Oh yes.
Lend me your
The
strength.
angel smiled.
Fighting is
Yes, indeed.
meaningless.
It's a high-stakes poker game. And right now, we are
We've
blind.
entered the storm.
The spear, Johnny, the spear. Could be the ace of
Of
hearts.
life and death. The sanctuary is but a vision.
Now your questions have been answered. You should get some rest.
Too late to repent.
After all, tomorrow is another day.
Time to show you what
Johnny spent the rest of the day gathering equipment. First, he went to the armory. He had weapons of his own, of course.
Zoning out.
His own trusty sword, acid-edged and silver-tipped, blessed by Pope himself.
This battle is unavoidable.
He was going into Demon Land.
Lend me
He
your
was going to
strength.
need the extra firepower. By the time he arrived back at the barracks and stowed his gear, the sun was already setting.
The truth
Johnny
of life
sat
and
by his
death.
window and smoked one of his rare cigarettes. The setting sun burned red across St. Peter's Square. The woman wept in despair. The baby cried out in hunger. Johnny masterfully crushed out a cigarette
Something for everybody.
and fell into his bunk. He dreamed of children burning.
Do you know who I am?
Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and I want to tell you thanks so much for watching tonight's video or listening to tonight's episode of the podcast. Before I tell you all good night, I just want to remind you that there is tea available. It hasn't been available for quite a while, but now, my licensing shop, Monocle Tea, has become available once again. If you guys have been missing out on tea, or if you missed out over the holidays, or these crazy months for me
No interest.
and my family, well, trying to get more tea. Head over to Etsy.com/shop/ivory. I can get your hands on tea from my life. It's perfect if you guys happen to be living through this winter storm. It's freezing outside, all the trees are frozen up with ice for me, so tea is wonderful this time of year. And hopefully it's wonderful for you. And as always, I would love to give a big thank you to everyone who's supporting me over on Patreon. You guys are the real MVPs. You guys keep me going, especially, well, things have been nuts for me over the past couple of months. And things have been getting crazier and crazier as time goes on. You guys are the ones who are keeping me safe, and I mean that with all sincerity. You guys have helped me immensely. So, in my personal life and my professional life, I'm going to give a very big thank you to
You'll pay for this.
Alexander Sanchez, Jacob Jennifer, Martina Gonzalez, Mr. B. Blanca Pettis, Travis, Joseph Calarudo, Libby, Dante Kincaid, Sound 303, Kevin Softleys, First Fox Prior, Bastion Beefcake, Joyce Holden, Love You Eminem, M, Kennedy Gamer X, Jesus Cornell, Yargle, Amber Court, Jay Terry, Emo Terry, Samar High, Crusader Tokuba, Adam Marius, Captain Sturdy, STD, Rainy Morris, Nick Collin,
God,
Howard
no.
Insect Time, Angels, Tafu, That Creepy, Red Shadow Cat, Xavier Rosario, 6 Day Rats in a Trench Coat, Turtleman, Farrellini, Lord Life Back, Goring Trimatic, Mr. Mark Blitz, Michael Rinka, Dirt Diver, Oak Rio, Black Rock, Terry, Terry, Pacman, Sitting Your Account, Welcome to
truth of life and death.
Happy birthday, David Wilson, Acid System, Mom, Hugh the Squad, Dr. Ramsey, Nico Hyatt, Peter Rose, to everyone on this list, everyone in the description, and of course anyone who could support even just $1, thank you all so much for making my life significantly easier. And if you guys would like to be able to join any of the names that you see here, or down there, or anything at all, head over to patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. And with that, I wish you all a very, very pleasant night and sweet dreams.
Lend me your
Let's just stop
strength.
I've no interest in conflict.
Good evening, it's me, Mr. Creepy. Before we get started on tonight's story, I'm going to let you know about tonight's sponsor, Freedom's Twilight. Freedom's Twilight is a game that's just launched on Steam. I'm going to be playing the trailer for you right now. Summoned to a strange, dark fantasy world of the mist, you will encounter both natural and supernatural obstacles as you explore, collect, craft, learn, build, and survive the fog that's blanket realm. Fight back the abhorrent creatures of darkness and build yourself a place that you can call home. I've been talking to the developer for this game for a little bit. It looks incredibly fun. What he's told me is there's almost 400 hours between the initial launch.
The truth of life and death.
So if you guys like pretty dark fantasy stories, incredible settings, and some pretty good action to play, then I strongly suggest you check out the game. You can find it in the link in the description
Fighting
down
is
below.
meaningless.
And now, on to tonight's story.
Oh, I think this affected.
My newly engraved nameplate wasn't the only surprise I received that Monday morning. While Casimiro was recovering at home from an incident,
Lend me your
my
strength.
partner would be everyone's favorite hitman turned used car salesman, Victor Bonicelli. Vic was waiting on the sidelines while everyone congratulated me for learning my name, looking like an unusually husky medieval warrior in his chainmail and Kevlar bodysuit.
What's
When the
that?
crowd
The
thinned
truth
out,
of life and death.
he clomped over in his brand new leather boots and gave me a hearty slap on the back. I stumbled forward a bit and let out a soft sound. Vic beamed at me and hollered, "Good on you, Billy boy. Seriously, did a great job in there, kid. Those guys went to the balls to hug a Sasquatch. They're not Billy fucking white bread, eh? I knew I did right by hiring you. Had a feeling you were a good kid. Real stand-up guy." I motioned at his outfit and asked, "You filling in for Kaz?" "Yeah, I got no choice," Vic sighed. "You can't just go down on a temp agency, get yourself a new caretaker, that's for sure. Go suit up, kid. Not the suit you were using for the undead, the other one. That he worked in the aviary with. Don't forget the bird seed."
The bird seed.
I gave him an incredulous look and asked, "Are you being serious?"
Not
Because it would be a nice change of pace if I didn't have to fear for my life today. "Nah, I'm just fucking with you." Vic grinned. "These things don't eat no bird seed. They eat meat. More importantly, they'll eat you if you're not careful. No joke. Now hurry up, put on your chainmail, Billy. We got work to do." The service tunnel was a bit different than what I'd seen in the other two. On the other side of the security door, there was a flight of concrete stairs that descended a good 20 feet below the ground floor of the building. The aviary exhibits were partially underground, so the creatures could have more room to fly around. As we walked down the steep flight of stairs, Vic told me there was only 2 cryptids currently residing in the aviary. He had a thunderbird, that's his words. Just a mid-sized forest dragon, not one of them big bastards from the mountains. Clear. I wasn't very stoked on having Vic as my partner. He was cheerful and personable. He was also a homicidal maniac. In fact, he was best known in certain circles for his expertise in the art of sawing apart corpses for easier disposal. Vic would bury me in the woods if he ever suspected my secret plan
Yeah,
for his zoo.
fuck now.
He'd shoot me dead where I stood and not even blink. With this in mind, Victor Bonicelli was also known to be very good at peering into a person's heart and seeing their true intentions. Salvatore told me, Vic's a fucking bloodhound. And I believed him. When Vic looked you in the eye, you could almost feel his gaze piercing into your brain. All in all, I was pretty fucking nervous to be in close proximity to him day in and day out for the next couple of weeks or so. I smiled and nodded as Vic prattled on about the dragon, and I silently wished Kaz a speedy recovery. "A trait gun won't penetrate those skins," Vic was saying. "So you gotta hit it in the underbelly. You paying attention? I don't like repeating myself." "Yeah, the underbelly," I repeated. And I pantomimed firing a rifle. Thankfully, I hadn't caught much of what he just said, but I heard enough to know the dragon was actually a part worm, and its relatively thin wings weren't very good for flying. "Wish I could get my hands on that thing," Vic grumbled. "I'll tell you, those babies are something else. Can't be done. I don't think it's possible to trap it.
Lend me your strength.
Housing the thing, that's the problem. I need to build a Pyrex dome 4
We
feet
ventured
thick,
the storm.
200 feet high.
To guard and
Crunch
defend.
the numbers.
Crush them.
They're not doable.
Truth of life and death.
So I'm stuck with this bunch of fucking here. We were standing in front of a typical exhibit entrance, repeating the thematic locking bolts and sturdy four-hole window. I peered through the glass and saw a woodland scene reminiscent of Harry's habitat. Quite as dim or densely forested. There was a lizard-like creature laying in a clearing in the center of the room, basking in the morning sunshine. Looked a bit like a crocodile, and a bit like an anaconda. Just a pinch of bat thrown in for good measure. I breathed. Oh, that's really fucking cool. Is it intelligent? Aren't dragons supposed to be, like, wise? Or something? Vic snorted. Nah, forest dragons are pretty dumb. And worms, shit, ain't even dumber. It's a hybrid, so it's a bit smarter than your average worm, but it's a bit stupider. A typical forest dragon. It can sort of understand what you're saying most of the time, but it can't talk back. Can't read or write, nothing like that. It's a temperamental bastard, too. Anyway, like I was saying earlier, after grabbing a cattle prod out of the supply room before you go in, the dragon might start flapping around a bit to intimidate you. Don't pay it no mind. You can't fly with it. Not good enough to lift you up in the air. If it gets too close, give it a zap. Show it who's boss. Vic looked at me patiently for a few seconds, waiting for me to go do something. I looked back at him with growing confusion. Finally, Vic let out an irritated grunt and said, "What, are you on strike or something? We get the fucking cattle prod, dummy. Yeah, that's right, in the supply room over there. Jesus, Mary, Joseph. Am I talking to myself over here?" I protested. You worded it made it sound like nobody had to go in there just then. Jesus, man. You really... Vic held a finger to his lips and pointed at the supply room across the hall with the other hand. I promptly shut up and scurried over to the central cattle prod.
The truth of life and death.
Vic called out, "Grab two! One for each of us!" I came back with a disturbed expression and a cattle prod in each hand. I asked, "Why is there a walk-in freezer full of dead goats in it?" Vic shook his head at me and muttered, "What do you think a dragon eats, genius? Think they eat hamburgers and hot dogs? No, they feed them goats and chicken. Maybe a deer now and then, variety. But we don't feed it any live prey, because that could be... The forest dragons don't got no magic. They, can't breathe fire. They don't hoard any treasure. They can't grant you a wish, none of that shit. They're just overgrown lizards that can fly around a bit. But Donnie catches a hoof in the mouth. That could be a serious injury. It's a safer bet, just chuck him in there already dead." I said, "Okay, sure. I mean, that makes sense."
Huh?
This was a lie. Literally nothing about this
Oh my
made
God.
any sense. Not one bit. I wasn't about to say that to Vic.
There we
I
go.
steeled myself for yet another encounter with the unknown and asked, "So, what do I need to do in here?" "Mostly you just gotta pick up the bones, pile the shit." Vic said
Fighting is
casually.
meaningless.
Biological creatures play the goblin. Eats
The
shit.
truth of life and death.
The Sasquatch berries and shit. The rest of them just crap on the ground. Even reality is being a zookeeper.
Prevention is storm.
Donnie the dragon. I murmured in an amused tone.
This is bullshit.
Why do you keep referring to Donnie as an it? Vic chuckled loosely and said, "Well, I actually thought all forest dragons were boys. As it turns out, I was incorrect. They produce asexual. Once every 100 years or so, they lay and fertilize their own eggs. It's crazy, right? I've been told it's probably an evolutionary trait. Dragons, they can't freaking stand each other. They won't tolerate the other dragons in their territory. They see another dragon. Oh, you might be in a fight for death. I think it was pretty hardcore. I agreed. Okay, so I go in, I pick up the bones. Does it need a frozen goat today, or...? Nah, Esmeralda dumped one in there a few days ago. Donnie usually lets the goat get a bit right before it chows down. DHA proteins makes it easier to chew. That's...
Fighting is meaningless. The truth of life and death.
I stared blankly at the keypad at the front door. I was too distracted by my unease with Vic's presence to remember the code. He squeezed my shoulder and asked, "Didn't you see the memo? Change to 5395.
Lend me your strength.
Try to tighten up security measures and all that. Hey,
To guard
we
and
keep the
defend.
shovels, garbage bags right near the door. You're scooping, Billy boy. Don't worry. Watching out here like a hawk.
The truth of life and
Vic's got
death.
your back.
Reveal the sanctuary. But the vision.
When I entered the house, it smelled like a combination of cool, dank forest and big, stinky lizard. Johnny the dragon appeared to be
The truth of life and death.
Now that I was on the other side of the door, Johnny
Are you kidding me?
he was curled up, nose to
Targeted.
tail. A lump of reptilian muscle the size of a buffalo. It's covered by an interlocking. One of them ending in gravity. Donnie's tail was 10 feet long, with a telephone pole at its base, tapering down to 4 or 5 inches, with rib shattering devastation.
Lend me your strength.
Ended in a spiky protrusion.
No interest in
Clearly designed to pulverize bone and crack open the skull. I give the industrial strength cattle prod in my hand a skeptical look. Slipped it onto my utility belt. The dragon gave me a sleepy drive. It seemed completely unconcerned with my presence. I started tiptoeing around with my garbage bag and shovel, quietly playing treasure.
Lend me your strength.
The dragon.
The truth of life is deception. It's but a vision.
The habitat, and they stayed to hide them. Struggling not to gag. After about 20 minutes, I was finished scouring the habitat. I had collected 3 garbage bags with dragon refuse, and I was more than ready to leave. The dragon had quietly napped in the sunlight for the duration of my visit, basking in the story that uncared world. It seemed my very first encounter with the dragon was going pretty well.
Oh no.
I was pretty surprised.
The last 2 places here.
This is why.
As I was dragging the putrid garbage
Yeah,
bags
I
over
know
to the exit, Vic turned on the intercom and said, "Hey kid,
I lost 2 times
get your cattle
already.
prod ready. Donnie's giving you a look." I looked over and sure enough, the dragon was now awake. It was giving me a cold, considerable stare. It heaved itself up onto its feet, let out an enormous, jaw-cracking yawn, then started ambling towards me with its tail swishing back and forth.
I
in
get
the
these
air.
too.
I dropped the bags and scrambled for the cattle prod on my belt. I held it up and called out, "Take it easy, Donnie. I'm already on my way out." The dragon frowned at the
No,
cattle
I'm using
prod
the main shit. Not a good shit.
and said, "I'm not going to eat you. Stop embarrassing yourself." I did a double take and called out, "Hey, Vic, did you hear that?" "Hear what?" His voice crackled over the speaker. "Come on, quit fucking around and get out of there." He can't hear me. Please don't make a scene. I sputtered. How come Vic doesn't know about this? Donnie settled back on his haunches and let out another yawn. He doesn't know, because I never told him.
1 shot. Boost.
We don't have much time, so be quiet. Listen. I know what you're planning.
Will of preservation. Speed, not haste.
Release me from this prison. I'll hope you bring it all down.
Lance ablaze.
I stared at the dragon and shocked. I let out a shaky breath and whispered, "I've never even seen it before." "Oh, I know all kinds of things," Donnie assured me. "Be careful to keep your plans a secret. Victor isn't a clever man.
Speed, not haste.
You can look into a man's heart and see his true intent.
The wind is rising.
Live
Bolt from above.
You know nothing of the weight. Survive.
Vic turned
or
on the
be
intercom
destroyed.
and hollered,
There is no other choice.
"What's going on in there, kid? Got a conversation in there? Trust me, those ugly fuck don't understand a single word you're saying. All they can do is eat and shit. Come on, let's go."
Will of preservation.
I exited the habitat wearing my best focus.
Time for some
Dick
harsh
threw up his hands in exasperation and said, "Don't get it riled up. You might regret it. Overgrown gecko has a bite like a hydraulic press. You know, I seen it eat. There's a big crunch. Half a goat's lying there on the ground. Chews it up, bones and all. Fucking horrifying to watch." Sorry, I apologize. And I avoided looking him in the eye. I was trying to make friends with him. You know, saying stuff like, "Oh, you're such a good dragon," that kind of thing. "Yeah, don't waste your breath, big friend. Not a dog, it's a big fucking lizard. They don't care about you, right? Come on, go check on that Thunderbird." I asked him, "Isn't a Thunderbird supposed to be like a demigod or something like that?" "Nah, that's a bunch of horse shit. They're just birds. I mean, they're really big friggin' birds, and they can kill you, but they're just birds. I swear, people always saying to me, Thunderbird's a god or something, right? And I'm like, if it's a god, why the hell is it locked up in my zoo? I swear. So much misinformation going on around here, Billy. I can only shake my head, you know what I mean? People believe anything.
Yeah, it's one shot.
I burst out into a long, shaky fit of giggles. He frowned at me and said, "So funny. What did I say?" I shook my head and blurted, "Let's go, Vic. I want to see this big freaking bird." "Bird's a word." Again, we both started to laugh. Vic was laughing because he was a dark and jovial kind of guy. I was laughing to prevent myself from screaming. All I wanted to do was jump in a car and get onto the highway and speed off into the sunset. I told him, I kind of wasn't holding up so great anymore. The pressure of all the constant weirdness was starting to take its toll. The thrill of this completely insane and top-secret life was wearing thin. I wanted to get off this wild ride and return to my normal, boring little existence. There's no feasible way to go back. I'm doomed to see this situation play out until the end. I went to bed exhausted.
What the fuck?
At some point during the small hours of the morning, something opened my eyes. I let out a startled squawk of terror. There was a circle of 8 sprites faintly glowing in the impenetrable darkness above my head. They were hovering in the air and studying me with blank expressions on their tiny faces. I tried my damnedest to jump up and run for my life, but I was stuck. The weight of their collective will had me pinned to the bed. I was helpless. Finally, one of them turned to the others and said, "I disagree. It's not intelligent." And one shook his head and warbled, "Nay, poor thing's not stupid. It's only ignorant. I believe it thinks and feels as we do." There was a burst of high-pitched and virtually incomprehensible dialogue between the 8 sprites, which ended with the first sprite yelling, "Silence! I am the king. I have the final word in all deeds and matters. You, speak on thine own behalf, and be judged accordingly. Art thou pure of heart?"
Spirit never dies.
I sputtered out.
Let's begin.
Yes. Here I am.
That'll take more than medicine.
Sprites all whirled together like 8 spinning tops, all of them making high-pitched, unearthly trilling sounds as they did so. When they finished with the twirling and the trilling, the king of the sprites floated down until he was hovering just a few inches away from my face. He jabbed the tip of my nose with a tiny finger and growled, "I have revealed myself this eve with the gravest of doubts in my heart. I do not believe you're worthy of my assistance. Dost thou plead thy never-ending fealty to I, Mercus
Enemy
Honeydew,
ahead.
king of the sprites,
No harm.
thine guilty or thine head? Which wouldst thou pledge unto me?" Fealty? I said, "That's my fealty."
Breathe the
Please, tiny
wind.
lips twitched.
You know nothing of the
drifted
way to
closer.
survive or be
Follow
destroyed.
the thread.
There is no other choice.
Can you see? You must be where the one who walks. Delight.
Lance at the ready.
Thine heart. As they all
Stay
engage in another manic whirl.
The wind is rough. From the bow.
What thread? I can't see it. God, I'm so lost over here, it's not even funny. The king floated up to the others and threw his head up in frustration.
Hey, this.
Do you still believe it is intelligent? We have shown it the way, yet it still cannot see. Why should I care about the fate of this creature? It is no difference to me than a dung heap or a pine tree. The other sprites buzzed their wings and trilled amongst themselves for a few moments. They all nodded in agreement, and one of them drifted closer to King Mercus. It performed a humble bowing gesture and then said, "Intelligence cannot be quantified by only one set of measures, my lord. It may be a simple creature, but it is clearly capable of reason, and it is pure." "And what of it?" the king demanded. "Self-awareness means
Victory means preparation.
This lowly lump is hardly more than dirt and clay. Why should we interfere with its fate?
Breathe the wind.
The others right answered quietly. Without our assistance,
You know nothing of the
would surely
survive
fail.
or be destroyed.
I croaked.
There is no other choice.
How does everyone know that?
Lance
I was
ablaze.
violently shocked by all of my tiny King Marcus sighed. "Oh well." He floated down to stand on my chest. He pulled out a sword that must have been all of 2 inches long, and he lightly tapped me on either side of my nose. Marcus cleared his throat and called out, "Hear ye, hear ye. In return for thine fealty to
Leave
the
it to
king
me.
of the sprite, and thou shalt be granted our assistance. Go forth into the world and walk without fear, puny mortal. For thou art shielded from all manner of evil in the order of I, Marcus Honeydew, the sprite. Marcus sheathed his sword with a flourish. It favored me with a benevolent smile. His hand was planted on his hip in stately fashion. I stared back at him awkwardly for 2 seconds, then I remembered.
Do nothing of the way survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Live the blaze!
With you guys. Marcus clapped his hands to his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, right, of course." My apologies.
Let's begin.
The king floated back up to join his subjects in the air above my head. He called down to me, "Rest easy, mortal. Be you a fool or a wise man, you have my protection." The sprites twirled together as one and shot upward in a blur of movement. They passed through the ceiling like it wasn't even there. And then, they were gone. I was left feeling like a boneless puddle by the magical force the sprites had still. I urgently needed to take a piss, but getting out of bed was a tall order for someone with no bones. It took me several tries before I could sit up and heave my legs over the side. I held myself up with a towel rod, did my business, and then I lurched back to bed. I wondered if Len was out there on the street watching me, listening from behind the wheel of his car and deciding it didn't matter anymore. I was under the protection of His Majesty, Marcus Honeydew, king of the flying Barbie dolls. I had a cigarette in the dark, watching the smoke drift towards the open window in the moonlight. My nerves were screaming, and my body was exhausted. I dropped the butt into an empty Coke can, curled up into a defensive ball, and fell head first into the abyss. I woke up once again with the feeling that I wasn't alone. I opened my eyes to a disorienting wash of morning sunlight. There was a large figure standing in front of the window. I squinted against the light, still half asleep, and I saw it was Vic. He rumbled. "That was good to you, kid. Is this how you repay me?" I fell out of bed in a tangle of blankets. My mind was a thunderstorm of terror and panic. I held out my hands in supplication and gasped, "I didn't do anything, boss. I swear I didn't do anything." Vic stared at me with a grim expression, slowly shaking his head. Then his lips curled into a grin. He snorted out a strangled laugh and yelled, "Come here, you're killing me over here. It's a joke, Billy. Don't shit yourself." You should have seen your face, though. Are you sure you didn't? You got something to hide? I don't know. That look was pretty convincing. I moaned, "Stop. Oh, stop it. Okay, just stop. I can't believe you. It's fucked up, Vic. That's just wrong. It was wrong. It was the wrong thing to do." Vic flapped a hand at me and said, "Come on, don't be a little girl. You ain't dead, silly. You ain't got nothing to complain about."
Not haste.
He rumbled out the door and called over his shoulder. "Take a leak, have a shower. All that morning stuff. Make it snappy. I'll be waiting for you in front of the car. I'm gonna take you out for a nice breakfast, kiddo. You need to put some meat on those bones."
Leave it to me.
Watching his eyes like
The
saucers.
wind is rising.
From the boat!
You know nothing of the way survive or be destroyed. There is
There
no
was a
other
horrible
choice.
second or two where I was sure I was a dead man. I was so completely sure. So a gun in his hand that wasn't actually there.
Nice teamwork.
Stop shaking. Now he wanted to take me somewhere for breakfast. The guy. I found Vic out front, sitting in He was smoking a cigar and listening to a news report and ears slit volume.
No.
I jumped into the passenger side and shouted, "This is a great ride, Vic. Could you turn that down a bit, please?" "Oh, sorry, kid. Yeah, you ready to start off the day, right? Breakfast's the most important meal. Doctors and whatnot, yeah, always say that." Vic wheeled away from the curb with very little regard for oncoming motorists, and he gunned it down the street. I clutched the armrest as he weaved like a madman through the traffic. He dialed in an oldie station and cranked it up to 11, alternately cursing on the drivers and warbling off key along the raging bell. "Good music," Vic bellowed as he turned it up and louder. "Young kids, you don't got no good music these days. Sometimes I turn on that MTV, and I'm like,
Will of
the
preservation.
hell is this shit? I'll tell you, things are a lot better when guys like me were running the music industry." Yeah, those were the good old days, I yelled back. So where are we going? You're not taking me somewhere fancy, right? Vic hollered. Yeah, it's the fanciest joint in town. We're going to fucking McDonald's, kid. Do you think Victor Bonicelli eats grapes and caviar for breakfast? Hell no. I like to get 2 kind of those egg hamburgers and a hash brown. Sometimes I get the hot cakes and sausage. I mix it up. I told you already. I ain't no fancy pants over here. Only expensive thing I truly enjoy are whiskeys, cigars, and high-class broads. Never cheap out on one of those things. I pulled into the lineup at Mickey D's. My stomach immediately started to growl. I'm not usually hungry first thing in the morning, but I don't have fast food vapors. I don't have fast food vapors wafting in my nostrils. I'm not usually hungry first thing in the morning, but I don't have fast food vapors wafting in my nostrils either. True to his word, Vic got himself 2 of those egg hamburgers and a hash brown. I followed his lead and we both got a large coffee. Vic parked the Mercedes across 3 parking spots, and we dug into our breakfast with Eddie Kuchar and sang about teen angst and summertime blues. I turned to Vic and said, you know, this is a great idea. Thanks for breakfast, boss. Vic beamed at me with crumbs and flecks of eggs on his lips. Hey, don't mention it, kid. We gotta fatten you up a little, you know, you're skin and bones over there. Maybe I'll take you over to the deli later this week. You can get a pastrami on rye, eat some of the... Hey-o. Who's this I see? Is that, Vic was staring at a heavy-set middle-aged man in a pair of blue coveralls. He was approaching a white cargo van with a drink in one hand and his keys in the other. Vic narrowed his eyes, and his smile collapsed into a snarl. He popped open his door and said, wait here, kid. Give me a minute. He hustled over to intercept the other man as he was unlocking his van. The man looked over his shoulder as Vic approached, and his broad, ruddy face went pale as milk. Vic snarled. You have a good breakfast, cocksucker? He closed the last few steps between them at a dead run. The target of Vic's wrath dropped his drink and raised his hands over his face. He had time to shriek, Victor, no! Then Victor blasted a punch through his flailing arms, hitting him in the mouth with brutal force. The guy bounced off the door of the van and fell to the ground. Vic proceeded to relentlessly kick him as he curled up into the fetal position, grunting in pain as Vic's Adidas running shoes thudded into his legs and titties. Vic panted. The
Never
money!
let your guard
that
down
fuck.
in front of your enemy.
And he stomped on the helpless man's ankles, making him screech. He tried to worm his way under the van, but Vic grabbed his legs and dragged him back. Vic seized the man by the hair and forced him to look at him. He balled his free hand into a fist and proceeded to emphasize his words with a series of shots to the face. Where's the money? Deadbeat prick, huh? Mario Del Bali says he ain't seen you, sir. It's 3 weeks. Mario
You
gets
know nothing
money.
of the what
I'll get my
survive or
money.
be destroyed. There is no
You
other
wanna fucking
choice.
stand me? Degenerate asshole. Vic's last punch spoke the guy's nose. Releasing a heavy gush of blood over his swollen lips.
Feeling a little dizzy?
Vic let go of his hair and growled, no more fucking around. Hold it, Mario. We'll work something out.
Leave it to me.
Come look at this. The victim collapsed.
Ready?
At least a dozen people were staring at him.
To the clock!
No one did.
The wind is rising. From the boat!
My only
You
coherent
know
thought
nothing
is
of the
Vic
weight,
climbed
be it
behind the
survive
wheels.
or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Yes. Taking care of some business.
Not so fast.
As he wiped his
Who will it be?
knuckles with McDonald's.
Just a little
He was
something.
breathing hard, still winded from kicking him with a human
Nice
being into
teamwork.
multiple ruptures. Vic gazed with a muddy look in his eyes like he had just awoken from a dream.
Nice teamwork.
Let's get going, Billy. We don't want to be late, do we? I muttered, yeah, let's go. And dropped the remains of my
Lance
second
at the
egg
ready.
muffin in the bag. I don't want to. I took a quick peek at the victim as we were driving away. Several people were drifting over to help him. He shook his head and motioned for them to go away. He tried to stand up, but his foot was dangling uselessly from his broken ankle.
Lance ablaze!
Poor bastard. By the time we got to the zoo,
Watch
the darkness
yourself.
in Vic's eyes had vanished like a passing
You know
thunderstorm.
nothing of the weight, be
He
it
was all
survive
smiles,
or be
singing along with the
destroyed.
radio and making
There is
random
no other
observations
choice.
about the state of the world. The incident was a somber reminder that despite his outwardly cheerful demeanor, Vic was a
Spirit never
very
dies.
bad man. well always keep that fact in mind.
Take a guess.
It might mean the difference between life and death.
Time for a shot. Now time.
I'm on guard.
Zoning out. I can help. I'm okay.
Lance the blaze.
The rest of the week passed without incident. Johnny the dragon kept silent, stuck to
Just
his
a
dumb
little
lizard act.
something.
He wake up continuing sprites
teamwork.
and murderous
Get
gangsters.
the fuck out.
Which was definitely appreciated.
Nice teamwork.
The only difficulty for the rest of the week was trying to convince the Thunderbird to not aggressively
Stay the
when
course.
I was cleaning
To the
house.
pile.
His name was Ross.
The wind is
He was
rising.
a giant, welcoming asshole of a bird. Ross looked like
You
a
know
cross
nothing of the weight behind. Survive or be
He stood
destroyed.
8 feet high,
There is no other
possessed a set
choice.
of talons that could disavour a cow with one swipe. Fortunately, Ross didn't possess any magic abilities, but was particularly intelligent. The uniform kept him safe in his claws. Cattle prod was a good reminder to keep his distance. It quickly became evident that there would be no bonding with this foul-tempered animal. At least he wasn't rocking my entire worldview with his explosive secrets. It was nice to deal with a creature with no hidden abilities or agendas. The damn thing kept trying to sneak up and bite me on the ass. When noon rolled around on Friday, Vic suggested we go visit a deli. Specifically, the deli he was talking about on Tuesday morning, right before what he referred to as the incident. Vic said, "Come on, let's get a sandwich." He was shaking out there, Billy. "You can meet some of the guys. I told them about you. They all want to meet you." I raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who are you talking about when you say the guys, Vic?" Vic rolled his eyes and said, "You know, the guys." He pushed his lumpy nose over to one side for emphasis, then added, "They're mostly friends and associates, you know what I mean? Not exactly your average model citizens, mind you. They're all good fellas. They're like family to me. Catch my drift?" "Yeah, I guess," I answered in a listless tone. The very last thing I wanted was to meet more gangsters. I'd rather have a sleepover with the goblin, and I'm not even exaggerating. The monster in the habitat scared me, but gangsters like Vic?
Never let your
How
guard
much
down in front of your
worse.
enemy.
The hell?
The deli was close to the Little Italy
Will
business,
of preservation.
which wasn't terribly surprising.
Speak, not
A couple
haste.
of tough-looking guys were sitting at a table on the sidewalk patio. One of them was eating a big, sloppy-looking sandwich. The other was gloomily smoking
You
a
know
cigarette.
nothing of the weight. Survive or be destroyed.
Smoker
There
asked,
is no other choice.
"Hey, look who it is.
Free the
Bone
wind.
Style Vic, live in the
Leave it to
flesh.
me.
How you doing, Victor? You look good." Vic beat down on him and exclaimed, "I'm feeling good too, you know what it is? Stopped eating red meat on Wednesdays and
Lance at the
Sundays.
ready.
Only chicken and fish on those days. No exception. Haven't felt this good in years." The smoker buttered his cigarette on a plate and croaked,
Yeah.
"That's good, I have to remember that. Hey, thanks for taking care of that thing for me the other day. I appreciate it. Situation got resolved yesterday." "No problem, Mario. My pleasure." The other man put down his sandwich and asked, "Who's your long-haired
The weight
sidekick
behind
over
it.
here?
Survive or be
Looks like he's
destroyed.
about to play
There
me
is
the
no other
guitar solo
choice.
this day."
I'm on
Three
guard.
of them had a hearty laugh at my expense. Vic slapped me on the back and said, "Mario, Tony, this is Billy.
Never
Billy
dies.
is Mario, Dembali, that's Tony, and Renato. Billy is the
Lance
one
the
I've been
blaze.
telling you about.
Lance
He works for me."
Forward.
Tony waved a hand in the air and said, "Wait a minute, are you talking about that dealership or the other thing?" No, not the dealership." Vic snorted. "You're too good for that shit. Oh, Billy's my up-and-coming star over at the other
Timely
place.
treatment.
Even the Russian put in a good word for him. That grumpy old
is
fuck don't do a
rising.
word. Say to nobody." Mario said, "Well,
Let's
pleasure
begin.
to meet you, Billy. Probably already know this, but your boss over here's a huge prick." They all laughed again, and I joined in with a cautious smile. Dick ushered me through the glass door and into a dining area that was packed full of gangsters. Associates. 15 pairs of eyes swiveled in unison and locked onto my face, all of them gleaming with hostility and suspicion. Vic boomed, "Good afternoon, fellas. What's shaking?" Someone called out, "I hear your Gumar's been shaking. Your can's down at the titty bar." And there was a raucous wave of laughter. Vic grinned and threw his hands in the air. "I can't bring nobody decent around to meet you degenerates, can I?" Vic chuckled. "Hey, this is Billy Whitebread. It's hard for me down at the thing. He needs a goddamn sandwich.
Feet, not
Yankee, get this young fella pastrami on rye, would you? The sour-faced old man behind the counter gave me a crisp nod and sprang into action.
You
I
know
looked
nothing
around
of
and
the
saw
weight
Len
behind
sitting in a booth in the
survive
back
or
of the
be
room,
destroyed.
spinning the
There
top
is no other choice.
beside him, talking a mile a minute as he methodically devoured an enormous bagel. Len caught my eye and gave me a nod. He pointed at the empty bench seat across the
You
table
know
and called
nothing of
out,
the weight behind
"Over here,
survive
kid.
or be destroyed.
Bring the old man
There is
with
no
you, I
other
guess."
choice.
Dick nudged my arm and handed me a plate that was heaped with a huge sandwich, pickles, a large pile of potato chips. I ain't an old man just yet, you big bald bastard. I leaned over and said in a low voice, "See, we're all family. It's what it's all about. There's a big family having a few laughs, watching out for each other." Vic escorted me over to Len's booth. I sat down and Vic slid his bulk into the bench beside me, prodding me against the wall with his sheer girth. As big as he was, Len dwarfed him from across the booth. Vinny the Pomp looked like a curiously weathered child beside him. Len rumbled, "Congrats, Billy. You earned your name, kid. I'm proud of you. How you doing today, boss man?" "Good, good," Vic crooned contently. "Always good over here. Vinny's Billy Whitebread. Billy. This is Vincenzo Pompensino. Vinny the Pomp's best goddamn lawyer in the whole state, hands down." Vinny gave him a shocked look and exclaimed, "What, only the state? I'm the best lawyer in the whole goddamn country, Victor, and I stand by that claim." Vinny looked over at me with a perfectly neutral expression of unfamiliarity and said, "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Billy Whitebread. The pastrami sandwich in this place is better than a blowjob, I swear to God. Good choice, sir." I muttered, "Pleased to meet you," and tried my best to appear casual. Vic gripped me by the shoulder and smiled at me fondly. "He's a good kid," he said with pride. "I really choose him. So, what are you two fine gentlemen discussing just now? Looked important? Me and the Pomp were just going over a few things, about
We
the
need a
things
strategy.
we discussed a while ago."
Stay.
Vic nodded and said, "Oh yeah, that
Feet,
thing.
not
Making any headway over there?" Vinny shrugged and said, "I think so. But the thing is,
You know nothing of the weight behind survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Yeah. Keep me posted." Vic lowered his voice and asked,
break the
"Hey,
wind.
You guys heard yet? The fuzz are buzzing around, harassing. Nobody knows what happened to the plan. Make sure you guys are aware of the DA's office. Supposed to
Lance
make
at the
next
ready.
move. Water is stuck on
Lance the
toilet
blaze.
paper is sight. Let's do that. And we all burst into laughter. Glenn gave me an
Spirit
almost
never dies.
imperceptible
Gale
look. And I switched my finger
The
on
wind
table
is
to sign
rising.
acknowledgement.
From the boat. Lance the
I could say
blaze.
that way if I wanted to. We spent the rest of our extended lunchtime shooting a ship and having a laugh. I was introduced to a number of hardened criminals who came over to pay their respects to Victor. Men with names like Jimmy Hardball and Ronaldo the Noose.
I'm on guard.
Around 2 o'clock, we said our goodbyes and went our separate ways. Vic drove us back to the zoo with a smile on his face.
Let's begin.
He clearly loved his gang of outlaws in his own selfish, narcissistic way. They were a family under control. Close friends who had no choice but to be with. Also, twisted at the same time. He dropped me off in the car and said, "Now why don't you go home for the day? Ain't much left to do. Truth be told, we need a few more displays in the aviary ring. I gotta get on the field crew,
Lance
get
at the
out
ready.
there, find me someone
Stay
waiting."
the course. To the cloud.
Are they the ones who captured the exhibit? I'm calling it cash. Especially not around again.
Just a little something. It's nothing.
Sure. Sounds a lot nice. Yeah, that's what they do. You think the caretakers are a bunch of hard asses?
Time fresh.
They're a different breed.
Time neutral. You know nothing of the weight behind this. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
So far, full belly, right mind. I decided to take an afternoon nap and flicked on the TV in the background.
You know nothing of the weight.
So I started to
Survive
drift
or
off
be
and started
destroyed.
awake.
There is no other choice.
Someone found a body in the trunk of an abandoned car. The victim was identified as Bobby the bricklayer and
You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
They briefly showed the dead man's picture on the screen, an old mugshot.
Stand down.
I felt my heart freeze. I recognized his face immediately.
Gale force.
It was the guy Vic had pummeled in the McDonald's parking lot. In my head, I heard Vic saying, "You're all family."
Let's begin.
I wondered about the nature of the social family. So casual.
Naughty child.
I got up and I paced around the apartment
Stay the
for a
course.
while. I was restless. I felt too paranoid to go out for a walk. Anyone could follow me around, watch me without being detected. They would scoop me up and spirit me away, and nobody would ever know what happened. There was a knock on the door and I answered it in my kitchen. I came back. To my surprise, my unexpected visitor was Glenn. Can I come in?
Leave it to me. You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Asking to come in instead of just pie-facing me and forcing your way in.
Let's begin.
Glenn grimaced and then gently pushed me aside. He said, "No need for the sarcasm, kid. I'm trying to be polite. I'm very good at it. Just get the fuck out of the way and let me talk." Len settled himself down on my couch and looked around briefly. He said, "That's much better.
Spirit never
Keep
dies.
it tidy, keep it clean. Makes life a lot easier, don't it?" Reluctantly, I nodded my head and agreed. Glenn folded his arms in his lap and took a deep breath and said,
The wind is rising.
"Lights out.
From the boat.
They don't want you knocked around the street forever. They want you out there, dirty little city." He sat down across from Len and said, "What? You mean you want me out there doing gangster stuff? I'm no tough guy, man. It's obvious. There are plenty of tough guys over there. You
Just
need
a
someone
little
with
something.
brains.
Leave it to me.
Here's the problem. I got a feeling you're up to something. When I get a feeling like this, I'm usually right. I felt the blood drain from my face and I was vigorously denying anything. Glenn held up his hand and snapped, "Just pretend you said it. Listen, I'm getting this feeling
Nothing of the
about
weight
you.
behind
Long
this.
as you're
Survive
vigorous,
or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
no one lasts forever. You start sending out feelers and you eventually find out
Spirit
about
never
the
dies.
thing.
Gale force.
Me, I'll be okay. Nobody's gonna tell you what to go ahead.
I'm on guard.
Vic likes to matters.
Time for a shot.
Nice teamwork.
I'll leave the rest.
Just in time.
I'm
Just a
painfully
little
aware of that.
something. Think nothing.
Nice teamwork.
Smart ass. I'm trying to tell you, point I know you're hooking up some harebrained stuff. I don't know what it is yet, but I'm
That's
aware
fair.
of it. Yeah, I understand something. Vic, it's your name on a piece of paper. I'm
Lance
the
at the
one
ready.
who's gonna tell you on you as my personal assignment.
Lance ablaze.
It's I gotta keep you out of trouble, but also
Forward.
I gotta take care of you.
Not a scratch.
Naughty
I
child.
get the call.
Nice teamwork. Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
Blood of another innocent person. We stared at each other in silence. When I opened my mouth to speak, Glenn shushed me instead of flee. Don't say anything more about it, kid. Just forget whatever dumb shit scheme you got cooking upstairs. Ask for a raise or something. Take some of that money you've earned. Have a wild night at a strip club. Ditch that shitty car. Get yourself some respectable wheels. You earned it. Len paused at the door and looked back with a grave expression on his broad, scarred-up face. He added, "You gotta understand, kid. I'll kill you. I have no other choice." He walked out of my apartment without another word. I slowly closed the door behind him and put the kitchen knife back in the utensil drawer. It was all shit. I needed to buy it by this time. Hell, why bother? I could just contact the guys who offered me a job selling steak knives, buy an entire set, complete with a chopping block, and lifetime guarantee. I had $4,000 sitting in my bank account, and another $2,000 in a box under my bed. By my standards, I was rich as hell. Newfound wealth came with a heavy cost of its own, didn't it? I was stuck between my own mortality, my fear of being murdered, and my desire to never be poor again for the rest of my life. Somewhere outside of this three-pointed dilemma, there was yet another factor. I genuinely liked most of the entities who populated this crazy, confusing new world I lived in. I liked the prisoners, but I also liked the people who ran the prison. More than that, I'd found a place where I belong, and that's almost as important as having enough money. Not quite, but definitely up there. Taking everything into consideration, I really did choose a terrible time to quit smoking pot. Cigarettes were just not cutting it. If I didn't find some kind of outlet for bad feelings soon, I was gonna lose my shit and implode in a spectacular fashion. I wouldn't help anyone, would it? I decided it was time to find myself a hobby. Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and I want to tell you thanks so much for watching tonight's video or listening to tonight's episode of the podcast. If you happen to be listening to this as a podcast, or as a YouTube, or however else you managed to have found this story for tonight. And as always, I would like to give a big thank you to everyone who's supporting me over on Patreon. You guys are the real MVPs. You guys keep things going, especially while things have been nuts for me over the past couple of months, and things have been getting crazier and crazier as time goes on. You guys are the ones who are keeping me safe, and I mean that with all sincerity, that you guys have helped me immensely. So, in my personal life and my professional life, I want to give a very big thank you to Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Jeff Brennan, Potato, Gonzalez, Mr. B. Foster, Pettis, Travis, Joseph Calarudo, Would It Be, Don Sagan Taylor, That's How, Nino 3, Mephistopheles, First Fox Prior, Bastion Beefcake, Dr. Days Holden, Love You Eminem, Insanity Gamer X, Steve Pereira, Gabby, and of course, Jake, Super Joe, Sama High, Mr. Chocolate, Adam Arias, Captain Scurvy, Estebine, Braden Morris, Nate Cull, Our Name Time, Angels, Red Shadow Time, Xavier Giant, 6-Day Raptor Toaster, Turtleman, Carolina, Lord Life's Best, Goring from Magazine, Mr. Marcus Blitz, Michael Limchuk, Dirt Diver, Oakley Up, Matt Fox, Voice of Sam, Kelly Jeff, Michael Mel, Delete Your Account, Delta Lake, Holly Sue, Okay, Sashi Sasaki, Stricken, Kenny Kruger, Happy Birthday, Jason Wilson, Mr. Trout, Caspian, 80's Nephew, Peter Acid System, Long, Hugh the Squad, Dustin Lampshade, Nico Kaya, The Ginger Bros, and Storm Pro, Daniel Paulson, and Corey Chin. To everyone on the list, everyone in the description, and of course, anyone who could support even just $1, thank you all so much for making my life significantly easier with this. And if you guys would like to be able to join any of the names that you see here or down there or anything at all, head over to patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. And with that, I wish you all a very, very pleasant night and sweet dreams. Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and before we get started on tonight's story, I'm going to let you know about 2 books that are currently available by tonight's author, Jesse Pollins. Undulating Flesh, a flash fiction amalgamation, has been available for free for the past couple of days, leading up to today, which is the release of the second book, Aggravated Flesh, by Jesse Pollins, another flash fiction amalgamation. You can find a link to both books in the description down below. I strongly suggest you check them out. I'm not sure if the first book is still available for the giveaway, but if it is, hey, you have a little bit of time left to grab it before it goes back to full price. The second book you can also grab if you've already got the first one. It should be available now on Kindle and paperback. And now, on to tonight's story. found myself at a red light. The weather was nice. I didn't have anywhere to be, so a nice little cruise to clear my head seemed like the right thing to do. Got a lot of my mind. A nighttime cruise sounded mentally satisfying. After all, if it doing so good, no reason not to. Ahead, the traffic lantern sways in the breeze. The red glow beaming from its leathered lenses. There's no one else at the intersection. The empty streets start to make me feel antsy. My palms start to sweat, and I readjust my grip on the wheel as I look around. To my left, there's a gas station. An old mom and pop looking place, with a single duo of pumps, standing under a flickering light. When I look through the window, there doesn't seem to be anyone working behind the counter. Maybe they're taking out the trash? To my right, there seems to be a bar that closed up for the night. The parking lot's empty, the neon sign shut off. I try to make out the name, but it's too dark. The 6 something. Maybe I'd have to come back some other time in the daylight and check it out. The light ahead remains red. I'm not in a hurry. I crack my knuckles nervously and turn on the radio. Some soothing music will do the trick. I tune the dial to find a station, watching the needle move on the dash as I navigate the static. The walls. The needle wobbles back and forth, but nothing can really come through. Must be too far from the local stations. Something about the aggravated static makes me uneasy. I feel myself starting to sweat. Gotta look at the red light again. I'm distracted. Across the street, there's a fox walking in the grass. One that's pulling a tiny leash behind it. It stops. It looks at me momentarily, tilting his head in interest. Something about it makes me uncomfortable.
What are you looking at?
I rub my eyes, feeling the glimmer of a migraine behind it. It passes. When I look down, I see
You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
sitting in a cup holder is a cassette tape. Seems too good to be true. I grab the tape and look at it. It's an old tape. One that looks like it's seen much use. Celine Dion's Falling Into You.
I'm on guard.
Perfect. I look around the intersection and see it's still open. I don't have time to put it in.
Lance ablaze.
At last, some kind of reassurance from the damn red light. I check both ways again.
Just in
And
time,
lean
just a
over
little
for the
something.
tape.
Think nothing of it.
The rectangular plastic of the cassette is
Do you
satisfying.
know who I...
The crisp drag of it.
It's all yours!
As the tape plays over the speakers, I feel myself relax. Doing something.
What are you looking at?
That's it. I sink into my seat, the piano intro starts, and I feel like I'm breathing.
Let's
The
begin.
music calms the buzzing in my head, and my nerves start to
You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
cross the street to Fox.
Time to twirl!
I place my hands back on the steering. It's nice out there. Through the haze of the windshield,
Leave
I
it
look
to
up
me.
at the red light. Why it refuses to change.
Now, I'm waiting!
I glance at all lanes of the intersection, thinking new cars.
Time. Lance ablaze. Lance forward.
You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
I look nervously at the gas station on my left, expecting it to be empty.
Naughty child. Nap time. Just a little something. Think nothing of it.
It looks like a man in a suit. Like nighttime. Horrible. Wires and computer parts. No. I've been doing so good, there's no way it's gotten away.
Time for a shot.
It's not really there. I know it's not,
Lance at
so
the
I
ready.
look to the right. Sure. Parking lot with the closed bars. Something stands tall amongst those painted lines. A large horse in a suit. Human hands stapled to the front horse should be.
Lance the blaze. Lance.
I swallowed down.
You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
It's fine. Everything's fine. It's been fine for a while. Really. The familiar cold sweat returns, hands clammy on the wheel. The song rises over the speakers of the playing tape, and I plead for its comfort.
I'm on
I look
guard.
desperate at the red light. Why don't we just change?
Let's begin.
Above, the red light mocks me. Across the street, the fox mocks me. It looks at me in judgment, its face twisted. It looks like it's trying to gag. Something behind it stirs in the trees like faintly pointing out the outline of a large rack of antlers and a writhing mass of slick tentacles. Please, please, please. I beat my hands on the steering wheel, feeling myself crumble under the weight of it all. Above. Behind me, I see the headlights of another car. I watch them in the rearview mirror, and I feel the welling of tears in my eyes. The hair on my neck stands straight. My armpits are moist. A stream of sweat drizzles down my temple. I want to feel for my phone, but I don't think I have it. I don't think I've had it for a while. Behind me, the car slows for the red light and pulls in the lane next to me. The car stops. The groan of another engine idling, threatening my music. I don't want to look at them. So I don't care who it is. I try to focus on the music. I mash the pedal to the floor, but the car doesn't move. I try again and again, each time harder than the last. I look at the fuel gauge and see I have no gas. Every light on the dash is on me. A collective of symbols telling me I'm not going anywhere soon. Deep breaths. Deep breaths.
Stay the course.
Time to twirl! Oh dear. Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
What was that?
Time to twirl!
Man. Tearing fur makes way for a
Spirit
head.
never dies.
And a
Gale
naked
force.
body. A
The wind
slimy
is
face,
rising.
eyes.
Bullet from the bow.
Time to twirl!
Lance the blaze.
Looking away
Lance
from
forward.
the window rolled down, revealing two men in suits.
You know nothing of the weight behind. Survive or be destroyed.
They watch
There is
me
no other
wordlessly.
choice.
Eyes shielded behind sunglasses and a film
Stay
of
the
cigarette
course.
smoke that billows out. They
Honored to
say
meet me.
nothing. Watch. The sound of my music fades.
Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
No, no, no. I try to turn the volume down, but the radio explodes with noise. The sounds of 100 screams fill my ears so loud it hurts.
To the cloud.
I scream against the noise, but it doesn't stop. I hit the stop button, try
You
to
know
eject
nothing
the
of the
tape,
weight. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
and I find myself tearing off my seat, fleeing the car. Outside of the car, it's silent again. The fog is rolling in. One that wafts over the intersection until it's consumed by it. I look to the gas station for help.
wait.
I wanted to see the inside of it painted red. Inside the station, a man in a hard hat is getting mutilated, watching me with a smile as a metal alligator human tears through his guts with gloves made of knives. The alloy abomination snarls and stomps the man on the ground, crushing both his skull and the hard hat with a large steel boot. Outside, a garbage truck rumbles to life at the gas pump. Please. Over the crisp night air, I hear the neigh of the horseman. He's closer now, standing on the side of the road. He downs what looks like a glass of whiskey before squeezing it in his hand so hard it shatters. His unnatural hand runs the thumb over its fingers, charges glass and screen. Across the street, the fox completes its purge. The naked man rises from fetal position in the grass, standing tall and awkward with a face and eyes that look like mine. Behind him, the deer monstrosity emerges from the woods. A portrait of animal gore of all kinds shifting under rough contact, reaching the fields. I turn the corner to get back to the car, and when I turn around, the car is gone. The men in sunglasses watch without emotion, their eyes.
Regardless of the IPC's wishes, positive changes need to be made to Arum Alley. Solving merchants' problems and earning their trust. That's what any good merchant guild should do.
Leading from behind the sunglasses. After staring at me for a long moment, they turn their heads in unison to face the intersection.
What?
The trunk of their car pops, and a clown climbs out with a wooden bat in his hand. He points past me with the club, in the same direction the men in sunglasses are looking. Please help me. My voice chokes when I find their gaze. I won't cover my eyes as the fog retreats fast forward. In the intersection, there's no red light. The pavement has crumbled in on itself, forming a crater where the street used to be. I don't want to see it, but I have to.
That's not be enough.
I can't go away. My feet move on their own, and I ignore the abomination so I focus on the gaping hole. It calls me, and I can't seem to resist its voice. I look down in the pit, wishing I could stop, even as I lower myself to climb in. There's something down there, and I need to see it. I make my descent, hands and shoes navigating the jagged concrete and twisted rebar as I blink away tears. As I near the bottom, the things from above gather around, each silently observing as I go deeper and deeper. I don't want to go, but I don't know how to stop. I scream at them for help and they ignore me. I curse at them angrily, shouting and pleading until I feel the purchase of flat ground beneath my feet. My breath shudders as I turn. My body continues on autopilot to the center. Laying on the ground, lunch. The fabric is frayed and dirty. The floral pattern torn in multiple places. I reach down to grab it, but it ignites into a ball of fire. Stitches withering and turning black against the flame. Through the smoke of the smoldering shirt, a door materializes in the wall of the rock. I don't understand. I don't want to. I want to cry, but the tears won't come. I look above the items and see the rim of the pit is outlined with a silent audience. The naked man that looks like me. The standing horse in a suit with stapled on hands. The men in sunglasses bleeding from their eyes. The horror of the head of a deer. The metal alligator monster. In unison, they point to the door. I don't want to go, but I know I must. I need to see what they wanted to show me. Reluctantly, I head to the door. I hear the screams trying to get out, a chorus of pain and death and fear and welcoming warning. I feel an angry heat the closer I get, and the knob is hot to the touch. When I open the door, it feels like my skull is breaking in two. I step in and the door slams behind me. A momentary darkness transitioning to a single flickering light. Behind the door,
There's been an unexpected change in
the
plans.
walls are neat.
I've received word that the president has ordered me to stop all
Aggravated
upgrades to
flesh.
the dock immediately.
I squirm, wiggle, arms reaching and eyes staring as I break
There's
before
no
them.
way he
I
couldn't
shiver
know.
and hug myself
I'm
as it all
also
comes back to
confused.
me like a bomb
Let's go have a
detonating in
word
the
with
calm
him.
ocean
I
of my
sent a
brain.
message to Sushong, telling her
I
to
wanna
meet
say
us
I've
at
been
Oldies
doing good.
Depot.
But I know it's a lie. I recognize the laundromat, even in its appalling state. Washing machines thrash on either side. The clanging of metal boxes squelching in the gore that's replaced the tiled floor. In the center of the room stands an old television on a cart, overgrown by tendon and sprouting teeth.
What?
Good. They've arrived. I also have something I wish to discuss with the Merchant Guild, but I'll wait for you to finish.
The President fully appreciates your efforts and knows what you want to ask. He believes that continuing to upgrade the dock, a strategy that is not fundamentally different from that of the IPC, will only destroy the unique character of Arum Alley. Arum Alley is a place brimming with personality, from the delicious food to the cultural antiques. Everything is built around visiting tourists and local residents, and that's what makes it such a special place. Based on historical data, continued development of the shipping operations will turn the area into a giant warehouse. The more the shipping capacity is increased, the less attractions there will be for visitors. Such an outcome is unacceptable for the shopkeepers and community of Arum Alley.
Historical data isn't my forte. You better be telling the truth.
Very well. I believe it's my turn to speak. The Skyfaring Commission has received a joint request from several merchants concerning the reorganization of the Merchant Guild. Mr. President, the merchants would like you to resign as the president of the guild.
There has come a day that the merchants of Arum Alley have betrayed me. I won't give up the vision I built for Arum Alley, let alone step down from my duties.
Is that the president speaking?
It is not my intention to interfere with the Merchant Guild's affairs, but as an old friend, I would like to remind you that Arum Alley only exists in the present, not in the past.
Madam Yukong, the present is always made from the past, is it not?
I suggest that you make some concessions to appease the merchants. If you don't follow Mingxi's plans for the dock, she will temporarily take over your position.
Mingxi, I would like to hear your thoughts.
President, I hope you understand that I am in no way vying for power over Arum Alley. I have listened to the president's vision of prosperity since I was a child, and I want to work to achieve that vision. But currently, your ideas conflict with ours.
I understand. I can accept Ming Shi temporarily taking over my duties. However, Ming Shi must make her decision public and win the approval of both myself and all the merchants. Since you have shown confidence, those terms should be acceptable to you.
Yes. I'll do my best, President.
You have to remember that even when you're acting in my place, a crisis is still imminent. You must earn at least the amount of the bidding deposit to even have a chance of warding off the IPC.
Very well. Since the President has come to a decision, I will be in charge of calling a public meeting. Ming-Shi, I have something for you. When you are all finished here, remember to come and see me. I heard from Shi Kuei that it was you who became a business advisor and assisted Aram Alley Merchant Guild in their dispute with the IPC. How versatile. Is there anything you can't do? I'm not very good at that either. The President is still a hero to Aram Alley. He helped it achieve prosperity. But a hero will not be embraced forever. I've seen the IPC's approach. They prioritize efficiency and a standard uniform business model across the galaxy. I warned them that their business model wouldn't work on the Xianzhou without adjustments. But the Merchant Guild's overly traditional mindset is a different obstacle. Let me put it bluntly. Aram Alley Merchant Guild has no chance of succeeding today. And yet, all of you now represent a third choice, different from both the Merchant Guild and the IPC. My advice to you is to visit the shopkeeper, Mr. Xiao. He is the one who proposed the reorganization of the Merchant Guild. If you can get his support, you will definitely receive support from the other merchants.
Thank you, Madam Yukon.
I have business to attend to in the Palace of Astrum. The rest is up to you. Convince the old shopkeeper, and you may just become the new heroes of Aram Alley.
Need something fixed? We guarantee that your Genium will be good as new. Of course, if it's Outworlder technology, it'll depend on the world.
Mr. Xiao, I'm Ming-Shi, the Secretary of the Merchant Guild. We're here to talk about...
Forget it. I support the IPC.
Can you tell us why?
Please leave.
I don't recall. Let's leave for now.
Wait. Please, wait a moment. It sounded like my father was being a little difficult. I'm Xiaohan. People around here call me Little Master. If I'm not mistaken, you're the ones who made Representative Scott apologize in public. You stood up for Aram Alley with reason and integrity. I'm thankful to you. May I ask why you wanted to speak with my father?
We need the support of the merchants for the dock. And we wanted to see if your father could join us.
Hadn't my father already refused?
We heard that Mr. Xiao proposed to reorganize the Merchant Guild, and we wanted to ask why.
I see. I'll help you figure something out.
Great! Your father is a very tough nut to crack.
The older generation of craftsmen can be rather set in their ways. Here, how about this? Why not join my father's shop as apprentices? My father is stern on the surface, but if he sees a capable apprentice and a sincere heart, he'll change his attitude. Well, it's better to beg forgiveness than ask permission. Let's just start you out and see what he says. So, it's decided? Let's get moving then. Time to make you apprentices. Father, my friends from the Merchant Guild want to be your apprentices. I'll go ahead and show them the ropes.
Nonsense. I never said I needed more hands. Even if I did want to hire more people, I couldn't afford them. You know that better than I do.
I can cover their salaries. Come on, it'd be rude to turn them away.
Don't be ridiculous. A green hand like her won't be able to fix a thing. Plus, if she breaks our customer items in the process, it'll be us taking the blame.
If that's what you're worried about, just give them a little training. That sounds like a yes to me. Let's get on with the job, shall we? Here's something from one of our regulars. Show them what you can do.
Not bad. No.
He's hard to impress. I'll find you some more work.
What did I do to deserve this?
Just a reminder, Father. Fair work for fair pay. Over here. See what you can do with this jade abacus. Don't just stand there, Father. Go teach your apprentice a thing or two.
Fine, I give in. I know why you're here, just... Please stop tinkering with my customers' items. It's fine, just leave it as it is. Ask what you wanted to ask. I see a lot of potential in the corporation's plan. But a certain old friend of mine lives in the past. Whatever vision he has, it won't come true. Yes, he's an old friend. Issue? It's less about issues and more about stubbornness. Stubbornness is intrinsic to long-life species. We walk a single path, do the same things, and talk to the same people for centuries. The mind can become insensitive to change. However, compared to the president, my stubbornness is nothing. Back in his day, our O'Malley was teeming with shuttling star skiffs and commercial arumatons. But then the Lawfu departed again on the path of the hunt. Our business partners couldn't follow, so they stopped trading with us. The president does. He wants to bring the old times back. Shop owners like me know that's impossible. Therefore, I stand behind the IPC's plan. Our O'Malley will inevitably be replaced.
But is your shop part of the future that the IPC promised?
Hard to say. Chances are I'll have to sell it. Not the easiest decision to make, but I won't regret it. The good days are behind us. We must accept that short-life species will repurpose our lands and that night markets are destined to become shipping docks. We must come to terms with the fact that short-life ambitions will reshape a world where things were thought to last forever.
Mr. Xiao, why not try working with us? Ming-Si is pushing for reforms within the guild. We are nothing like the president.
Reforms?
They made a lot of good points when arguing with the IPC at the dock. I do see possibilities for the guild to change.
Given the state of the guild, my money is on the IPC winning. But since I've accepted the worst-case scenario, our O'Malley ceasing to exist, I can't see why it hurts to endorse your idea and see how far it takes us.
Thank you. Now that you have joined our revival project, I'm sure many others will follow suit.
That's settled then. I'm curious to see what comes of your plan.
Now that Mr. Xiao is on board, his shop can be part of the logistics network we've been working on. Back to the dock for now. Thanks for all the hard work, by the way. Hope things work out just as smoothly down the line.
This. It's from our land. It's so.
It's been so long.
Regardless of the IPC's wishes, positive... My colleagues from the Merchant Guild Accounting Department want me to remind you that we haven't met our revenue target for this phase yet.
hell is it?
There's still more work to do on the Aurum Alley revival. Solving merchants' problems and earning their trust. That's what any good merchant guild should do. Regardless of the IPC's wishes, my colleagues from the Merchant Guild Accounting Department want me to... Remind.
Reservation.
Time for some hardship.
Time to twirl. Hey!
Lance at the ready.
Stay the course.
What are you looking at?
You know nothing of the weight behind. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Time to twirl!
I'm on guard.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
hell? No longer with us. And that kid? Wasn't either. Ooh, nice.
There's still more work to do on the Arum. There has been an influx of tourists in Arum Alley lately. There's even a long line for Immortal's Delight. What the fuck? No way. Can't play these chickens. I have something to tell you. We achieved our revenue goal for this quarter. This is all thanks to you two. Not to mention the merchants of Arum Alley. The Merchant Guild promises that we will use the money where it is meant to be spent. No disappointments. The funds will be used for the overall repair and upgrade of the dock, which means we won't be able to use the dock's shipping logistics for a while. In order to reward you and Su Shang for your long hours of work, the Merchant Guild has ordered some gourmet snacks from Tall Auntie, so you can rest for a bit and prepare for the revival of Arum Alley.
Dumplings and steamed buns.
What a nice day.
I've heard about all the great things.
Right on time. Xiao Han is about to share his strategy for the upcoming hearing.
The president likes to quote past experiences and data. We can do that too.
The president and Madame Yukong are here. Ready? Let's do this. Before we start, let's review the documents we have. This is the most direct achievement of our revival project. More importantly, it's evidence that the alley has regained its footing. The money will serve as the bidding deposit for Arum Alley.
Since Artistry Hardware partnered with the dock, its scope of operations has expanded, and its revenue and customer satisfaction have both increased. As a result, we're seeing an uptick in customers visiting the shop, contrary to the president's assumptions. The data suggests that the success of the old Arum Alley was largely due to the economic circumstances of the past. At its peak, the old Arum Alley had a trading volume similar to what the alley has today.
The hearing is about to begin.
I will be hosting this hearing on behalf of the Skyfaring Commission. Ming-Shi, are your people all present?
We're all here, but where's the president?
I'm right here.
You're the president?
That is correct. I know my appearance is a little unsettling. If the hearing weren't of vital importance to the future of Arum Alley, I wouldn't attend in person. Still, I didn't expect a reaction like this. Are you so afraid to converse with a piece of metal? Glad you think so.
Let me remind everyone that we are at a hearing. Mr. President, please share with us your vision for Arum Alley.
I can tell that the opposing side is eager to see Arum Alley thrive. Your passion resonates with me.
Since we share the same passion, where is it that we disagree?
The prosperity under your proposal means diminishing the alley's tradition and personality. We can afford neither. I can tell that the opposing side is eager to see Aurum Alley thrive. Your passion resonates with me.
Take a look at this.
What am I looking at? Please don't. I can tell that the IPC plans to turn the alley into a logistics hub. You are practically thinking the same.
Take a look at this.
What am I looking at? The IPC plans to turn the alley. I can tell that the opposing side is eager to see Aurum Alley thrive.
Take a look at this.
What am I looking at? I can tell that the opposing side is...
Take a look at this.
What am I looking at? I can tell the IPC plans to turn the alley into a logistics hub. You are practically thinking the same.
Take a look at this.
What am I looking at? The IPC plans to turn the alley into a logistics hub. You are practically thinking the same.
Our proposal is different from the IPC's.
That's right. The IPC will close down artistry hardware if they take over. We would never do that. We protect businesses. The IPC sacrifices them for their own gain.
Protect? Sacrifice? I find that humans rarely understand these concepts correctly. The outcome is what truly matters. Once the alley is turned into a logistics hub, shops like Artistry Hardware will be able to sustain themselves, regardless of what the IPC does.
He is convinced that the IPC and us are the same.
The IPC plans to turn the alley into a logistics hub. You are practically thinking the same. The reality is, overdevelopment can only adversely impact customer experience, making the alley less appealing.
There are actually more customers coming to the alley.
This record reflects the change in Artistry Hardware's turnover and the increase in customers since it partnered with the dock.
The shop does better than it used to. Impossible. You must be bluffing.
You know Ming Xin better than I do. Would she deceive you with fake data?
The sample size is too small. I'm not convinced.
If I were you, Mr. President, I would think of ways to translate the success of that one sample into something that can benefit everyone. A guild that doesn't proactively help businesses has no reason to exist.
You have not witnessed what I have seen, so you fail to understand my insistence.
You can't just rely on your age and experience.
There are many things that only time can tell, young one. You have not witnessed what I have seen, so you fail to understand my insistence. The old Aurum Alley achieved a commercial miracle that has not yet been replicated. It did so by following my way of doing things.
You've been looking at the past through rose-tinted glasses.
In the golden era you described, the old Aurum Alley had a trading volume similar to today.
You included the delivery side cranes in your math.
We did. So what?
You can't draw simple parallels between then and now using absolute numbers. The trading volume you mentioned may not look impressive today, but it was huge relative to... I see what you are saying. While criticizing you for making flawed comparisons, I myself also made the mistake of believing that what worked in the past could be copied to serve the present.
Mr. President, the way I see it, you shouldn't regard the alley as a souvenir from the past. Arum Alley should embrace change, as its residents do.
It seems we have reached an agreement. The hearing concludes here.
First, challenging an IPC rep, and now winning over the president of the guild. You're pretty good. The materials that Ningxi and Xiaohan provided were super useful.
Knowing the president, I think he's now ready to entrust you with the future of the alley. The president commands the trust of many reputable shops in the alley. Their support for him was likely to be a big obstacle to your rejuvenation project. His invitation to debate this matter publicly was a chance for the more difficult business owners to hear from you directly.
I almost feel bad for him. Arum Alley's enemy should be the IPC, not the president.
What if the IPC isn't an enemy? He's been transferred elsewhere. I'll be handling things from now on.
You're the IPC?
Xiaohan is the IPC's operation rep in Exalting Sanctum.
You snake!
My original plan only involved helping you overthrow the current president. But as we progressed, I saw there was more common ground than I'd anticipated. Since we all agree that the dock is vital to Arum Alley's development, why not take things further and turn the alley into a full-blown logistics hub? Imagine cargo ships from all corners of the galaxy, docking and departing. This place will be transformed into a renowned commercial port, instead of another run-of-the-mill market. When the IPC wins the bidding, I'm sure we can continue to work together for a brand new Arum Alley.
Hey, not so fast. It's still anyone's game.
Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. In that case, keep up the good work. I'll see you at the negotiation table.
Thanks to your help, the dock is running at full capacity. Just like last time, I told the workers to clear out areas that weren't utilized and use them to store extra cargo. We now have the additional capacity to work with more businesses and have also opened a new route leading to the port. With streamline... It's fantastic. Many folks began lending the Merchant Guild a hand after you helped them out.
Merbert.
Regardless of the there's still more work to do to revitalize Arum Alley.
It's getting late. Where to now?
Nice.
Did we get bamboozled?
He left. The voice giggled. You're going to lose the midnight game? I ignored it. I pulled up my phone and I checked for any messages. Nothing. I frantically began typing a text when my candle went out. In haste, I relit it. I once again had to drop my knife and stow away my phone. Candle relit. A sharp noise behind me made me turn around. I'll never forget this.
Come on in.
His face gaunt and pale, his eyes sunk deep into his...
Fuck you, man.
It was Carlton. His face gaunt and pale, his eyes sunk deep into his... sunk deep into his face, his hair white, arms crossed over his body. I blinked in surprise and began running towards him, willing myself not to scream his name. Carlton remained stock still as I wrapped my arms around him, careful not to burn him with my candle. Then he spoke. I felt my blood run cold. It wasn't the voice of my friends that's coming out. It was a hollow, distant, empty voice. No human being could have made it. There's no cadence to it at all.
Come on in.
I let go of Carlton and I stepped back to him. Looking into his haunted eyes, I felt something stir within me. A pit of primal fear. Atavistic in simplicity. Run, Carlton said. Run, Larry. He took a step forward. And I ran. I ran as fast as I could, not daring to stop for even a second. Like a rat between the walls, I turned each corner with complete carelessness. Spray-painted words of red, black, purple, and other colors passed me by. They spoke to me. They are what lies beneath. They stir. They're working. What happens when they wake? I'm sure it was just my mind playing tricks on me, I'm sure of it. Because I didn't dare try to consider the idea that it wasn't. By the time I'd stopped running, I was in a room with a rusty steel table, moldy curtains on a tray with twisted surgical instruments. An operating room. That's what this was. It was obvious at a glance. Something moved in the corner. My eyes snapped to it. It was a rat. Big black rat with two dark eyes that stared into me. It sat on its hind legs, nose twitching.
Planning on quitting my job at the Skyfaring Commission.
Winked. And turned around and darted toward the corner. Literally. The pink tail slithered into the wall through a hole. My candle was still gripped in my hand. I tightened my grip. I was willing to take my eyes off the corner. The fifth voice spoke in my ear. Ah, it said. How interesting. A rat that winks. Who do you think taught it to do that? It paused. felt something slightly touch my shoulder. A gust of warm air blew over my ear before it spoke again. Do you think you could fit in the walls if you tried? The rat appeared in the hole. Head tilted impatiently. Its nose twitched, and then it suddenly sprang out, rushing across the floor towards me. I almost screamed when it reached my leg. Then it jumped into the air next to me and stopped in midair. Claws latching onto something that I couldn't see as its teeth began furiously chewing. Oh my, said the fifth voice in news. It's got my leg. Somehow I could feel its gaze focus on me. Are you gonna turn down a gift horse? I heard footsteps behind me. Slow, shuffling, patient steps, and a dry, empty husk of a voice saying my name, getting closer. Told him that he found me. He never lost me. I took my chance. I ran toward the corner. I knew that I wouldn't be able to fit through the rat hole, but somehow a part of me that hadn't been used for generations since the days of cavemen knew that I had to get into the wall. I began kicking at it, imagining that it would take a good few kicks to knock it down, but fell apart with the first kick. There was a squeak from behind me. Now, I didn't get the chance to turn around before the rat rushed past my leg and through the widened hole. I followed instantly. The space between the walls was cramped yet wide enough for me to walk through. My candle guided my every step, keeping the rat in view the whole time. When it turned a corner, I followed. I didn't think until later about why Hammond Asylum had walls large enough to accommodate a person, let alone someone my age. When my phone buzzed, the rat stopped. I turned around. The rat seemed annoyed. It squeaked, nodding its head. I took the hint and I pulled up my phone. There was a message from Benny. Guys, I got Josie out of the basement. We're heading to the front entrance. I can't find Greg or Carlton. What about you, Larry? I began to reply, and Benny started another message. Wait, I didn't see Greg. He's in the west wing. My eyes widened. I immediately changed my message. Benny, don't go near Greg. Don't go near Carlton. Find somewhere to hide, and I'll come get you. Josie replied to me before Benny could. Larry, what are you talking about? I began typing when I heard a scream. It wasn't Benny. It wasn't Josie. It was an inhuman, howling scream from directly beneath me. The rat squealed again, agitated. I heard footsteps pounding across the floor. From behind me came a slow, distant voice. I looked at the rat and stuffed my phone away. I was about to get the knife when I realized something. I'd lost the knife, hadn't I? The voice spoke again, coming closer. The rat turned away and began running. I followed it. I kept following it until a hole opened up in the floor. It seemed to swarm and convulse like a mouth opening to reveal the darkness beneath. The rat went first, and I followed. I didn't think I just jumped. A sharp pain racing through my legs when I hit the ground and hissed through the gritted teeth. I looked at my surroundings. Rats. More big, black rats, all staring right at me. There was a rush as some of them swung upwards, and the hole closed. The rest regarded me with a suspicious glare, almost like they were accusing me of something. I held my candle as I slowly turned around, seeing the entire room was covered by rats. Far more rats I had ever seen in this. In the candlelight, their incisors gleamed. One of the rats crawled forward. I paused, looking down at the rat as it stood on its hind legs. It winked at me, then turned around, chirped. The other rat skittered away, revealing the door. On the other side, I could see the hallway illuminated by the green sun. The rat looked back up at me for a moment and then rushed forward and crawled underneath. I just managed to reach the door myself, and the door opened on its own. The rat was sitting patiently on the other side.
From the boat!
Time for some hardship. Yep.
Honored to meet me. Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
Spirit never dies.
Reach the end of the story in your own way.
Hey there, kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and thank you so much for listening to the Mr. Creepypasta Storytime Podcast. found on Spotify or anywhere else you guys happen to find podcasts. If you didn't find me there, then thank you for watching on YouTube and subscribing to the YouTube channel, Mr. Kitty Podcast.
Lance the Blaze!
Or if you haven't found me there, then I have literally no idea how to do it. And now, for patreon.com/mystery, you can always find the link in the description. I want to give you all a very big thanks. There's many of you down there in the description who I give big thanks to, but everybody also at this tier, like Dr. Strawberry, Jordan, Alexander Sanchez, Ken, Rando Higuchi, Brianna Ventine, Jensen, Champinski, the Red Oak Shield Virus, Sandy Barney, H.G. Weevil 3, Diana Krause, Stephen Van Huss, Tristan Pelton, Nico Teo, The Ginger Bros, Dante Rao, Rafael Rodriguez, Last Blade Song, Don Muelmeister, Eliminator 86, Nevsky, Steampunk Sinner, Optimistic Avocado, Caleb Dougal, Daniel Polson, Finley, and Sky Harbor. You guys are the MVPs, and you guys keep the channel running, and I honestly cannot thank you enough for all that you do. That's all for tonight, guys. Sweet dreams.
This time I didn't shout. It was more of a whimper. Something was wrong, and I already knew what. I could feel it in the air. Upstairs, I found two locked doors. Not one. I was reminded that Sal shared a rental with close friends who she talked about for a fair bit. I hope to God that both of them are safe. I tried the nearest door, and for the first time since entering, I felt something like relief. There was no one there, just a rumpled bed, a few photos of Sal, and some people who bore a family resemblance to her. Without meaning to, I laughed.
It's getting late.
I began to seriously entertain the notion that I really had been seeing things back in Jordan's house. That young man's death. It had left me seriously on edge. Maybe everything I'd seen had just been trauma. For weeks, it had felt like my mind was fraying at the corners. And while this line of thinking was hardly comforting, it did give me the courage to try the final door. Oh shit! I cried, shocked and embarrassed at the sight of a naked young woman sitting with her back to me. I immediately pulled the door shut and began stammering an apology. Oh Jesus, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break in. I'm friends of Sal's, and the door was open, and I had this ridiculous idea that something bad had happened to her, and slowly it dawned on me. There had been no cry, or gasps, or shouts. I mean, I'd never met Sal's friend, but whoever was in that room, their reaction to having their privacy invaded by a total stranger who hadn't been screaming or threatening me with the police. It had been silence. Well, I realized as I held my breath and listened. Not quite silent. Something was creaking on the other side of the door, like wood under strain. It made me think of tight ropes and badly oiled metal. Are you okay? I asked as I opened the door and saw once more the young woman standing naked with her back to me. Her downy blonde hair was short and messy, but something about her was all too familiar. I figured it couldn't have been Sal. Despite the resemblance, she was too different, as if she was Sal reduced. The waist shrunk down, shoulders made diminutive. Gone was the faint dimples along her thighs and bum, the faint blue webbing of veins by her ankles. Everything I saw now was smooth and blemish-free, so grossly devoid of character as to portray itself as dead and lifeless. A homogeneous slab of nothing. Oh, she looked human. Sal? I stammered. She turned to face me, her head rotating effortlessly without her shoulders or feet having to move. What an adventure, she giggled, bending one elbow in the wrong direction to have a hand awkwardly cover her mouth. Her eyes, enlarged to the size of golf balls, moving independently to look at me. What happened? I cried. Would you like a threesome? She cried in an infantile voice. My friend and I are ever so keen. It was maybe half a second between her shrill giggle and her launching herself off of the bed and right at me, even with my hand already on the handle, and with my nerves so fraught that my reaction was lightning fast. She reached the door before I had time to slam it. 3 fingers that looked like cheap Halloween decorations poked through, and she wrenched the door back open with such little effort that I was thrown headlong into the room with it. Come see her! She screamed, grabbing me by my hair and lifting me. Somehow, even though I'm not a small guy, she lifted me off the floor, walking me into the bathroom where she showed me what she had trapped in the tub. She's the shy one, Sal said, tilting her head to one side in some twisted affectation. Jesus! I stopped struggling when I saw what lay in the bath. There was a young woman pinned down beneath what looked like sheets of heavy skin-colored rubber. Silently, she writhed beneath a sloshing mixture of featureless flesh and discolored blood that coagulated along the edges. 2 red, swollen eyes pled with me for help, but she wanted to scream, but she couldn't. With mounting horror, I realized why. She wasn't beneath the sheet of rubber. She was the sheet of rubber, or at least bits of her were. Where it had buried itself into her skin, it melted what came beneath in what must have been an agonizing process of slowly flaying flesh. She couldn't scream because her mouth had been lost to the biological stew that consumed her, and even as I looked, a fake-looking pair of lips rose up from the clay like substance that had engrossed her and smiled. You're so handsome, it cooed. Can I call you master? Something about it. About the words. It broke me. I no longer tried to unfurl Sal's cold fingers from my hair. Instead, I grabbed her wrist and I pulled desperately, tearing a massive chunk of my scalp free in the process. It hurt like nothing else I'd ever felt before, but it was worth it just to feel my feet touch solid ground. Sal made no effort to grab me. See you at the party, she cried. Oh, I'm so excited for the party. I nervously combed over my hair for the 13th time, hoping the patch missing from my scalp wouldn't be too noticeable. Why don't you pop down and see how everyone's doing? I had been dreading this for quite some time. I thought I'd wait for you to finish getting ready, I cried. Hearing how close my voice was to breaking made me wonder how I would possibly make it through the night. Oh, don't be silly. Allie laughed as she shuffled about the bathroom. Go on! I'm sure Sal's waiting for you. You two have been getting on like a house on fire lately, haven't you? Gently I touched my head, and I winced. I suppose. I straightened out my shirt and opened my bedroom door. The sound of clinking of glasses and braying laughter from the guests downstairs reached me in the hallway, and I stopped. Momentarily taken aback by how easily things might seem normal. Don't keep them waiting! Allie sounded tense as she slammed the door shut behind me. I straightened my shirt once more as a nervous gesture before taking the stairs. The first guest I encountered was Minnie, sitting on the bottom step with a glass of wine beside her. Having a good night? I asked. She rotated her head stiffly, looking at me with lifeless eyes. Burgundy painted lips curled upwards in a mischievous smile as she winked at me. When she went to raise her dress with rubber fingers, I turned away and rushed out of her reach. "Let me get you another drink," I cried, desperate to make any excuse that I could. In the dining room, I found Jacob and Alex, watching their wives caress and kiss each other, their plastic limbs squeaking under the friction. When they noticed me, all four of them turned in silent judgment and stared. None of them spoke, they only smiled, waiting for me to join in. Unsettled by their gaze, I hurried away, stumbling across one bizarre scene after another. All of our friends had come, and the party was in full swing. People kissing each other, hungrily, fucked in open corridors, plastic toes and fingers, explored rubber joints, frighteningly lifelike bodies leered at me with suggestive thrusts. Not all the bodies were anatomically correct. Seemed imagination had started to overtake the reality of the human form, and I was left reeling from one room after another as I fought to hold off a full-blown mental breakdown. It was a living nightmare, and without realizing it, I shepherded myself away from one grotesque orgy after another until somehow I stumbled through the garage door and slammed it shut behind me. "Oh, I'm so glad you're here." The voice was something familiar. Nadia sat in a little fold-out chair. As disgustingly realistic as she had been the first time I met her. I was afraid Allie wouldn't convince you to keep the party going. No, I sobbed. Yes, she said, her monotone words dripping with sarcasm. What the fuck are you? I don't know, she said. And this time she seemed genuinely inside. I clawed my way out from that basement thinking I was free. But I was already dead. I didn't even get to take my body with me. Gingerly, she touched a finger to her own face, depressing the plastic to make a little dimple. I had to get a new one. It's not always God who answers prayers, you know. Just ask Allie when you see her. It was her cancer that called to me. It was hardly the answer she wanted. No, she needed us. That was Jesus. That was 15 years ago. No, you're being deliberately dense. Nadia shook her head. They say remission for a reason, Dale. They don't say cured. You come back, and it was tearing through her one organ at a time, and she could feel it. So could I, for that matter. I decided to offer her the one thing I never had. Never, not once, I offered her a choice. A way out. Not the ideal way.
Do you want to enter the forgotten?
From behind me, the door opened and closed, briefly letting a flourish of nightmare that still raged on. A hand rested on my shoulder. It was cold and firm.
Do you want to enter the forgotten?
It was plastic. Hey, Allie, Nadia said.
How do you like it?
I feel cold. Well, you better find someone to warm you up. Nadia replied while winking at me. The hand on my shoulder tightened. When I risked a backwards glance, Allie looked down with eyes that curdled my blood. Did you sell yourself to this monster? I asked. No, she said. For a second, I could see that her eyes were almost overcome with heartbreak. That only made the words that followed 1,000 times more painful. She sold you, Dale, Nadia said, rising out of her chair and walking towards me. I'd like to meet people. I'd like these parties to keep going for as long as they can. Arrangements must be made, Dale. And having you around can really keep you always happy, you know, it's just about all
I'm on guard.
your life. Nadia bent down and stroked my face.
Spirit never dies. To the clouds!
You know, Francis is right about Honkai. You are a nice...
Lance ablaze! Lance forward!
November 1856. My gift. Finally reached it. I sold my half
Lance
and
at the
then I
ready.
got more than and family. Got more. She's now the proud owner of 20 of the finest clipper ships to ever sail in silence.
The wind is
Serving well
rising.
in his future endeavors. As for myself,
From the boat!
any life is not beautiful.
You know
Daughters
nothing
of
of the
wealthy
way they have
planters and
survived or been destroyed. There is
her
no
heritage
choice.
is old, and old my own. Not quite as specific. Accompanying her is a maid, Matilda, a wild creature of
I'm on
the
guard.
Just beauty and beauty. I would leave my lifestyle.
Stay the course.
Time for some hardship.
I'd leave my money
Like this.
We count ourselves lucky that our Lord has come from 300 long voyage back to England.
This will strengthen our...
Upgrade configured.
December
certainly isn't friendly.
1836. The new house is a marvel. Sat atop a rearing cliff. It overlooks the dark waves of the Atlantic and the picturesque village it navigates in, which sits nestled on the southern coast of windswept Cornwall. On our arrival, we were greeted by Jonathan Wills, builder and architect, who I had at some expense commissioned to build the house. After some puzzling to reality, particularly judging on the side, it explained to me some of the extra costs of building your Most of these seem to revolve around compensatory like matters, as it seems.
The truth of life and death is
village has died of working hard. One had died after falling, scaffolding the other, crushed to death by falling masonry from cultivated. You know, I inquired to see how this was any concern of mine. I've read men have been hired legally and paid an honest day's wage for an honest day's labor. Any misfortune that could fall on them through accident, there's no concern at all. It was at this point that I first learned that the village was disunited. Not only myself, but also exactly my new parents. Wills informed me, in no uncertain terms, that it would be in my best interest and
life and death.
if I was to compensate the grieving widows of their men. After some little while, agreed on the condition that he tell me what the reason for the village and benefit had against myself and my home. He agreed and commenced the telling of his tale. According to Wills, the ground upon which my new house stood was considered by many and others, down to general area, as something akin to sacred ground. Some of these ancient but really
The truth of life and
a
death.
great circle of stone rings over which became up roared to make room for my new home. The great stones themselves smashed and used as the very foundation of the house itself. This and more he told me until I could contain myself no longer and laugh uproariously in the poor man's face. After some small while I regained my composure, I apologized profusely for my rudeness, all the while explaining that the local fairy tales bothered me not at all. And the opinions of us, a bunch of superstitious locals, bothered me even less. But still, I had to live in the place.
This
Too
is
busy at the local shopkeepers and merchants. And so, as I was on his way, this is to compensate the grieving families. January 1837. Christmas. There was something of unusual.
Fighting is
Many of my old
meaningless.
friends and acquaintances situated in London. We are quite alone here in our own little corner of the world. My wife does not partake of strong drink. Now she was somewhat silent and sullen. Matilda, she was not even know if they were I fear she's no true Christian.
Lend me your strength.
I stayed
The
at
truth of life and
Red
death.
Sea.
This sanctuary is but a vision.
I'd went so far as to drive my poor manslaughter of heathens from a warm bed before flying liberally with generous amounts of my strength. We sat there sometime with a roaring fire, talking over the time that wind howled, gibbered outside our window.
Let me tend your wounds.
The last thing I heard as I fell asleep was the roar of creation. I did not.
This battle is unavoidable.
March
Lend me your
1837.
Time
It's been 4 months and 3 days since we moved into the house.
Don't worry about me.
We've
Although
entered
I
the
have
storm.
taken my beautiful ladies
To guard and defend. Crush them.
with great
Truth
strength.
of life and death, revealed in an instant. This sanctuary is but a vision.
My beloved tells me these things take time, but I find that more and more seldom. Spending more and more time locked in my study poring over my old records. My wife is strong, young, beautiful. And almost 20 years my junior. I feel that our troubles stem from myself. For I've grown old.
Need a doctor?
And now I feel that my hair continues
You'll
to
pay
take
for
me
this.
and grab
Lend me your strength.
I've no interest in conflict.
April 1837. The doctor I sent for arrived only yesterday, and after a lengthy examination of both myself and Elizabeth, and after learning certain questions being this both fit and healthy, and could see no reason why children should not be forthcoming.
Do you know who I am? This is Diamond! It's all yours!
September 1837. The summer was glorious. I had almost forgotten this journey. Our days have been spent frolicking on the lake beaches, picnic, swam frequently,
I've no interest in
our nights spent sitting around in the ground, but for all our happiness and our nightly devotions to one another still,
Will of preservation be the strategy?
October 1837.
Stay.
God forgive me, for I have drank of vile potion, praying to God to offer a sacrifice to their faith. It all started with that witch Matilda, who one evening, long after my wife had retired to her bed, approached me where I sat reading my lamplight. She entered silently, and I only noticed her presence. She laid a dusty hand upon my shoulder, causing me to cry out and spill my drink on the book that I was reading. Leaping to my feet, I cursed her roundly. She took a step back before my anger and curtsied. Passing her eyes down, demurring.
You know nothing of the weight
Yet still it
behind it.
seemed a small
Survive or
smile
destroy.
to across me.
There is no other choice.
I asked. No, I demanded. She explained why she was sneaking around the house at this ungodly hour instead of attending her mistress, my good lady wife. She informed her mistress to bed and sleeping soundly, and it was now me who intended. Baffled, I asked her meaning, but her next question caught me off guard. She asked how badly I loved the child. I know.
Leave it to me.
An air to carry on with them dragging bloodline. For a moment I was tempted to beat her for her insolence and even raised my hand to do so, but something in her eyes stilled my hand, causing me to drop limply by my side.
Stay the course.
Anything.
Gale force.
I answered.
You know nothing of the weight
I would do
behind it.
almost anything for a male heir to carry on with
There is
them.
no other choice.
Nodding, she took my hand and I baffled. Her skin was against his hand, and she led me from my study through the and down the darkness.
The world devoured by
I had to describe the way she moved in the bowels of my own hand. An altar.
Leave it to me.
An altar anointed with blood. A sacrifice to some dark and terrible god. Everywhere candles burn, flickering in the eyes of the dead animals that we all
judgment of eternal winter.
Just even a large black dog.
The wind is rising. From the boat!
That nothing of the weight behind it, while hunched and twisted resembled that of a man. But that's what anything human in life had second stop for its head, was that of a great octopus, scaled with huge staring eyes, and a mass of withered tentacles covering the lower half of its face. From its gnarled back sprung stunted wings, and its scaled arms and claw-like webbed. I turned to run to flee this abomination, but the witch Matilda stood blocking my way. I tried to push past, but she grabbed my arm and span me back around to face her, blowing some kind of noxious dust in my face that instantly caused my head to pound and sent my senses reeling. The next thing I knew, you were both naked, kneeling before the bloody altar. The knife was in my hand.
We need a strategy.
Stay.
His throat, his lead ruined and his hot blood all over me. Beside me knelt Matilda panting, her naked body covered with sweat and blood, as she cried out her devotion to her infernal god. I tried to rise, but she pushed me back down upon my back and climbed on top of me. From behind her, she pulled a small wooden bowl, brimming with some kind of noxious liquid, and raised it her lips. Taking the potion into her mouth, she pressed her lips against my own as I twisted my head to and fro, raising my hands to beat her off, but she caught them easily and placed them upon her heavy breast. There was some
Nothing of the way survive or be destroyed. There is no choice.
Her heavy, piercing breath. In a moment, her lips crushed against mine, filling the vile poison down my throat. The rest of the night was filled with images as we fornicated amongst the dead, like wild animals fighting and tearing each other alive. Filled with all the vigor and the
Lance the blaze!
Let's begin. To wake the very next day, so exhausted I was, barely able to move. I called out and my cry was instantly heeded as a smiling Elizabeth entered the room, carrying a tray just outside the door. She asked me how I was feeling. She placed the tray across my lap.
Leave it to me.
It was found sweating
You know nothing of the what survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
I tried to speak to tell her of the horror, but I only managed a single word. Smiling on top of my head. The next word turned my blood cold. Sit. Smiling on the wall. Down with the same figure on my heart. Feeling the screams of the extreme taste
Stay the course.
November 1887. Days have passed. Maybe even weeks. I'm a prisoner laying in this filthy bed. Drugged and alone. Only the still no stay witness to my head. The witch Matilda came to visit me yesterday. Her belly already round and swollen. She took my hand and placed it on her stomach. With fine sun over her hand. A fine boy, we have a fine name, a fine
The wind is rising.
For now, the time is coming. And you will walk abroad once more.
You know nothing of the weight beyond survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
For the sleeper has awoken the Lucas Spectre.
Time for a
She
shot.
stroked my brow.
That's better.
Timely treatment.
One father and two mothers. I didn't get written about that. I could do nothing but lay there and listen to her. She spoon-fed
I'm glad
me
we're all
the
out
sickening
safely.
broth down my throat. Her soft chanting lulled me drugged you to sleep. I awoke sometime later in the dark. Perhaps only hours had passed. Since I've got the time. The last face I remember seeing was that of my once beloved Elizabeth, who sat silently by my side, spooning scalding broth between my lips. Sometimes I smile, whatever it
Drill Peace broadcast. Good evening,
I have one, so it doesn't matter.
Ramming spoon down my throat while I started to gag and choke. All those nights with your shriveled old body, sweating on
20 seconds.
I shuddered at your touch. Still, you couldn't give me a child. Now Matilda has the honor of bringing our master into this world. He's strong. Only 2 mothers, and I will feel his sacred touch.
Marcus Van
He will
Draven.
grow inside of him, and after, when he is born into this world, I will come for you.
Marcus Van Draven.
She raised and threw back the scalding covers from my wasted body. She poured the remainder of the scalding broth onto my lap and laughed down at me, for I withered in agony before mercilessly passing away. Later I felt a cold hand pressed against my throat and I swam up to the darkness.
Let's take a screenshot.
He's alive, the voice of Matilda chimed. You gave him too large a doses.
Why would you bother? Kill him.
Why would we bother? Elizabeth replied. Let's just kill him. I have done it.
This will strengthen our position.
This is why we're upgrade configured.
Should the ceremony go wrong, you will have to start the whole process all over again.
Starting again.
Elizabeth's voice sounded worried. As he is now, he can barely move, let alone begin another breath. Matilda laughed a throaty chuckle. I am hoping that the out of dead man's past. Have no fear of that. If all goes well from now on, we shall have no more use for him, and we can kill him in a second.
Lend me your strength.
Fighting is meaningless. The truth of life and death.
The voice was moving away. Then I killed him. David now closed the door one at a time. I knew that not only for myself, but also for the
Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
No interest.
This would be my life. I woke this very night to the roar of thunder and a flash of lightning outside my window. Seemed I slept entire day in the
Don't pay for this.
faded
Lend me your strength. We've entered a storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
It seemed
Fighting is meaningless. The truth of life and death.
Now breathing the effects of whatever terrible drug they had been feeding me. Rousing myself, sat up, wincing with the stiffness of my limbs as I slowly rose to my feet. Leaning against the bedpost, a wave of dizziness assaulted my senses. After a few deep breaths, the room stopped its spinning and I was able to gather my senses and mouth me once again. Staggering over to my dresser, I quickly dressed before heading to the door. Oh shit. My hand had just started to turn the handle when the chanting started, and suddenly the air felt charged with electricity.
I've no interest in conflict.
Causing my scalp to tighten, the skin of my arm to crawl with great knocks of loose flesh. For a moment I considered running, leaving this place damned forever.
This battle is unavoidable.
But if it even was a slip, I played my part. It was not my very essence. It was me manipulated the sentiments
of life and death.
Strengthening my resolve to deep breath, expecting to be greeted by all the denizens of hell.
Do you know who I am?
Flashes of lightning, crash of thunder.
Fighting is meaningless.
The air felt thick and heavy as I continued on the hall. Past the library, till at last I stopped outside my wife's dressing room.
You'll pay for this. Lend me your strength.
Threw open the door. They were both there, lying upon the floor, facing each other, completely naked, legs splayed wide open, their ankles entwined. The room was lit by hundreds of candles, and there was blood everywhere. It lay in puddles upon the hardwood floor and ran in rivulets down the walls. Even the ceiling dripped with figs and rain, splashing, hissing against the burning candles, splattering, showering the two-scented women. I watched on in horror as Matilda's right stomach started to heave and twist. She had time to let out a single ear-piercing shriek before her stomach suddenly exploded, bathing Elizabeth's lower half in blood and gore as the creature inside her clawed and heaved its way out. I let out a wail of despair as the creature more fully emerged, for I had seen this thing before. Carved in stone deep in the bowels of my own home. For this was Matilda's dark god brought to life by our terrible demons. At the sound of my cry, Elizabeth noticed my presence for the first time, raised her blood-covered face and hissed at me. Her eyes filled with hatred as if daring me to come closer. Now the creature was free and slowly crawling towards her waiting flesh. A laborious umbilical cord trailing behind it, eager to be in its new host, hidden away from the world where it could continue to grow and consolidate its power. Quickly, I looked for something, anything I could use as a weapon. My eyes fell upon a basket full of linen. With a cry of triumph, I leapt forward and snatched up 2 slender wooden needles and ran across the room, but it was too late. It was too late, the creature was gone, hidden away, buried deep inside of my once beloved Elizabeth. Only the trailing umbilical cord remained. Stealing myself, I made a grab for it, snatching it up. At once my skin began to burn and blistered where the thing twisted and writhed in my hand. With a cry of fear and outrage, I heaved with all of my might, aborting the hateful thing back into the world. I did not stop or even think, but thrust the wooden needles down, driving them deep to the creature's strange flesh, pinning it in place. It let out a scream, a screech that only the true damned could ever muster, shriveling my poor, shrunken soul, reverberating through the halls of my mind. And then it lay still. The glow fading from its glaring yellow eyes once again. Sheeted, banished back to whatever strange hell it had come from.
Welcome to the Inner Astral Broadcast. Good.
Master! She cried. Oh, Lucas, what have you done to our son? But I was saying no more. Grabbing her by the hair, I reached down and yanked the needles from our now dead abomination and thrust them upward, under her chin, into the soft flesh of her throat. Her eyes widened, and she staggered back, gurgling and tugging at them, widening the wound until blood poured like a river down her body, mixing with the already blood-soaked floor, causing her to slip and fall, sending her crashing into a nearby dressmaker's dummy, which she clung to, trying to find her balance, but it was too late. Her legs gave way and she dragged the thing down on top of her, pinning her beneath, as she convulsed and writhed, reaching out towards me, her fingers clutching, pleading, begging, but I turned my face from her. When I looked back, it was finally over. And so it's ended and only I remain. I've written all through the long night. At last the sun rises, driving back the darkness. But it can never drive away the darkness within the stain upon my soul. I shall go to the cliff's edge now. I shall take my only son and heir with me. Together we shall travel through the dark waters. May God have mercy on our souls. A police report finally made sense of my childhood memories. My mother and I used to live together in a large house in Augusta Hill. We had a sitting room that overlooked the churchyard and cemetery, a short way down the road. I rarely went into that room as a child because that's where my mother kept most of the faceless dolls. Later, I learned they're called shy kids, or hide-and-seek dolls. They're life-size, their pose with their hands clasped in front of them. They can be propped up in corners or against walls, and it looks like a child is covering their eyes as they sulk and time out, or they count to 10 as part of a hiding game. They're designed to face the wall, so the front side is usually unfinished and doesn't look like a person at all. As an 8-year-old, I was creeped out by their limpness.
how they slowly slump down if Mom didn't readjust them every few days. I didn't like how their poses always seemed to involve hiding, being upset, justify how they always stood with their backs turned to the room. And most of all, I remember how traumatizing it was the first time I inspected one of them to find nothing except the lumpy and threadbare bag of nylon where the child's face should be. Cotton-like fiber fills stuffed the doll to give it its shape, poked out through the nylon exterior in places, and my imagination took over. I saw a face that was screaming in terror. A pair of two small eyes, a jagged, irregular mouth near the doll's chin. Mom kept about 12 of these dolls in the room overlooking the cemetery. She had maybe another dozen of them scattered all around the house. There was at least one in every room, including my bedroom. They all had names. There was Mary, Constance, Abigail, and Adam, and Jeremiah, and many others that I no longer remember. Mom called the one in my bedroom Peter. Forbade me to move him. He's your brother, she would scold me, with real fury in her eyes. You both share this bedroom. The police came to arrest my mom one day. And I went to live with my grandmother, who I called Nana. I didn't see Mom after that, and Nana always refused to talk about her. We lived that way for 5 years. Around the time I turned 13, she let slip that Mama was being let out soon. I managed to press my grandmother for the first hints of what really happened. Your mother lost her mind when Peter died. She said hesitantly. Until then, I had no idea that Peter was even an actual person. She had you 2 years later, but lost her firstborn son in a drowning like that. Then I lost her mother for 50 seconds. She never recovered, she said. That's why she collected the dolls, I said in astonishment. But why was she arrested? Nana shook her head. Took a deep breath. She's getting mixed up about what was real and what was pretend. She did something bad, and she's been in a mental hospital for the past 5 years. She'll be let out soon. My grandmother tried to look brave, but couldn't quite manage it. I'm hoping she feels a lot better when we see her again. Nana drove me to visit Mom, but didn't want to stay herself. I'm sorry, she told me as the car went over Mom and driving. Just can't face her. Call me as soon as you're ready to be picked up, or if anything seems weird. I would, I said. No. Mom was excited to see me when I walked into the door with not what I expected. She seemed gaunt and wild, crazier than I imagined she could ever look. I remembered her well-kept childhood home. Her new apartment was messy and barely furnished at all. She called me by name and hugged me and then asked, "Did you bring your change of clothes?" Yeah, I nodded, and indicated the backpack that I was carrying. Mom had been adamant on the phone that I bring something to change into. I thought she just didn't want me wearing dirty clothes if I stayed over there tomorrow, but I was wrong. Good, she exclaimed. I've been waiting so long to show you this. She led me toward the back of the apartment until I saw something that made my heart skip. In the corner of the bedroom was an undressed, shy kid figure. One that was as tall as I was. It stood with its forehead resting against the wall with both hands in its pockets. Did you make this? I asked hesitantly. I had to, she beat. You've grown so much, I couldn't buy one this big, and even had to ask Nana for your height. It's me. It's you, she affirmed happily. Now change out of your clothes so we can dress you. I realized abruptly that Mom was referring to both me and the doll as... We were two iterations of the same person in her mind. I don't want to give the doll my clothes, Mom, I said. I could feel my voice shaking as her face changed from brightly excited to furious. Do you know how hard it was for me to keep Peter's old shirt and pants while I was in the hospital? And I had to let them take everything else away. She marched suddenly out of the room, and I followed her timidly. As I turned the corner to find her, I saw that she was pulling a hunting rifle out of the hallway closet. You're not supposed to have that, Mom, I whispered. I suddenly felt very sure that I was going to die. She didn't answer because she was entirely fixated on loading the rifle. Her hands were trembling, and she fumbled while she did so. It was then that I pushed past her and I made for the door. How dare you! She shrieked. I could hear her footsteps following me. I remembered my backpack full of spare clothes, and I threw it down before running out of the apartment. Keep the clothes! I screamed, and I slammed the door shut behind me. I kept running, but Mom never opened the door to see me. Maybe the backpack was all she really wanted. I got home as quickly as I could. I jogged and slowed to a walk when the stitch in my side became too painful. It took me over an hour to make it back home to Nana's house without a car. We called the cops as soon as I told her what had happened. And I haven't heard from my mother since then. Nana never talked about it. And I was honestly afraid to ask her. Nana died when I was 17. I got myself emancipated as an adult because there was no one left in my life to take me in. After my grandmother's funeral, I decided to find out what really happened once and for all. The criminal records told me everything I needed to know. The cops couldn't find Mom at first. When I fled and I hurried home after she brandished the rifle and demanded my clothes, Mom was alone for about an hour and a half before anyone came for her. In that time, she must have hastily constructed her own faceless doll. And there were pictures of the apartment as it appeared when the police first arrived. The house was empty except for 3 faceless dolls seated around the kitchen table. Mom's doll was roughly humanoid, with stuffed pantyhose for skin, and wearing Mom's best outfit. He was posed to be slumped over at the kitchen table as though collapsing in a sobbing fit and burying his head in his hands. Also seated at the table were 2 smaller dolls, positioned similarly, with their heads down. One was a teenage-sized one that represented me, and the other looked like a child. One I'm sure was meant to be Peter. They found her in her underwear, crushed to death in a garbage truck's trash compactor. I think Mom climbed into a relatively empty dumpster and waited to die. And that her family's dolls were perfect about her. She just threw herself away. I went back into the old records of Mom's criminality. It gets so much worse. The charges from her first arrest read as follows: interfering with a burial ground, desecrating a corpse, an attempted abduction. Mom had been going to the cemetery and digging up bodies to dress her dolls. Among her targets were long-dead children named Mary, Constance, Abigail, Adam, Jeremiah. I can sometimes see the doll outfits in my mind, how anachronistic they often were. It all finally made sense. The police finally caught on when Mom graduated from simple grave robbery. Apparently, tried to lure a girl named Ruth into her car. That's when Mom went away for the first time. I always loved my mother. But I can't forgive her. To this day, whenever I see a human form facing away from me, there's always a split second of wondering how horrible the things like this might turn out to be. My father died alone early on an August morning. I was told they found him in the backyard in the process of chopping down a small elm tree. A heart attack. The woman who called me from the hospital was gentle, even compassionate. Yes, she figured the news would upset me. She seemed surprised when I sighed and asked if there was anything I needed to do. I didn't realize that my dad had me listed as an emergency contact. It didn't seem fair that I didn't have a say in the matter. I received another unexpected call a few days later. This time, it was from my dad's lawyer. Turned out my father left me his house. 6 acres in the country. And nearly $250,000. That man who used to beat me if I got a C on my report card left me all of his worldly possessions. I guess I was all he had. Can I say no? I asked the lawyer. Of course, but you should see the house first. And the art collection. At the very least, you can sell everything and be done with it, if that's what you want to do. So I visited the home my father left me. Inside of the house was an attic, and inside the attic was a collection of paintings. There were watercolors and oils and acrylics, portraits of kings and carpenters, and old women with folded hands, landscapes, vivid forests, and bright oils so real, you almost hear the birds. My favorite painting was of a girl by the ocean. Her hair was like sunshine. Her white dress tangled in the wind. She faced away from the artist towards the water. There was only one painting I avoided. And it stood in the corner of the room on a white easel covered in a black cloth. I only looked under the cover once. It was the portrait of my father. More terrible than he'd ever been in life. The thing in the painting resembled my father in the same way a drowned corpse resembles the life that once animated the body. The skin was sallow, teeth cracked, pale black veins twisting across the bare scalp. The artist must have feared my father. If you see no other reason, the painter would have left the portrait with such a ravenous expression of hate. One look behind the curtain was enough for me. I left the portrait in its corner. Other than that piece of rot, though, the collection as a whole was a miracle. I spent so many rainy afternoons and cold mornings in the attic among the pictures that it was immediately obvious to me when the subjects began to move. It was subtle at first. Eyes might shift in a portrait. A tree would rustle against a acrylic breeze. The girl on the beach was turning a degree or two each day. I was terrified the first night that I heard movement from the attic. The rapid sound of tap, 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 footsteps along the ceiling woke me up. It lasted all night. And I sat there and I listened. Too frozen by fear to flee the house. In the morning after the sun was high, I crept up the stairs into the attic armed with a flashlight and the largest knife I could find in the kitchen. Both the light and the knife fell from my numb fingers, and I saw that every division. This wasn't just the keeping of the scene by a few angles. It was like seeing new paintings, but each with familiar subjects. The night sounds continued regularly from then on. I wasn't so afraid after the first time, though, and greeted each new morning with a trip into the attic to see the progress of my guests, roommates. It was a long night in October when I finally saw the face of the girl. I'd gone up to the attic with a candle after dinner to check on the progress of the painting.
My dreams
He came fully to life and joined me. Or perhaps, even better, allowed me to join them in their kaleidoscope worlds. The girl on the beach was facing me that night. Her hand was raised slightly as if in greeting. But everything changed last night. The noises began just after sundown. And they were unlike any I had heard before. Thudding and crashing and ripping. There was a terrible dragging noise that repeated again and again. Sometime around midnight, I think I heard a scream. Though I once again felt pinned to my bed by fear. I decided I couldn't wait until morning to see how the paintings had changed. I worked up the courage to climb the stairs at 3 in the morning, and once I opened the door to the attic, my eyes found a massacre. All of the beautiful paintings were torn as if by animals. The canvas hung in wet tatters, frames were smashed, and everywhere violence. Only the painting of the girl on the beach was undamaged, but to my horror it was changed. The girl lay dead on the red-stained sand, her eyes blank and her throat ripped open.
The fuck?
I heard a brittle creak from the corner of the room. It took me a moment to realize. It was...
Oh no, I'm out of
laughter. And it came from behind the black curtain that covered my father's portrait.
But
I think something might be happening here in my sleepy small town. I'm a bit frazzled. So much so that I guess I figured the best thing to do is to turn on the internet and ask for advice. Last night was a bit of a blur for me. I mean, I'll admit that, right? I went out with friends, I got skunk drunk at several different parties, ultimately passing out on my girlfriend Amy's couch. I'd hoped maybe to get lucky with her, but I guess getting in the door was better than nothing. Anyway, I don't believe that anything about Halloween night was special. Not aware. All the strange and disturbing things that had been happening started right after I woke up this morning. Amy had already left for work, and I was laying in a puddle of my own drool trying to figure out where my pants were. I heard this loud knock on the front door. I was half-dressed, so my first instinct was to ignore whoever was there. But the banging was so incessant, I was thinking maybe it was an emergency, right? So I opened the door, and I stared down at 3 kids all dressed in Halloween costumes holding plastic jack-o'-lanterns toward me. None of them had friendly faces, almost as if they had spent all night trying to find goodies. Together they chanted, "Trick or treat!" Now to admit, I thought it was some kind of prank at first. So I slipped my phone out of my pocket and I checked the date, because it seemed so dead serious. Sure enough, November 1st. Sorry kids, you're a little late, I said as I showed them the time. Then I closed the door on them and I went back to getting dressed. A few minutes passed by and I kind of dismissively forgot about it. Then, just as I finished getting changed, I knocked again. At first, I didn't know it was the same kids, so I instantly opened the door, only to be surprised and a bit confused to see them standing there. Trick or treat! They chanted again. This time I got a good look at them. They seemed to have bags under their eyes. Detailed makeup made their costumes look genuine. It was a bit unnerving.
Oh, 5 hours.
Look,
insane.
Where are your parents? Shouldn't you be in school? I said. They didn't respond and just stared at me, unblinking. This time, I slammed the door hard. I wanted them to get the picture that I wasn't about to play these childish games. Soon enough, though, they were banging on the door again. Now I was getting pissed and a bit worried. Why the hell were these kids out here in the middle of the morning trying to get Halloween candy? Seemed like a load of nonsense or something sinister going on. I wasn't entirely sure which just yet.
It was just almost
9. I needed to get to college for a class across town, so I grabbed my keys, marched towards the front door, decided to simply ignore the pesky kids. As I opened the door and they chanted, I put my foot out, and one of the kids wearing a devil costume stepped in the way, deliberately pushing me back. I was surprised at how strong he was. Look here, you little, I said, as I tried again. This time, all 3 of them pressed me back inside the house. Grabbed the handle of the door to block them from getting inside, even as they began to press against it more rabid than before. Trick or treat, they said aloud again, this time in a more angry tone. What the fuck is going on? I managed to lock the door back. I looked at my phone, trying to decide if I should call the police. That's stupid, right? They're just 3 kids in some Halloween makeup. In the back of my mind, I was beginning to doubt that. I could hear them on the other side of the door. It sounded like they were scratching, they were clawing at me. They're no longer acting like innocent children, more like dangerous animals. But what would I tell the authorities anyway? Help, I'm trapped in my girlfriend's house because of some candy-craving children? They laughed at me. Send me leave them. I tried to say, please give me anything about it. Do you ever have kids show up after Halloween candy after? The reply was quick and automatic. That's nonsense, I'm at work. Just let me go. It sounded irritating, dismissive. I next heard the children against the side window, pressing them against them and demanding I let them in. Go away, I don't have anything anyway, he shouted. I even checked the pantry for sure. There's not a scrap of candy anywhere. After a while, things got quiet.
Let's begin.
I'm sure they had gone, so I stuck up on the door.
Do nothing of the way being
Instead, I saw that more children had gathered as hostages in the street. All of them ominously staring towards Amy's house. I took a picture, I sent it to Amy. These kids are outside your place. They're seriously freaking me out now, I told her. I was positive if I stepped outside the house, these kids were going to hurt me. The way they came up with a very bad vibe. The response was different, a bit more cautious. Leave that picture and go to my garage. I keep some spare candy there. Just give them that and then get out of there. So, she did know something about it. I realized that as I did what she instructed. I found a bag of Hershey's chocolates and I poured them into a container. I approached the front door and peeked out. I didn't see any children anywhere. I opened the door slowly and stepped out, calling to them. Candy! I have candy for you! Can't forget what happened next. Each one of them made a hiding spot in the neighborhood. Behind cars, on roofs, bushes, even from sewers. They lunged to attack me and I dropped the bowl of candy in the front yard, thinking only to run back inside and lock the door. As soon as I did, I heard them attacking one another, lashing, snarling, bones breaking. I called Amy again, trying to figure out what to do, but they went straight to voicemail. I watched for a solid 12 minutes as the children attacked and killed, just to get their Halloween candy. And then once it was all gone, they seemed dispersed and disappeared into the streets. After one of the nearby neighbors. The house has always had its own private road, so I couldn't have been sure where they had gone next. I'm sure they had definitely moved. The night in the kitchen. And I walked out of the front yard staring at the bloody mess. Candy carnage. What was happening here? Then I heard something behind me. 3 costumed kids watching me as I knelt over. They were posed to strike, and all I could think to do was run. I don't know for sure how far I went. I saw a house down the road, and I sprinted towards it, banging on the door for help. Then I saw the garage open, and I slipped inside, frantically searching for the button to close it. The children were closing in. The gate slowly moved to close as I mashed the button. The children were almost at the edge. One of them managed to reach their arm under the frame as I watched as it was crushed by the garage metal door. Crushed and severed from the child, still drawing towards me to attack. I stepped on it as hard as I could as a dismembered hand tried to grab my leg and finally smashed it to a pulp.
The
galaxy is fast. Then I listened as the children roared just beyond the garage.
I got lost where to go to next. I even tried to contact local authorities. But it seems I can't connect anything outside the neighborhood except via the internet. Nobody's answering my messages. Got quiet, but they know they're still out there. They're waiting to attack me again. Any advice on how to outrun them? Maybe if a children hobgoblins could be appreciated.
On guard.
The first haunted house we visited was unbelievably poor. Three small rooms, a fog machine, and one plastic skeleton. Lauren and Mitch were waiting outside when Melanie energized. People were screaming on rides all around us, across the pier. But Lauren and Mitch were half asleep. Performers in colorful costumes wandered through the crowd. The pier was hardly Melanie convinced us all to stop funny. The man behind the booth was dressed like a clown, purple and yellow pinstripe jump. In fact, all the food sellers were dressed like clowns. An entire neon rainbow of white-faced, red-nosed jesters. Let's be shivered. Surreal. While clowns grinning, giggling, handing out pretzels. An amazing smell drifted my way on the breeze. Savory, smoky, I looked for the source of the smell. 3 stalls down from the funnel cake place, there's a rundown booth with sausages, kebabs, and chunks of steak hanging down from the awning. Another clown was standing behind the counter. He was staring at my group. At me. I glanced up at the banner above the stall. Does this taste funny? There's another haunted house on the boardwalk. Down by the inlet. Look away from the clown. I don't know if I feel like another haunted house. Yeah, I've been to that one. Not much better than the one here on the pier. There's a bunch of empty dark rooms with some mops hanging from the ceiling and enough junk to give you an infection if you take a deep breath. Lauren shook her head. I know the one you're talking about, but I think they completely renovated last winter. Added a whole second level, changed all the rooms. I've heard it's actually decent. Got it. Everyone looked to me for my vote. Why not? Can't be worse than the bargain basement of horror we just went through. I turned back to the clown and meat stall still watching us. The booth was empty. We left the pier and made our way down the boardwalk to get in line with our The maniac
a vision!
Attraction was separate from the pier, so we needed to pay a ride. Mitch balked when he saw the prices. $6 a rider, but Lauren half charmed, half shamed to make them long. Once we paid and approached the entrance, Lauren and Mitch took the lead car, while Melanie and I got into the one behind it. The cars were all shaped like small coffins, with demonic faces, bats, and skulls carved into wood. The ride operator strapped us in and we waved the all clear. Remember, we aren't allowed to touch you, he said, as our car began to move already. What? Shut it back. The man didn't answer. Mitch and Lauren disappeared into a screen red door. Our car clunked along slowly. 30 seconds later, we went through the same door into pitch black. It was cold inside the house, almost freezing. At first, the sensation was pleasant. We spent the last 3 hours sweating on roller coasters and merry-go-rounds, but the chills became uncomfortable. Melanie and I scooted close together, and I put my arm around her shoulders. Nothing happened at first. No light turned on, the sound. We rolled silently through the darkness. Melanie hit a slight drop. Our coffin glided through several layers of heavy curtains. I'll admit that I might have cringed when the fabric brushed my arm. This is already better than the other haunted house. Nothing happened. Melanie said, shivering. Yeah, we went to the last curtain and immediately triggered an air horn. Red lights flashed twice, revealing a room full of mannequins looming around us. Then it was dark. Oh my god! Melanie whispered. I swallowed gracefully, but the air horn was loud enough to drown out my scream. Yeah, creepy. The next few rooms had some light. Animatronic skeletons and corpses leapt out at us from behind the shadows. We traveled through a tunnel of fingernail paint that ended in a sharp drop. Hidden fans blew cold air and water on us as we rolled through a room filled with fog.
Just as we were about to exit the fog, I felt a strange sensation. Hair stood up on the back of my neck. I turned around and saw a shadow approaching us through the mist. A man in a hockey mask. He walked quickly and my brain froze. My first thought was that he was another writer who left his car for some reason to explore the haunted house. The man came close, noticed me watching, then flipped around to Melanie's side. She didn't realize he was there until she was parallel to the car. When she did see him, she shrieked. The man never said a word. He followed us a few steps and then opened a hidden door in the wall and went inside. What the hell? What the hell? No, he gasped. My heart was trying to burst out of my ribcage. So I thought about what the light operator said before we started. Remember, live actors, said, laughing a little. They must have added an end if they did their animation. Melanie was nearly curled to a ball stuck to my side. Other creeping out on her. Yeah, good. A woman in a white dress caught us by surprise around the corner. A big man caused both of us to jump when he revved up the chainsaw. But it was animatronic until we got close. We were just starting to get used to the idea that any of the plays would come to life when a coffin suddenly entered a light. He was completely white, only two figures and some chairs. The first man was dressed like a werewolf. He lay face down in a puddle of blood, his leg twitching. One of his feet was severed at the ankle. A clown was seated on the wooden chair nearby, chewing on the foot. Like the actors, the clown's costumes ragged, dirty, held together with hatchets. He wore a curly pink wig and a mask that showed white cheeks, blue eyes, and a scarlet nose. The mask left his mouth open. His teeth were crooked and stained red. It was the same clown from the meat stall on the pier. The clown didn't move from his chair, and we rolled by in our car. He only lifted one hand. Waved. That was the worst one yet, Melanie said, looking away. I turned towards her. That body on the ground looked awfully real for a prop. I whispered. Stop trying to scare me, she said, punching my arm. I looked back over my shoulder and choked down a yelp when I saw the clown. He was standing now, staring at us. The clown began to walk, then run, then sprint towards us. We exited through a sliding door before he caught up. But just at the last moment, his fingers brushed my shoulder. This ride needs to be over. Now, Melanie said. We were in another pitch black tunnel moving slowly. I thought I heard the thud of running footsteps coming from somewhere on my left. Then passed us and kept going. A few seconds of silence and then we heard the screams.
Enemy ahead.
It was a haunted house. We heard various yelps and curses and shouts from other riders in different parts of the building, but nothing like this. Nothing as loud. Nothing as panicked. I went off. Melanie whispered, squeezing my arm in a vice grip. Don't take it. We're almost. Our car came to a halt with a crash to us forward against the seatbelts. You okay? Christ. It's so dark. What did we hit?
Let's begin.
Another car, I think. Maybe there's a malfunction with the track. Hold on. We need some light. I started patting my pockets trying to remember where I put my cell phone. Something gurgled. The sound continued. A wet sucking noise, like someone slurping. Hello? No. Is someone there? I finally found my cell phone, and I snapped on the flashlight. The light was limited. A little circle that I could point around the room, but it was enough to confirm we hit another car. I felt the beam across the back of the coffin, and Melanie screamed. Lauren was staring back at us.
Lancers ready.
So deep that her head was only hanging on by her spine and a few inches of skin and muscle. She was the source of the gurgling noise. Her eyes were unfocused. She seemed to be looking directly at us. My hand was shaking so badly, the flashlight beam jumped and fell like a wasp caught in a mason jar. I shined it away from Lauren and swept it back and forth. I stopped when I found Mitch. Jesus, no, Melanie sobbed. Mitch was on the ground in the tunnel, a hunting knife, with the black handle was buried in his neck and coat. The clown from the previous room was hunched over my friend's body. When my flashlight hit him, the man looked back at us. I heard Melanie throw up that I didn't take my eyes off the clown. holding with his severed arm. The hand covered in bite marks. The clown chewed whatever he had in his mouth and swallowed. Then he lifted the arm in my direction and gestured to me to take it. Funny? I grabbed Mel's hand and I pulled her from the cart. We ran down the black tunnel. She was screaming, or maybe I was. It was panic. Panic sprint until we hit the warm air and light to the boardwalk. Then we kept running. We kept running until we were on the beach, and that's when Mel finally made us stop so she could call 911. By the time the cops got to the haunted house, there was no sign of anything, not even the bodies. Then I still can't sleep. Whenever I nod off, I have the same dream, a dark room, a smell like old pennies, a wet floor.
Just show something.
I've worked for the United States Postal Service for most of my adult life. My career started 40 years ago. That's what I knew. It will end today after I post this message. There's a pressing need to sit in my life. Find a way to speak with someone on the run. Never get another night's sleep. There's a good chance you'll receive black envelope in the mail in the near future. If you do, please don't open it. Nothing bad will happen. I like that. The envelope itself isn't really special. Inside of it, you'll find a white condolence card, your name, and a date with gold. You don't want to know that. None of us should know the day that we die. The first time I encountered a black envelope, I was in sort of I remember pausing to study the paper for a moment. Besides the unusual color, it also felt different than the thousands of other images I had before. The paper was thick, almost porous, slightly warm to the touch. It was heavy. My supervisor noticed caught my attention. She pulled me into her office, shut the door. I was hoping we wouldn't see him go to sleep. I told him, no, I shouldn't sit down. I still have a black envelope in my hand. The recipient's address was printed in clean white lettering in front. There's no return address. Is it something special? I asked. Trying to handle the envelope. Garena jerked back and offered her unpinned hand. Yes. The very worst kind of special. We see one or two of those come through every couple of years. Some folks have been working here for a decade. Are you aware of it? Bad luck you found. Felt a chill about bad luck? We have an unofficial policy about those particular pieces of mail. Sort of, forget about them, don't report them. For God's sake, don't open them.
Never dies.
But there's no return address. There never is. Now please get that thing out of my office. Don't mention it to me or anyone here. Hopefully you won't see me for a long time. I did as I was told. I couldn't get the envelope out of my mind. I remember feeling damp when I sorted it from the outgoing. Like it was oily, even greasy.
He certainly isn't friendly.
Months passed. Yeah, and I finally stopped wincing every time I reload a mail from the desk. A little more than a year after finding my first black envelope I found on the bed. And then another. Within the space of 6 months, I'd sorted a dozen of the things, always lacking return address, always feeling off. That has been avoided. Some of my co-workers, the old hands who'd been in the mail room since they probably used ponies for deliveries to the wide berth. Next year I was transferred from sorting to deliveries. I suspected Diana was one and gone. No. this was 40 years ago, room past the Hill. I was bad luck. Finding my boots, got a comfortable pack, just making my rounds. My first assignment was a quiet neighborhood on Maryland Shore. Like I've seen similar places, gravel, driveway, oak tree, tire swing, above ground swimming pools. I loved it. Always carried candy for the kids, rush out some mornings, hoping for a package or a present or a special letter. I brought milk bones for the dogs, too. Getting a little more friendly than I've been led to expect. In 4 years, only chased by P9 once. And when the retriever caught me, turned out she wanted to play.
Fighting is meaningless.
Memories of the black envelopes and my co-workers'
Of life and death.
sunlight, my new position. Betty Majors. Lovely.
Don't pay for this. Lend me your
She'd always meet me at the box at the end of the drive to collect the mail. I usually would stay for a minute to chat, open her letters. I was just updating on my engagement with a beautiful girl 2 times over when I saw her crowd. It was graduated, a pile of mail in her hands. I felt cramp in my lower stomach I couldn't explain. An emerging sense of dread as I watched the days. Sure enough, she was holding a familiar black envelope with white letters.
This will strengthen our position.
But the vision, she said, carefully. As a press, an irrational urge to yank the envelope in her hands. Instead, I watched her face as she read the message inside. Then it seemed to me. She looked like me. No return address? Doesn't look like it. Can I ask you? It's none of my business, but he shrugged and lifted the small square card up my inspection. It's almost like an invitation, but it doesn't say for any letters. White Star said his name and gave even more than 2 weeks to leave.
I've no interest in combat.
I never tried to smile. Probably for a wedding. Funeral, or birthday party. All 3 times of life and death. All in the letter. He said I could buy it, I could out. Let it be the envelope out of my mind. And morning, of the day in the letter, I couldn't help feel anxious. And then he gave me a mailbox for a chat. I decided to bring her letter right to her door in case she was sick or occupied. Strangers around now. A young woman with swollen red eyes.
But this is it.
Fighting is meaningless.
Some family visits the holiday. Found a body just out the dog. I don't barely miss the ambulance as it took away. I've never been religious. But after that day, I started going to church. Always repeated the same prayer for a reason. My prayers were answered for 3 years until I had to deliver another. It was the same neighborhood, the same result. Man died 3 months after my delivery. There was another envelope next year, another death. Other people I delivered to passed away without receiving their serious letter then. I could see no rhyme or reason in it. All I could do was continue my route and say an extra prayer for anyone who received it God's creation. Each of them died within each year of receiving a black envelope. I took solace in the fact that none of them knew what complete meant. However, judging by the fear I felt with you folks, I'm worried about this. Years ticked by, and I moved from deliveries to office to administration. I was hoping for a quiet retirement this year. And then a month ago, the manager reported him to my office back. Black envelope. Dozens. Hundreds. More than he'd ever seen. Not all of his staff had caught on that there was something gruesome about the deliveries, but rumors were spread. Word came from up high to slow down circulation, act like everything was normal, basically put our heads in the sand. Another unofficial policy drifted down to management. Lose the envelopes. Trash them. Destroy them. Didn't matter. He'd burn the bastards by the dumpster load, and somehow the letters would be back in the sorting room the next day. No one could explain it. No one could figure out who was bringing in the envelopes or how to stop them. Same names, addresses would show up again and again, and we finally broke down and delivered them. All this was done in secret as much as we could manage. I don't know how many people in the USPS have caught on. Maybe 10. Perfect. Maybe fewer. My guess is the government's already word. I understand that. I'm still posting this no matter what we do. The envelopes people keep opening them. They aren't sure what the dates mean. I think it's distance with them. Turns up in their dreams. Eats away at the time they have left. Makes them rot. So I'm setting up this message. I'm leaving. I'm trying to enjoy the time I have left. This is not long ago. I found a black envelope dressed in me.
Fighting is meaningless.
I can't help myself.
The truth of life and death is sexual.
A vicious animal. We started getting that like smart letter releases and realized I snuck a dozen of them out of the sorting and read them in my office. We applied gentle heat and adhesive to hard to reseal the envelopes. Later without damage. Dozens of strangers.
You'll pay for this.
We should have done the same day.
We entered the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
I pulled more envelopes and ran in the next few months. Hundreds, thousands.
Don't worry about me.
Do you know who I am?
The truth of life and death is but a vision. No interest in conflict.
I remember it was yesterday. My brother Daryl was watching. Daryl was older than me, about 6 years. And he was kind of a jerk. Dad left right after I was born. My mom had to work 2 jobs to keep fed and clothed, to keep the lights on, and the roof over our heads. Maybe Daryl blamed me for this.
Too late to repent.
And that's why he was and he was never violent. Oh God. I would have given him he wanted me sometimes, but he was always teasing me. He told me there was a monster in the basement who would eat me. He told me there was a ghost in the attic, with a boogeyman would come and take me away. About all the perverts would keep me up off the street someday. Do stuff. I don't understand it.
Do you know who I am?
That's how we got out of something. The corner. It happened one afternoon when we were playing hide and seek. Daryl rarely played with me, not unless Mom made it. He was being slow about counting, just trying to wait for Mom to go to work so he can go back inside and keep watching TV. He was counting, and I was hiding in the corner. I knew he didn't find me. As he finished, he stepped out of the corner, knowing that's where I am. He started looking, cursing, and stomping around, as he couldn't find me and seemed to be getting frustrated. And finally, he says the words that I'll never forget. Better come out, turd, before the corn man gets you. I stood up. He was pretty close to finding me, and I asked who the corn man was. Jill smiled wickedly, seeing another opportunity to scare me and get himself back inside as well. The corn man, Jill said. lived in the cornfields that seemed to perpetually surround our house. The field was filled with corn during the time of year. Daryl said that the corn man patrolled it, about little kids that went out into the corn to play.
Move carefully.
He said that the corn man couldn't see you if you stayed still. He stayed stock still, not moving an inch. He would see you, and you think you were just another stalk of corn. I told him not to lie, but he said it was true. He said we should get back inside so the corn man caught us in the field.
Fighting is meaningless.
We were both in the living room. Daryl taking a note, flipping through channels. His mom said goodbye and left for the night. He said that the corn man knew the story of the corn man. Usually the corn man will come to our house, he smells garbage in the house, then take it out before he smells it. The corn man comes to take away messy children. We better clean up around here. The corn man loves to eat adult toys. So go ahead and tell Mom something smoking. I hope I'm not late for his guests. However, that night was great. Someone knocked on the door and told me to get it. I trickled. I didn't want to go out after dark. Not after he told me the corn man mainly hunted at night, usually for kids who were out after dark. He pushed me with his boot and did it. I stumbled to the door as someone pounded on it again. My hand shook as he shouted, turning the knob slowly. I sighed, happy to see Reggie and Clyde for the first time in my life. Reggie and Clyde have been Daryl's friends since elementary. Mark was usually with them as well, but I suppose he must have been off doing something else. They were often involved in Daryl's shenanigans. I kind of hated seeing them come around. Tonight, though, I was just glad they weren't corn man. I turned to tell Daryl that his friends were here, but he was already headed to the door, putting on his leather jacket. He told me he was going out, and I asked where he was going after dark. Not that it's any of your business, but we're going to go summon the corn man since we're good. I thought my mouth was open and asked him why he would do that. Well, the story is you complete a challenge, then you get a wish. He said turn back towards the door. You'd better stay here. You'd probably be scared to come out with corn after dark. I agreed with him. I realized that now I would be home alone. But no. By myself. I grabbed my coat and I ran after the three of them before I could think better of it. The three of them were standing by the cornfield, cigarettes winking off as I approached. Clyde elbowed Daryl and pointed to me. Daryl grinned and lighted at me for being grim. And the effect was pretty terrifying. It looked like a ghoul from a zombie movie with a cigarette light. Well, look who decided to join us. Tried to get a wish too, Third? No, I said. It's nothing like a little interest. I just didn't want to be at home alone. What are you talking about? You never said you could get wishes from the corn man. Daryl took a long drag off the smoke, the light making his face look like a jack-o'-lantern. Well, the word is that if you stand in the field and say the magic word, the corn man will come and test you. You can stand as still as a corn stalk, not moving, not getting caught. They guarantee one wait. But if it catches you, your blood is water is pouring. So, sound like something you want to do? The wind ruffles the corn and you shudder. I didn't want to go out there, but I didn't want to stay in the dark either. He snorted at me and rolled his eyes, pitching his cigarette away from the dry cornfield. Well, then go home. You're gonna be a baby. The rest of us will get wishes, and you'll just be home kissing the pants. I should say that again.
Nothing of the weight they survive.
Come on, or don't.
There is no other choice.
They set off into the thick cornfield, and I followed after them. A sea of stalks slipped past me as the three bigger boys walked in front of me. It was dark. The night birds and the sound of animals turning up around us. I was shivering. It had nothing to do with the night chill in the air.
The wind is rising.
I was scared, terrified. And the jostling boys laughed and whispered to themselves as we walked towards the center of the vast cornfield. When the corn surrounded us, it stopped. And And Daryl turned to look at us. Okay, so now we chant the special chant to summon him to where we are. He stood in a triangle looking at me. I moved up to make it a diamond. Cornman! Cornman! Come to me if you can. Cornman! Cornman! I can stand as the corn stalks can. Cornman! Cornman! Still a stone, not like a man. Cornman! Cornman! Still and quiet as the corn stalks can. He looked at us continuing and told us to chant with him. As we raised our voices to the sky, I began to slur my words as my teeth chattered. Standing in the cornfield that had been the setting for so many nightmares, and listening as we summoned the creature that had stalked me through the hated fields. Why had I come with him? Would I really have been less safe at home? Wouldn't I have been fine as long as I stayed inside? I heard my brother's words as he told me about how the corn man came back to kids who were alone.
The wind is rising.
I felt myself that time because I chanted the words to summon the corn man. When we heard the rustling, Daryl told us to be quiet. Alright, stand still. We can't see you. If you move, we'll catch you. Then you'll be dead. All four of us stood as still as we could. The corn rustling as something came towards us. I hoped that maybe it was the farmer that owned the land. I mean, he was a nice guy, but he didn't like people playing in his cornfield after dark.
Time for some marching. Stand down.
I hope it was some of the teenagers who usually kicked out of the field. Let it be anyone but a shadowy monster that was the corn man.
Never let your guard down in front of your enemy.
He was like a scarecrow with corn stalks for hands, a mouthful of black teeth in my dreams. He grows very high as his corn stalk lands. He's faster than anything ever, even Jason or Michael Myers. As we stood in the cornfield,
You know nothing of the weight behind this path. Survive or
except a sack-headed scarecrow comes with the stalks.
Break the wind.
I stifle a scream. He was wearing overalls and a straw hat. His face was sacked with green paint. And came lumbering up over the corn. He had normal hands, but one of them was holding a scythe, and the other a hatchet. As he came stomping on the corn, I held as still as possible, not moving a single muscle. He was actually real. In my mind, I believed in him, but I had hoped that he wasn't real. It's hard to explain, but some rational part of my mind knew that it was all a goof by my brother to scare me. Now I was forced to cower as we watched this terrible hundred field closes. He moved like a wraith, silent and sure, except for the crunch of old corn husks. He smacked at the stalks with a scythe sometimes, and I had to stop my teeth from chattering as he turned to finally look at me like it. Until then, he had lumbered around like one of those adults, just pretending to look for you. I felt like he knew where I was.
survive or be destroyed. There is
He
no
didn't
way
have to
to
find
choice.
us. And now they gave me up.
That'll take more than
I moved my eyes around, not daring to turn my head, but I couldn't see my brother or his friends anywhere. Had they made a break for it? This was their idea, after all. Why would they run? Had the corn ran back.
Lance ablaze.
No, I would have put that. They had to have abandoned me. Daryl had finally gotten tired of having me around and decided to have the corn man do his dirty work for me. Mom and the police would search for me, but they'd never find my body. As my eyes rolled around looking for them, the sack head turned towards me, and the creature started walking in my direction. I was speechless, utterly terrified, and as I stood like a statue, I felt a warm stream of manure run down my leg as the cloth hood came within inches of my face. I could hear his raspy breathing out of the hood.
Let's begin.
Smell his air as he stared down at me, and I found myself wishing he would just get it over with already. We stared at each other for a count of 20 before the corn man knew our raspberry, barely contained laughter, and let his weapons fall to the ground. Are you kidding me, Daryl? Your brother pissed his pants! All three of them came out of the tall cornfield laughing like donkeys. The mask came off with the marks, stupid, sweaty faces as they fall out at me. They surrounded me by a pack of jackals.
Leave it to me.
I felt the tears falling again on my body, slowly off.
Spirit never dies.
Ripped as a prayer.
The wind is rising.
It terrified me, it humiliated me, and now I have to walk back home with only wet hands. My brother and friends laughing. I wanted to run away, but my legs weren't quite ready to spirit me away.
Nothing of the weight survive or be destroyed. There is no way.
I saw Mark jerk suddenly, the smile dribbling off his face as something squelched from his stomach. It splattered something across my brother and his friends, though they noticed it too late. I, however, couldn't help but miss it as it pattered across my face and chest. There was blood, thick and red. And they turned as a horror strode from the field of lush corn stalks. My mind hadn't done him justice. The corn man, or whatever he was, looked more like a terrible husk doll that you sometimes saw at the farmer's market when my mom took us. It appeared to be woven together from corn husks and corn stalks and the silk atop the plant. It was dirt and leaves and corn cobs and live plants. Its entire body seemed to move like a living vine. It moved with its complete form, its entire being, and it waded into Daryl and his friends like a force of nature. Clyde had turned to look at what was wetting him, and I saw the twisted gnarl of roots and cornstalks slam into the side of his head. His neck audibly broke, bone poking up from his collar as he fell sideways into the corn. Daryl screamed, Kyle cursed loudly, and I stood rooted in fear as the corn man went about his work. No way! Daryl yelled, stepping back as he turned to face the creature. No fucking way! It's real? Kyle asked. The creature momentarily stalled as it looked at them speculatively. No! I made it up! I made the whole thing up! It can't be real! It can't be real! It can't! He died with application on his lips. The corn man extended out his thick-rooted arm and it grew as it coursed towards Daryl's head. Daryl's scream cut off as the root covered his face. His throat bulged as it poured its roots and stalks down his throat. I could see his body twitching, his limbs convulsing as the corn man pumped his roots into him. My cheeks were wet again, my terror-fueled tears streaming down my face as Kyle ran for it. He disappeared into the corn just in time to miss the fate of his friend. Daryl's body erupted in a spray of corn stalks as they burst from him in a red spray. He crumpled, very dead, as his form was shredded.
The wind is rising.
He lay in pieces, his body watering the corn just as he said. I was re-sprayed with blood, this time being washed in the deluge. Still frozen with fear. My body was at that point was numb, too scared to move. As the corn man stalked in, I could hear my ragged breathing intensify. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I just knew that this was the time when my blood would water the cornfields just like Daryl's. He stood face to face with me, much like Mark had when he was attending. And as the seconds spread out, I felt like my heart surely stopped. I would die of fear. And then, what? To my amazement, the corn man spoke.
You know nothing of the weight behind survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
They're like bombs.
I'm on guard.
My body was moving as I continued to stand like a statue before this hulking head. His voice sounded like a whisper of wind with cornstalks. And if I hadn't been frozen in fear, I would have shuddered out of my skin as his words hit me. He loomed over me, his body bathed in the blood of my brother and his friends. And I was left to shudder and shake as he stared at me. He cocked his head, the roots making a strange creaking noise as he studied me with my fear. Why else would you wait? The wind is rising. I looked up at him. Even hunkered down, he was taller than me, and my eyes transformed with tears. My body
nothing of the weight behind this. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Lance at the ready.
You will be back to collect it in time.
Just a little something.
He mumbled off at my eye.
She stepped alone into the eyes of the stall. That's what it sounded. That's what it sounded.
Lance ablaze!
I even remain still as a stone in the field, all that there is removed as the fear felt fled over. Even when it called out to me, I couldn't answer. My legs ached, my body cried out the rest of my legs refused to unlock. And they were running away into that world. Oh shit. My throat felt like a desert. I couldn't move.
That's better.
Lance at the ready.
Trying to figure out what happened to me. The police questioned me ceaselessly. My mother and every interview by telling them the point was to question me. They assumed that I had watched the 4 boys being murdered. Piles of remains found further out in the field, and I had been traumatized by them. It seems like I found almost 2 weeks before waking up in the morning to find my lights already illuminated. The police came back to question me, but I told them I blacked out. Not wanting to ever speak the whole thing that happened. I only tell you here a decade later to come to terms with what had happened to me. I had to put it all home. See if anyone else knows what's going on in your head this way. So you come back over the years to collect this favor. I still live with my mother in the body, locking up sometimes and fear takes over again. Once a year on the anniversary of my brother's death, he comes to ask if I'm ready to take a food. Sometimes he appears in my room at night. This is he always speaks in the same voice and he asks if I'm ready to ask him anything. Each time I remain still, my body seizing up, my jaw locking, and every time he goes away. I've gotten better at getting myself under control. Last time I was frozen for less than an hour. Why? I had to go to the hospital over the years and catapult and stay in the emergency.
Why would you try that?
Do you know who I am? You don't look so good.
You're tiring of shit.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
Fighting is meaningless.
All the people in my neighborhood know the story about the
life and death.
It's not a nice. We do try to tell our parents about what the ice cream truck does as kids, but like talking to a brick wall. To be the word of the story to them, there's something freezing face.
Oh shit!
Their eyes freezing over.
2 of them? What the fuck?
Smiles stretching their faces.
This is bullshit.
It isn't until you give up, feeling completely disheartened,
no.
parents emerge from their trance, looking puzzled. They'll pat you on the head or your shoulder and ask, "What were you saying, kiddo?"
What are you looking at?
You see, you can't tell our parents or any other about the ice cream.
You'll pay for this.
I hope the same thing won't happen to you. If you're an adult, parents, I'm sorry it does. Please.
We've been at the storm. To guard and defend. Crush them.
Don't leave
Life and death.
The story goes like this. There's a kid named Roger, 10 years old.
Oh,
Roger strolls along the street on the way to school. On the way back. He walks about a care in the world, giving him his backpack. He's whistling as the fine, beautiful sunlit spring day. And then, right as he's nearly reaching his destination, he hears it. Strange, fearful jingle. He starts to smile because he can't help it. The ice cream truck jingle is the kind of sound that makes kids laugh. Puts a pep in their step. Makes them think about the people or things they love. Roger thinks about his parents, Jack, the superhero comes to death. Rob thinks of all the delightful things.
This battle is unavoidable. Lend me your strength.
I want to do that in an ice cream truck. They force that jingle around the corner and sail straight at it. Roger shoots at the ice cream truck. Looks like something you see in hell. And then that's golden. Where did that stupid dog come from? No, that ice cream truck doesn't look scary at all. It looks fun. Bright shapes decorate every inch. And as it approaches Roger, he looks at it more closely and realizes that there are superheroes all over the truck. Superman, Batman, Captain Marvel, Flash. He's a name. He's never seen an ice cream truck decorated like that before. Strike that. He's never seen any vehicle decorated like that before. The ice cream truck has no name, but he's sure he's one of the great guys. Someone who loves comics, too. Robert walks over to the truck and slows down next to him. He can't help it. Someone else has control of his life now. They mean for him to come to them. He walks over to the small shuttered window where he normally serves ice cream, and then the little truck opens.
The truth of life and death.
There's multiple endings to the story because no one agrees on what exactly happened when the door opens. Except for one thing.
Only two.
Roger disappears. Never seen that.
No,
that Garena truck story was too good crap. An ice cream truck story? Really? And that was one of the least frightening things I'd ever heard of. I didn't need to spend energy worrying about some dumb ice cream. Richard Golden led the path of my bullies. Still don't know why he hated me so much. Maybe because of my height. My annoying high-pitched voice. Either way, he set out to destroy my life.
We are here to bring
I'm surprised because I've been bullied before at other schools. The new kid was always an easy target, and bullies gravitated toward me like bees to honey. Richard wasn't dumb enough to do anything life-threatening, but in some ways, petty shit was worse. It meant that none of the teachers took me seriously when I complained about what was going on. Boys will be boys, my world literature teacher.
God damn, I have no more shit.
I had to constantly watch my back. And my front. Actually, all directions. I never knew when he and his sycophant would strike. They tried to trip me whenever they saw me walking down hallways or cafeteria. If I brought lunch from home, then they either stole it or ruined it. He shoved me into lockers, knocked me upside my head, and muttered insults at me. I didn't keep a death grip in my backpack, they stole that too. And passed it around to each other, laughing hysterically, trying to save my homework, my textbooks, and my pencil pouch. If you've ever been bullied, well, then you understand. School was hell. And just like my teachers, my parents didn't take it seriously. I knew my dad was disappointed in me. He wanted me to be tougher, stronger, be a real man. I heard him talking to Mom late at night. We both thought I was asleep. Why is he William like other boys his age? All he does is read. My mom hushed him, but she's not gone. My dad and I have always had an uneasy relationship. All this to say that when I went to school on Friday morning, I braced myself as usual.
Oh yeah.
But I entered my first period math class to find everyone looking somber, subdued. It was eerie to be surrounded by so many pale, silent faces. He looked up at me when I entered the room, looked back down to the desks. Many of them were sitting very still, not doing homework or chatting with their friends, but just staring off into space. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I leaned over to my deskmate, Sarah, and I whispered, "What happened?" Sarah only sometimes deigned speak. It wasn't out of arrogance, but fear. Nobody wanted to be my friend because nobody wanted to become the new target of Richard's baby. Now she turned to me with wide eyes.
The Stellaron changes everything. Bring the wind.
His parents called police.
The wind
never
from
showed.
Let's begin.
But I still wonder how everyone was know from the script. Richard had never been that popular. Pretty sure most of them hated and feared him in equal measure.
Spirit never.
Someone behind us said, Sarah whipped her head around and glared at Emily. She was a quiet kid, didn't usually speak. Now she figured in speech, rubbing her fingers on her breast. Periodically looking at the doorway. Don't think it. There's no such thing. It's not real. Personally, I agree. The ice cream truck story was just that. A story. It was far more likely that Richard had simply run away, though he wasn't the type to do that. Maybe a pedophile or a serial killer. I didn't respect the mine. I said that It wasn't some part of me.
Lance at the ready.
We all stopped talking and at the class. She glanced around, her eyebrows raised as if she was puzzled about children's feet. What's going on? Leave it to me. Richard's parents are probably already contacted school. The math lessons continued on.
Never dies.
The entire school day was a blur for me. I'd be alert on the outlook for shoves, teasing, and then
The wind is rising.
I remember this scan my phone.
Survive or be destroyed.
Without Richard around, the usual pack of bullets like this. Some of them grumbling about themselves in cafeteria. Everyone left me alone. I started to think that maybe it wasn't such a bad thing if Richard was, you know, I didn't exactly know that. How was enjoying it?
Just in time. Just a
The
little.
school bell rang for once. I didn't have to speed out of there like a bat out of hell. Instead, I walked slowly and calmly, enjoying the sunshine and the way the sun was. Winter in NorCal only lasted for about 2 weeks, but I got spoiled by the good weather. The temperature was in the high 50s, and a brisk wind took over me. It was perfect weather for my walk back home. Expected to took around 30 minutes. As I walked home, I shuffled to the playlist of my life.
Nothing of the way survive.
9-inch nails to the void flares to my I love rock, heavy metal.
Never dies.
Unsurprisingly, my God, glided into the void with a different song. I heard a strange noise. I still had my earbuds in, but I could almost hear it. Maybe it was someone blasting music in the car, or someone practicing drums in their parents' garage or basement. I hesitated, one hand into my left earbud. Curiosity got the better of me. I lowered the earbud and dropped the sound. I don't know how to describe what I heard. It was one of those melodies that gets trapped in your head. No matter how hard you try, you can't reach your ears. You try to hum it or play it. Whatever comes out of your lips and your fingers just doesn't matter.
Damn, 6 hours.
Easy to do that. The melody I heard somehow had multiple dimensions. Sight, smell. As I listened, I could see that the melody was unmoved. My head tilted to one side like a bird, mesmerized by it.
Just a little something.
Running around on the hills. I could even smell the coffee. Things were talking so real I began to feel. The taste of blood in my mouth brought me back to reality. I had bitten the inside of my bottom lip, not as badly as I could have, but bad enough. When I ran my tongue over it, I could feel blood pooling and indentations in my teeth. I looked around myself wildly like a dreamer who had just woken from a nightmare, and I saw where the melody had come from. And I seen something. It had no name on its side. It rolled toward me slowly, and I couldn't feel my eyes away from it. It was beautiful. I thought of my mom.
Leave it to me.
It was one of the hobbies we bonded together. Stuff with my brothers. Real men don't think. How was yellow things, orange swirl, the sherbet, rainbow heights. I walked towards the ice cream truck. The engine rumbling strangely loudly. Now I saw him. For an instant, long, black, gray arms reached for me, and then I blinked. An old man stood in front of me.
Nothing of the weight survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
He had strange bony hands and wrists, with a bright red eyes, warm. I smiled back at him. He was so hunched over that he really was quiet. Hello, young man. My name is John Goodman.
Thank you, comrade.
Would you like an ice cream? I nodded and began walking forward. He The open door is yawned. There was a moment of unease, and I told myself, I can trust Mr. Goodwin, he was my friend. Sharp pain pierced my right ear, the one with the earbuds over. The red squeaked in my ear, and I immediately tried to lower the volume. The iPod slipped through my fingers and hit the ground. Started to bend down to pick it back up, and then I froze. The old man's face, listen. 1 second there was a kind, gentle man reaching out to help me. The next,
survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
it towered over me. It had multiple stick-like arms and legs. That was the first thing that I noticed, and the next, this enormous body was rotting. It looked and smelled the way that spoiled meat does. Every time it moved forward on those thin legs, flakes of skin drifted off of it. Worse than its insane white eyes and its gaping mouth were the faces. Faces covered every part of its body and arms and legs, and all of them were screaming faces of kids whose eyes had rolled madly in their sockets, whose black tongues flapped out and whose shredded lips formed incoherent shapes. I saw Richard's fingers on one of the arms. He saw me. We stared at each other for a full second, and then I scrambled backwards as the thing's hands reached out to me. The black talons grasped into my face, my clothes, my arms. I screamed in one startled burst, and then I turned to run, and as I ran, I heard it behind me, screaming too. Unlike mine, it was a scream of frustrated rage. I risked a glance backwards, and I saw it slump down beside the ice cream truck, beating its many arms against the ground in a pit of petulance. The faces of the kids on its arms wailed as their faces snatched apart. Bits of bone flying through the air, noses and eyes and lips gouged out to bleed down their cheeks. Once I got home, I went straight to my bedroom and I locked the door. I barricaded it with my bookshelf and my desk, and pushed my bed against it. If I had anything else to put between myself and the door, I would use that too. I sat in the middle of my wrecked and messy bedroom, and I trembled and I waited for the thing to track me down and kill me. My parents came home and my dad forced me down to the barricade. We ate dinner together and the food was ash in my mouth. As usual, my dad ignored me except to tell me that it was rude to wear earbuds during dinner. I took them off and I kept them in the pocket of my hoodie. My mom, though, she noticed that I wasn't my usual self. As we watched TV together, the images swirled into a colorful mess before my eyes. Touched my forehead. What's wrong, Will? That was all it took. A dam broke inside my chest. And even though I was worried that she'd cart me out to a mental hospital, I told my mom everything. I finished with, I thought that it got Richard, the guy who gives me a hard time at school. What should we do? Complete silence. I lowered my hands to my face, and my mom had the strangest expression on her face. She was so still that she looked like one of those store mannequins, poised behind the storefront window. Finally, she moved. Her eyes began to blink and her mouth stretched to a yawn. I'm sorry, honey, what were you saying? Nothing, I replied. My chest hollow. I think I'm coming down with something. I excused myself to bed and barricaded my bedroom door again. Thankfully, I hadn't lost my iPod. I picked up from where it was charging and put the earbuds in my pocket in my ear. And there was no way in hell I was going to take them off again. It wasn't until I was close to falling asleep that I heard it. The cheerful, lively melody, so loud that I could almost hear it over the music in my earbuds. But I kept turning up the volume on my iPod, even when it hurt so badly, I would have given anything to turn it off. I stood up, and I sprinted over to my bedroom window looking down. As expected, the ice cream truck was parked outside on the street, waiting for me. Moonlight turned its bright spirals of colors into a cruel, mocking joke. And the longer I stared at the truck, the easier it became to see the colors weren't really there. No, the truck was decorated with small bones. Made from them. Bones glimmered in the spirals under the moonlight and jutted out of the truck. And although I knew it was just my imagination, it seemed to me that I could hear the screams of children again.
Yeah, I don't have one.
Someone screamed my name over and over It sounded like Richard. But he could scream as much as he wanted to because I wasn't going to go down there. Not if I could help it. I knew that there was something in the ice cream truck looking up at me. Its white eyes gleaming with its drool dripped out of its skin. Something waited for me to take out my earbuds. Waited for me to make a single mistake. Waited for me to come outside. Something wrong.
This will strengthen our position.
Why is it full?
Thank you for watching today's video, for listening to tonight's podcast, and thank you for clicking the thumbs up, subscribe, follow, bell, whatever helpful thing there is on such a platform. If you want to find your nice Halloween horror audiobook to listen to this year, check out audible.com and look for Mr. Creepypasta, because I got a whole bunch of books over there. Looks like Tales from the Gas Station. And as always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who is supporting me on Patreon. If you guys have been supporting me on Patreon, or you're considering doing so, then know that I just added a couple of cool things for the loyalty program because I found out that I could. I had no idea that I could do that. So now, you guys should be getting some cool things in the mail brought to you by Patreon that are pretty cool. They support the channel as well. Oh, get to the point though. A huge thank you to patrons such as Jordan Alexander, Brian Arts, Bobby Carmen, Stephanie Butler, Tristan Belton, Chance Burnett, Diane Krause, William King, Heather McDonald, Reaper 61167, Alex Sandwich, Darth Myber, Michael Ortiz, Titanic Aries, Ness 69420, Isidro Hatred, 2 exclamation points, Nessie, Ronnie Hansen, Bardohawk 764, Melancholy Court, Bird, Harley, Billy Morrow, Mem Skullbite, Saki Shizaku, Ruby Olsen.pro, Katie Spooky Boy, Zane Nightshade, My Body Sounds Like Rice Krispies, Ashwood, Gordon Beach, Miss Alexandra, Sugar Sketty, Sugar Gambit, Cricket, Andrew Fox, Fried Chicken 12, Freddy Krueger, Tynan, Michael Scarborough, Inferno, Ticket Bell, Cassia, Jordan L, Julie Nettie, Favorite, Africis, Zach and Pancake Appreciation Society, Cryptic Nightmares, Serious Sloth, Tommy Green, Fester's Lampshade, Sky Harbor, Nina Smith, Nico Kyle, Rafael Rodriguez, The Ginger Bros, Aaron Stormcrow, Jacob Olsen, Prince Miles, and Corey.
Nice.
So much for being a part of the Patreon and helping me and helping me get exclusive stories and everything we do on the channel here. Thank you guys so much for being a part of it. Thank you everybody and thank you guys for participating in this part of the video. It really means so much to me. I hope you all have a very happy holiday.
The truth of life and death is but a vision.
We barely got away. From Fearful 77.
Oh my god.
The museum opened without public warning. Once during the week and only at 6 o'clock in the evening.
Oh god, I'm robot.
No later. Any bratty excuse such as sluggish private jet simply did not cut it. Only those outside the gate at 6 o'clock were permitted inside.
It's like promoting bullshit.
No one knew where this giant playground for wealthy men was, and not even God. And this place, there was no God. My gods were the rich and famous, and they were merciless and cruel. There was no security here, nor staff besides me on opening day. It was a grand, lawless building only made for the top 1%. The top 1%. Our reason for lack of employees was the same reason Michael Jackson shut down a supermarket for a day visit in the 2000s. Uninhibited fun without judgment of I did the same thing I did with everything. Just my maroon waistcoat, combed my hair, shined my shoes. At 5:59, I came tapping down the marble staircase for the spring step. Not from excitement, the jumpiness came from stage 2. The museum was about to become a toy shop and I need to play there. This time, I can only play with a wait until midnight to ask them to see our paranormal relics display.
Lend me your strength.
The foyer is huge. Towering golden pillars wedged between ivory-flavored marble flooring and a mosaic glass ceiling that let starlight beam through. With one hand I braced the door that stood 3 men high, my other hand turning to check my watch. It was 6 o'clock. 4 pompous men and 2 posh women smugly marched in. They were dressed in fur coats, alligator skin, diamond jewelry from head to toe. It was quite frankly comical. Not to me, though, of course. I had seen it all many times before, however, there was one man at the back who didn't care to show his wealth. He was dressed in his finest outfit to visit the convenience store, blue scuffed jeans, a green t-shirt.
To guard and defend.
What I did know was that in minutes, the look on his face said he wanted him dead. I announced. The tour will start immediately. There was a coat rack to your left if you need to leave the belongings. I do not recommend venturing off. I must trust you all follow me for the tour. However, it's completely optional.
Do you know who I am?
It was as if I read off the script. The route started off with another. I led the biggest rats through the left side of the museum. We walked past the history and war rooms, past the living wall, past the marionettes, and the exhibitions. Walking into a hallway section to the left, and to the right, and section room. You'd stop.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend.
This way.
Don't worry about me.
I knew why. They saw the glass cabinet that towered by the door to the paranormal exhibit hallway. And curiosity beckoned them.
Lend me your strength.
It was covered by a dust blanket. Can we take a look at this? A voice said quietly from behind and shattered me like a top of a vase. My smile had to be kept up. Couldn't crack at the start of the tour. That would be tragic. We will return here after midnight. Once we've explored the rest of the... One of the men sternly interrupted. We paid good money for this! He shouted. Give us a look! I pulled hard enough at my hair that I'm surprised it didn't come out of my scalp. Please don't let me show you. I don't want to wake her. She's peace. I said with a soft smile. The medicine will be really well in a few hours. If we're gonna come to terms with saying goodbye, we have a small window here to decide how we want to say goodbye. I nodded and I walked down the hall staring at Jasper's hand and wondering if his parents faced a similar predicament years ago. How could any parent ever prepare themselves for anything of this magnitude? It was unfathomable. I need some fresh air, I told Stan. If we had a chance to object, I grabbed my purse and left the house for the first time in days. I got in the car and I just drove, not really caring where. I left my neighborhood and eventually found myself at a park about 19 blocks away. It was one of the ones that Marcy used to love to play at. As I stopped the car, sit blanket,
the truth of life and death is but a vision.
I was treating her like she was already dead. Like what I do? I can't stop now. I have to keep fighting for her. She's my daughter.
No way.
The phone buzzed off and it made me jump as I saw Death calling me back. Hey, sorry for the delay. I got the results back and they're a bit inconclusive. Guess we should have expected that given the fact that the kid probably has all kinds of stuff going on inside his body, but it's definitely strong violence. He's alive and he's healthy, so that's something, she told me. I told her that was good news. What should be on my step. She mirrored what Stan said earlier. I think, as cool as the sound, you may need to consider a way to gently let Marcy go. I don't know if there's a connection here, but it may be the house. It's feeding off her in order to restore his voice, and it may be impossible to create them both, she told me. Definitely not the news I want to hear, but then she said something else I found interesting. Honestly, though, I don't really mean that. I mean, I'm a mom, and I know that if one of my kids were in that thing, I would I would do whatever I could to save them, even if all hope was lost. So I thanked her. I told her that if we needed her for anything again, we would call. After the phone call ended, I stared at the screen for a moment and thought about Marcy. Now that the fight was taking so long to consume her, there was no hope at all.
The truth of life and
It didn't feel right. Nothing about what was happening did that. On a whim, I went to the internet for a local newspaper article and started searching for anything on the house. There wasn't a single article. But then I searched for Jasper Hunt. And that was more interesting.
Damn.
Local boy missing for days. Family suspected of homicide. Local residents are up in arms about a 10-year-old boy that's been missing for nearly 3 days now. Parents have stayed adamant that they have no idea what happened to their son, but local authorities have found evidence that suggests that he may have been murdered in the house that they resided in. I kept scrolling, touching on articles that related on the case. Noah Hunt, charged with first-degree murder in a cold case related to his son. The morning residents of our sleepy town can breathe a sigh of relief as a traumatic chapter comes to a close, surrounding the disappearance of a 10-year-old Jasper Hunt. Last summer, Jasper went missing near to the family home, and subsequent search parties proved unable to find him. Results in the case being turned over to homicide after the suicide of Jasper's mother. Now, after continuously staying by innocence, Noah Hunt, the father and husband in this ill-fated tale, has confessed to first-degree murder and to hiding Jasper's body inside the walls of his 3-bedroom house. Mr. Hunt is being offered a plea deal by the district attorney and its team for the exact location of where he could get Jasper.
The truth of life and death.
There's a red coat made like Jasper's father. Coach, you're not going to be able to find him. He's part of the house. I made sure of that. Construction teams are waiting for an approval order by the judge to begin tearing down the property in order to give poor Jasper a proper burial. I read another brief snippet that told me Noah was being held at the county's correctional facility. And before I really had time to think about what I was doing, I started gasping. About halfway to the downtown area, my phone buzzed again. It was Stan. I let it go to speakerphone. Where are you? Yeah. I'm sorry, I need some time to myself. Please come back. I can't do this without you. I found you in the corner.
I've no interest in
Stan, what is it that you plan to do? I found my dad's old service pistol in the basement. It's a little old, but I think it'll do the job. Please don't do this. I don't want her to suffer anymore. Stan! She's our daughter! You said it yourself.
Lend me your strength.
Time to say goodbye while we still have Christmas. No, Stan, it's the house! Get out of the house before...
Do you know who I am?
The line of death. I turned the car around, and I stepped on the accelerator.
I've no interest in conflict.
No.
The truth of life and death is but the vision.
I'm sorry for that, but I had little time to spare. My daughter Marcy has been stuck, becoming a part of my house that my husband Stan and I have been mortgaging now for days. First it started with her hand, then it pulled it further. We ate a priest,
Enemy situation
and it retaliated when we tried to smash it apart. I thought we had exhausted all options by this point, but I was wrong. We've been wrong this entire time. And now that I can speak with a level head, I can get the story straight. I called Tim as I raced to the house and told him what his brother was about to do. Jesus, you need to call the cops, Tim told him. I thought of the power that house used to exert over anyone that came close to it. No, we can't let this thing hurt more people. It controls anyone that steps foot inside. But I need your help. I think now I can fight it, but I'll need you, Tim. You know him better than anyone, I shouted. Tim promised that he would get there as soon as possible, and I mentally crossed my fingers. That would be soon enough. When I got to the house, I ran inside to see Stan was still struggling with his decision to end our daughter's life. Marcy had her eyes closed and she was still resting, and I could see little Jasper's face beginning to push its way out of the wall. I have made it. Stan, you have to stop before it's too late, I said, as his eyes lifted up to catch a glimpse of me at the end of the hall.
Resistance is
I
time.
just want you to be here to see this.
Trouble.
He said. His hands were shaking. He was pointing the gun towards our daughter's head.
The truth of life.
It made me think of Noah Hunt. Had the house tried to force him to do this years ago?
What are you looking at?
Get a hold of yourself! Don't you see the house is controlling you? It's been doing that to both of us, to everyone that's ever come here. Except as I took a step forward, he cocks the gun. Please don't come any closer. You're not gonna talk me out of this. Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. You have put a bullet in our little girl's head. Even if she was dying, there's other humane ways to do this. Why resort to violence? The house is clouding your judgment. I told him that I took my smartphone out and added. The same thing happened to Jasper's father. He nearly killed his son. As I was peeking behind Stan, I see that Jasper was still pushing his way out the wall. Facial features were swelling, and he was looking like a little boy again. Look at him, Stan. He's not dead. That's proof enough right there. The wind of his firm grip. As he picked it up, he looked at the articles about Jasper and about his... I waited, knowing that the house would convince him of another lie. Behind me, I heard Tim open the door. He was about to rush his brother, but I held him back. The chances of either Marcy or Jasper getting hurt was just too great. Well, it's me. I don't know what you're thinking, but this isn't the answer. Always another way. We'll find another priest. We'll sacrifice a goat. Heck, we'll even bring the military to tear this place down. Those words seemed to snap Stan back to reality. This time he pointed the gun towards Jasper. His eyes were closed. It was as though the house had consumed him in some kind of coma. One has to die for the other to live. That's what the voice in my head is telling me. Stand a minute. Don't listen to it! They can both live! Don't let this place take you too! Stan was sweating, even more now, looking in between the children. Then he slowly raised the gun up and pointed it at us again. The house needs something in return for both of their lives. You're talking crazy, okay? Give us the gun! Tim tried to step forward, but my husband let a bullet graze the floor as I stopped in my tracks to wait and see if the house would retaliate. The way it remained silent now told me all I needed to know about what was happening. The house wanted my daughter dead. We can save them both, Stan said, and then smiled awkwardly. I can save them both. Even as the words left his lips, I knew what he was planning to do. Tim tried to make a move too. We barely made it halfway down the hall. Stan placed the barrel of the gun in his mouth. A tear fell down his face as he pulled the trigger. Everything happened so fast, I can't remember the finer details. Stan's skull burst from the top, blood spattering against the wall, and the house began to absorb him almost instantly. His body slipped to the plaster and into the unknown, only his bottom part sticking out. I screamed out his name. But Tim and I ran even though it was already over. The house was closing in. At the same moment, for the first time, it was my daughter was coming in. Stan sacrificed the work somehow. I hugged her neck as Tim helped Jasper, and neither of them really breathing well. All I could do was stifle the tears as I watched my husband disappear into the house as a sacrifice to those two.
We've entered the storm. To guard
The
truth of life and death. Reveal sanctuary.
As soon as Tim and I were outside, we called the police and the hospital. This time they responded instantly. The thought of all the time the house had repeated us, and its desperate attempt to kill ourselves. All the ways that we controlled everyone who came close to it. And in the end, my husband had to sacrifice herself for all of us to be free. Tim and I told the first responders a different story. How the space between the walls was used to hold Jasper hostage for the past 6 years. I detested this story because it was a narrative that painted my husband as a child molester and a killer. It wasn't much alternative. They would never believe the truth.
Persistence is timely.
Now the house was quiet. It was satisfied with all the chaos that had brought into our lives.
Do you
Well, I
know
wasn't.
what?
There was still one wrong I felt I could make right. So I went with him to watch Marcy.
Lend me your strength.
Then I went down to the correctional facility to plan. I felt it would make the most sense to me. Someone who's up with the same trauma. And when I saw him being brought in behind the glass, speaking, I knew that he had suffered for too long.
Honored to meet me.
You were you. Yeah. I told him. And I explained how I owned the house that he once lived in. That seemed to spark a little light in his eyes. Who did you lose? No, I did. That's what I came to tell you. I didn't lose anyone. I saved my daughter. And I saved your son too. He's in the county clinic right now. Noah frowned. He didn't seem as excited as I hoped. That isn't possible. No, it's true. CPS is going to put Jasper in a foster home until your sentence is commute. I'll even speak for you at your next parole hearing if you need. My son is dead. I shot him myself to save him from that house. Mr. Hunt said, and leaned forward as he saw confusion on my face. You killed him? I repeated slowly. The words making sense, we both sat there in silence as we realized what had happened. And you let it out.
To spread!
To go to another house. To spread. He laughed loudly and reared his head back. I felt an emptiness in my bones. It was always a trap. Always. What? I awoke in the darkness. For a moment, I was unsure where I was, who I was. The blackness was all-encompassing, smothering. In a panic, I lashed out my hand, connecting with the coffin lid. And that's where it all came rushing back, and I settled back down into my own grave. Something had awoken me from my long slumber. A noise. A certain delicious aroma. And there it was again. The sound of scraping feet and heavy breath. My nostrils flared and I breathed in that delicious scent. The scent of spilled blood and fear. For a moment I considered going back to my dreams. Terrible as they were, the bloodthirst was too much. I sat up, pushing a stone lid off my sarcophagus aside, where it crashed to the floor with a resounding thud. There was a man in my tomb. The moonlight dancing across his crumpled form stood leaning heavily against the stone walls. Right then, he gasped. Just like Miss Natasha said. All this time. He winced, clinging to his bleeding side. You've been here all along. I'm as real as you are, I said, stepping out of my grave. My voice sounded... It's rusty. After so many years without speech. How is it you know of me? And who is this Natasha? Is she one of the family? Yes, he said. She told me of you. Begged me to find you. After the Germans arrived, said that you were here, the guardian of the family, that her grandma told her. Then he takes it off, coughing harshly, blood wetting his lips. Something stirred in them, but I fought it back. Drawing closer as I did, he cowered down into himself, my face washed in moonlight. German. Why are the Germans here? What are the French? Bonaparte's army that they find the chateau. Bonaparte, he gasped. That was over 100 years ago. Germans they invaded Mother Russia. Those black dog Nazis are crawling all over the countryside. They came to their house. They have Natasha and Isabel. And they use them for entertainment.
A woman full of mystery. Many people in the society died by her hand. I haven't heard anything about her for many years, but I firmly believe she is still alive. Hey, Lord of Silence! If you're listening,
Lined up against the wall, shot up.
83 Herda, and I want to meet you. I believe you and I will have a lot
Managed to
to
escape
talk
and
about.
simply saw me fleeing into the night. This. He removed his hand from the gaping wound. I ran to the family cemetery to find you, and so I died with
I
you.
hung up his portrait purely out of respect. Without him,
Serving the
there
family.
would be no genius society today.
The order was serving.
Frankly, I don't know what he's achieved.
Squatting
None
down
of his
beside
books and
him.
inventions have survived.
Yes.
But there's gotta be a place for the founder of the society.
My family shared the house of rock for nearly 100 years, and that's how we know you, the legend of Guardian, a spirit who has protected the family for centuries, but I see now.
The most selfless and the strangest one. He spent his whole life helping others. Personally, I don't see the point.
You're something else.
But the society is famous thanks to him. The Inter-Astral Peace Corporation has been trying to find a replacement ever since his death. They searched for many Amber Eras, but no genius was willing to lower their head to the IPC.
The family is all that's left of my mortal
They
son.
found me.
They are the descendants of my own children. I've watched over them for centuries. When the French came, I made them fall from fighting
Such a
and
lovely
fall
old
them
fellow.
deep in a
He is
chateau
member
of forest
56 of the Genius Society, one of the only two publicly elected ministers in the society's
looking around at the
history.
damn
Be
cold
grateful
walls.
to him. He
Now at the
created
street
the
as the
sensitivity
dreaded
of
day
beacons
filled with
and
sunlight over
over-range
the
remote
world.
sensing, the
Why
cornerstones
you
of
tell me
modern
like
cosmic
over
communication.
100 years of my family
However,
was in
he did
danger
not
of
disclose
incident
its
from
inventions to the
foreign
public.
invaders.
So I hereby certify that the rights of these two
Yes.
technologies belong to the
He says we do.
Intelligentsia Guild.
And I
To be
realized
honest,
it's
I'm
very
not a
good
big
time.
fan of the guild, but it is impressive that they managed
What
to
is your name?
reproduce Elias Salus's inventions.
Dimitri. What is? You were good as faithful service.
Genius Society, screw 'em. I've
Will
known
you
him for
serve the
years.
house of Jack one more
She's a
time?
really good man. A
Again, you
gentleman
can no
and
longer
a
slumber
skill
around
and a mind. I've learned a lot
substance
from him.
and knowledge. You know the
Recently,
law.
I've been working with him and
all
many
you
other
got, all
projects.
the knowledge
You've
you've
learned in the
Closer
days
to
on
the
earth.
greatest mystery of the universe.
I
have need of both, like never before. Bound to save the family.
Don't
This is
understand.
Madame Herda, or better known as Member 83 of the Genius Society. In her
My
childhood,
blood.
she solved the solitary
I
waste
know.
theory
But
and
said no
the
more.
Spark model hypotheses. In her adolescence, she found the
Yes.
Sigma barrier
Resigned to his
method.
fate.
In middle age, she proposed the Herda
Oh,
sequence and
Like
published a paper on
Like the sting of a bee in sweet summer.
In her senior years,
And
she
then
managed
ecstasy.
to reverse her own age via
The beautiful
de-aging
darkness.
and went on to solve the mystery of the imaginary leakage phenomenon.
Very well.
And even
Take
captured
what
the
you need.
field of stellar
Nothing left in this world.
has saved the planet
This is
she
the face of
served
my children once again.
19 times and has met the eons twice.
Oh,
This
so
spaceship
gentle that the
is
face of my cold
incredible.
hands. Shuddered at my touch, and I tried to back away, but I caught him up. My head darting forward, piercing his throat. Ecstasy, that's what it looked like after pushing down my throat. It was all over far too soon, and I fell back against the cold walls of my crypt. With fresh blood on my mouth, its dying thoughts racing through my mind. Monsters, I whispered into the darkness. Now his knowledge was my knowledge. And I knew my family was in terrible danger from these Nazis who had swept across the world, killing millions. After that, I whispered again. I called me a monster. But I had never killed for an ideal. I put a man in chains to serve my own greed. I had only ever killed to survive. Did the lion or the tiger not do the same? Rising to my feet, I knew all that was about to change. The Germans had invaded my home and defiled my family, killing them would be a pleasure, and I intended to revel in it. I rose to my feet, feeling the blood working on my body, returning some of my old strength. I turned, meaning to be about my business, but I could not leave Coordinator's body to the rats. So I scooped him up, and I laid him in my stone crypt, dipping the stone lid up, as if it weighed nothing. I marveled at my stored strength before heading into the night.
But the world outside had changed, I could not see it. The night was cold, and snow fell heavily, frosting the nearby trees. All was the same as I had left it, except for a few snow-covered graves nearby. Strolling over unmindful of the cold, I wiped away snow from a leaning tombstone. The inscription read Elizabeth Roddick, 1890 to 1910. Taken into dark waters. I wonder who she had been, this daughter of my lineage, and why she had died so young. It was a temptation to examine more of these ancient markers, but I had no time to tarry, and so I headed into the driving snow towards the distant lights of the chateau. Using the great speed of the vampire, I was there in moments, laying prone in the snow upon a small hill that overlooked my former home. The chateau was more like a small castle than anything else, and yet my eyes saw only the wood hut that once stood in its place. I once lived there as a mortal man, but that was before the Turks had invaded. I had left my family to go to war, conscripted by a nobleman who owned the land and everyone on it. I remembered the biting cold, the forced march, many dying of sickness and fatigue before we had reached the battlefield. The rows of men, the frost glinting off their armor, the war cry and pounding of the drums from the Turkish hordes, fire in the night, the clash of steel, screams of dying men. An arrow tore into my side, and I ran in the madness of the night, desperate to survive, to see my family once again. Just over a week later, I staggered into my yard, half dead from starvation and a terrible cold. A small light flickered inside. But I sensed, even then, something was terribly wrong. Hurrying as best I could in my feeble state, I stumbled into the doorway. My eyes widened in surprise as I looked at the filth-covered stranger that sat by a small, flickering fire. There was a woman covered in dirt and rags. Her eyes burned crimson and fire as she turned to face me. "Who are you?" I demanded. "Where's my family?" Your family? I thought this place was abandoned. You are the rightful owner. I am, I said. Hungry for fires and warmth.